Chapter 793. A corpse race cultivator? Chui Hao's expression changed slightly. A scimitar appeared in his hand, and he sent out a crescent moon-shaped saber chi to scatter that black chi. However, the black chi did not disappear immediately. It wrapped around the scimitar and spread downwards, looking like the arm of a demon. It looked extremely strange. A light flashed, and Chui Hao circulated some quintessence to get rid of the black chi from the scimitar. When Chui Hao looked up, he saw a young man with a dark complexion standing on a black cloud. This young man held a long whip in his hand, looking very lifeless. However, this young man's eyes were exceptionally sharp. When he stomped on Chui Hao felt an unparalleled sharpness. Where did this corpse race cultivator come from? He is so young, and he is already a peak half-sage. Chui Hao thought to himself in shock. Xiao Chen, who had rushed over, casually scooped up the flame crystal rock that had been knocked away. The scarlet flame vanished. A dark scarlet crystal the size of a marble appeared before Xiao Chen. He could not help but feel somewhat disappointed. Based on the color and size, he could guess that this flame crystal rock was of inferior quality. He glanced at Chui Hao and the mysterious corpse race cultivator, who were facing each other. Then, he shifted his gaze to the flame crystal rock, which continued to fly. Among the 10-odd flame crystal rocks, there would definitely be one with an above-average quality. However, Wang Can, who was seated on the throne, smiled sinisterly. Then, he soared into the air, and his figure flickered. Riding on a thick cloud, he arrived before the large group of flame crystal rocks. Wang Can swept out with the whip in his hand, and a berserk wind blew. The trajectory of the 10-odd flame crystal rocks was completely disrupted. Then, Wang Can swung his whip again, and 3 or 4 flame crystal rocks flew into his hand. Then, he smiled coldly at the pursuing Chui Hao and pointed to the air. 2 stone coffins appeared in the air, one in front and one behind, blocking Chui Hao. The doors of the coffins opened, and a horrifying corpse chi poured out. 2 sinister demonic corpses wearing heavy stone armor launched themselves at Chui Hao. The full moon disk in Xiao Chen's body hovered above his head, sending down a silk-like screen of light. Chui Hao held the waning moon curved blade and heavily chopped the chest of the demonic zombie in front of him. A muffled sound rang out. This saber strike actually didn't break the stone armor on the demonic corpse's chest. It only left a shallow mark and knocked it back 10 meters. The demonic zombie behind him took the chance to charge over. Its 5 black fingers were as sharp as knives, stabbing into the curtain of the full moon wheel. To Chui Hao's surprise, the moonlight curtain was unable to block the demonic corpse's attack. A black corpse chi lingered on its fingertips. The curtain seemed to be corroded and was easily pierced by the demonic zombie's fingers. The demonic zombie laughed cruelly and grabbed Chui Hao's back with its 5 fingers. At this moment, Chui Hao had just repelled the demonic corpse in front of him. There was no time for him to dodge. The corpse energy on the fingertips might contain the will of death, and it would be a fatal blow to him. Just as the demonic corpse was filled with terror, a loud sound came from behind it. A foot pressed down on the demonic corpse's head, and a huge force surged out, sending the demonic corpse flying several thousand meters. Bang! An interstellar meteorite whizzed over and collided with the devil corpse. The meteorite shattered into pieces, but the devil corpse wasn't damaged in the slightest. This corpse is extraordinarily strong, Xiao Chen thought to himself. This demonic corpse is much stronger than the demonic corpses refined by the Dark Church in the Sky Dome realm. Many thanks. After escaping with his life, Chui Hao thanked Xiao Chen sincerely. He had been too careless. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and pointed to the front. Chui Hao suddenly understood. There was still one more demonic corpse that he had not dealt with. Now was not the time to thank him. Xiao Chen looked around. With this delay, the genius corpse race cultivator called Wang Can had already snatched away the 10-odd flame crystal rocks. That's not right. He did not snatch them away. A grave expression flashed on Xiao Chen's calm face. Just as the other party's whip was about to snatch away the last flame crystal rock, the flame crystal rock actually managed to struggle free. A resplendent electric light burst out from under Xiao Chen's feet. He executed thunder dragon steps at full power. Then, he raised his leg and leaped, instantly crossing the 5-kilometer distance. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed the last flame crystal rock. The scarlet flame vanished, and a deep-colored, crimson crystal appeared in his hand. Xiao Chen's face lit up in joy. He said, "It really is a superior-grade flame crystal rock. It looks like I guessed right." The few Haotian sect disciples who had rushed over in advance but did not dare to act rashly because of Wang Can felt envious when they saw this scene. "You are seeking death." However, Wang Can was enraged. One superior-grade flame crystal rock was worth more than all the flame crystal rocks he had collected. Wang Can's whip extended infinitely, looking like a raging venomous black snake as it hacked at Xiao Chen. Holding the flame crystal rock in his left hand, Xiao Chen raised his head slightly and looked at the incoming black whip. Then, he stretched out his hand and firmly grasped the whip. When Wang Can, who was on the death throne, saw Xiao Chen grab his whip without letting go, he could not help but mock him. To think that Xiao Chen dares to compete in strength with a corpse race cultivator. He is overestimating himself. Wang Can's steel-like hands pulled back, trying to pull Xiao Chen over. However, Wang Can felt like he was pulling a mountain on the other end of the whip. It did not budge at all. His expression turned slightly unsightly as he asked, "You can't pull it?" Xiao Chen smiled coldly and gently pulled with his right hand. Whoosh! Wang Can, who was on the death throne, flew into the air. In terms of vital qi, Xiao Chen completely surpassed his opponent. The direct disciples from the previous batches who saw this scene from behind undoubtedly inhaled a breath of cold air. Among the 5 clans of the Kunlun realm, the Corpse clan was famous for their strong physical bodies. Even the demon race, who had always boasted of their powerful bodies, was slightly inferior in front of the Corpse race. The Corpse race and the Ghost race both cultivated the great Tao of death among the 5 races of Kunlun, but the direction of their development was completely different. The Corpse race studied the refining methods of all kinds of demonic corpses and demon corpses. They refined the corpses of all kinds of powerful existences. Whether it was the corpses of humans, demons, or spirit beasts, they would not let go of anything. In fact, they would even use the corpse refinement technique on themselves to pursue a realm where they were neither alive nor dead, using their corpses to prove their Tao and become the corpse god. Among the 5 races, they were the least welcomed by the other races. It would be the same no matter who it was. How could a race that was always eyeing one's ancestral graves make one feel at ease? However, even though the Corpse race did not have as many people as the other races, they had been able to survive for tens of thousands of years, and their inheritance had never been destroyed. Of the ancient 100 races, several strong races had vanished like smoke in the long river of history. The Corpse race being able to do this had a lot to do with their monstrous body tempering cultivation technique. However, a peak half-sage of the Corpse race with an extremely horrifying physical body ended up being pulled out by Xiao Chen. How could anyone not be shocked? Wang Can showed a startled expression. He had not expected the other party to pull him up while he was distracted. However, Wang Can reacted quickly and decisively let go. Then, he charged at Xiao Chen with a cold gaze. He was very confident in his physical body. Among the cultivators of the same generation, no one could defeat him in close combat. He had just been careless earlier. However, Wang Can was disappointed. It was not because he had been careless that he lost to Xiao Chen in a competition of physical bodies. Instead, it was because he was truly inferior to Xiao Chen. In terms of physical bodies, Xiao Chen had a rank 2 sage body and consumed many natural treasures. In terms of vital qi, he had more than 1 million tons of force. Bang! 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 The two exchanged 3 moves. Finally, their fists clashed. The moment their fists clashed, Wang Can was knocked back by Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen also felt his fingers go slightly numb. Wang Can's body seemed to have been separated from flesh and blood, like some kind of divine metal. Raising his eyebrows slightly, Xiao Chen thought to himself, the corpse race's body tempering technique cannot be underestimated. Although Xiao Chen thought this, he did not stop moving. He casually tossed aside the black whip in his hand and executed Thunder Dragon steps to charge at this person. Xiao Chen had long wanted to experience the experts of other races. If there was an opportunity, it would not be a bad idea to snatch away that death throne. After being knocked back by Xiao Chen's punch, Wang Can was both startled and furious. He somersaulted and sat back down on the death throne. As Wang Can watched Xiao Chen chase after him, the black mark on his forehead flickered. The black clouds under the throne started churning continuously. Sitting on the death throne, Wang Can, who had been in a sorry state earlier, now looked like a sovereign of the night. A decaying aura of death spread out. Wang Can unhurriedly threw a palm strike at the pursuing Xiao Chen. Strands of black smoke came out of the throne. Like tentacles, the black smoke wrapped around Wang Can's palm and extended to his palm, forming the word death. Xiao Chen chased too quickly. Even if Wang Can wanted to retreat, he could not. The instant the word death formed, Wang Can's palms charged forward with explosive vital qi. This palm strike contained more than 1 million kilograms of force. Xiao Chen would be able to crush a mountain. However, Wang Can remained seated on the death throne, not moving at all. However, the black clouds under the throne churned even more intensely. A will of death spread out from Wang Can's palm. Before Xiao Chen could execute the immortal will of thunder, he was knocked back. His qi and blood surged, and hot blood rushed to his head. A black death qi wrapped around Wang Can's palm. His life force quickly faded, and he started rotting at a visible rate. In mere moments, Xiao Chen's smooth and white palm aged rapidly. It was as thin as a stick and filled with cracks. It looked like the palm of an ordinary person in his 70s or 80s, looking very horrifying. That deathly aura was still spreading and rushing upwards. The group of people in the distance was horrified. The will of death was actually this horrifying. Xiao Chen looked at his palm and frowned slightly. However, he did not worry too much. Xiao Chen had an even bigger problem. The mental energy of the massacre throne was like a cocoon in his sea of consciousness. After the other party released the will of death, cracks started to appear in the cocoon, showing signs of breaking free at any moment. Xiao Chen flung his hand, and the immortal will of thunder turned into a thunder fire, slowly eliminating the death qi on his arm. Sizzling sounds rang out, and black smoke came out. Chapter 794. Xiao Chen's lifeless palm immediately regained its luster and recovered to its original state. His fingers were as nimble as before. Wang Can narrowed his eyes and said sullenly, "You comprehended the will of thunder. No wonder you dare to snatch my, Wang Can's, things. However, if this is your trump card, you still have to die." Xiao Chen did not want to expose the secret of the Scarlet Throne. However, the other party pressed on. He had no choice but to draw the lunar shadow saber and fight. Black clouds churned, and muffled thunderous sounds rang out continuously. Wang Can, who was seated on the throne, charged over with the might of the dead. The two quickly exchanged moves in the starry heavens. As the will of death pressed on, more and more mental energy cracks appeared in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. On the Haotian Sect's King grade warship, the two vice palace masters looked into the distance. When they saw this battle, they could not help but frown heavily. That throne seems to have been left by the ancient evil king. Unexpectedly, a descendant of the corpse race managed to obtain it. The throne is split into 7. The corpse race cultivates the death Dao. It is a perfect match for them to obtain the death throne. Xiao Chen is probably in trouble. It is not convenient for the two of us to make a move. I believe the corpse dragon warship of the corpse race is not far away. Let's see how it goes. If Xiao Chen's life is in danger, we will have to make a move even if we don't want to. We can only hope that the other party does not send a king-grade warship. As the two spoke, they steered the warship towards where Xiao Chen and Wang Can fought. At the same time, they brought in the scattered Haotian sect disciples. Their gazes never left Xiao Chen and Wang Can. The moment they sensed that something was wrong, they prepared to make a move. When Wang Can saw the warship flying over and 2 strong superior-grade martial sages, his expression did not change. Every move he made was extremely lethal. Based on the situation, Xiaochen feared exposing the throne, so he was very conservative. Before the surging Wang Can, he could only defend. Hand over the superior-grade flame crystal rock, and we will end today's matter. Wang Can felt that he already held the upper hand. The 2 superior-grade martial sages of the Haotian sect were already here. It was impossible to kill Xiaochen, so he could only quit while he was ahead. Gotcha. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. The mental energy wrapped around the Scarlet Throne and Xiaochen's sea of consciousness shattered. A berserk-killing aura surged out. Under Xiaochen's feet, a red cloud rolled up and down. The blood-colored massacre throne lay quietly on top of it, waiting for its king. The moment the Scarlet Throne appeared, Wang Can's expression completely changed. He said somewhat excitedly, "The massacre throne. Ha ha ha. Looks like my luck is extraordinarily good. I actually managed to run into the massacre throne." "That's right, your luck is really extraordinary." Now that the secret was exposed, the killing chi on Xiaochen's face finally gathered. His cold voice was like a bone-piercing cold light, causing Wang Can to feel a chill for some reason. Boom! Xiaochen sat down gently and leaned back on the throne. His soaring aura turned into a red light and rose up. Vaguely, there seemed to be a 30-meter-long golden dragon soaring within the red light. At this moment, the King True Dragon's aura was released together with the state of massacre without any suppression. The horrifying might instantly pushed back Wang Can's aura, suppressing him to the point that he could not breathe properly. Wang Can's clothes and hair fluttered wildly behind him. He looked like he was about to fly up. Xiaochen smacked his palm on the armrest, and the will of death in the throne surged and gathered. A black light soared into the sky. The mark on Wang Can's forehead flickered continuously. The might of the will of death clashed wildly with the might of Xiaochen's massacre true dragon. A strange scene appeared in the boundless starry heavens. 2 beams of light, one black and one red, intertwined and formed a cosmic storm. The meteors flying in the surroundings all deviated from their original trajectories and spun around the 2. After the secret of the throne was exposed, Xiaochen no longer held back. He combined the state of massacre with the King True Dragon to form a vast might and clashed with Wang Can, not backing down at all. The purple talisman in Xiaochen's sea of consciousness spun gently, ready to deal a fatal blow at any moment. Wang Can's swarthy face looked extremely unsightly. "I can clearly feel that he has not signed a contract with the existence in the throne, unable to raise his state to the will of massacre. Why can't my will of death hold the upper hand? Why do I have to work so hard? Furthermore, I even seem to be at a disadvantage." As the auras clashed, the cosmic storm around the 2 became even more ferocious. Not only could the meteors flying in the surroundings deviate from their trajectories, but the suction it formed even pulled the distant meteors over. More and more meteors gathered. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of meteors had gathered. As they spun, they formed a 3-kilometer-tall cluster of meteors. Through the cracks between the meteors, one could see 2 thrones, one black and one red. They faced each other and spiraled up. The clothes of the 2 people on the thrones fluttered, and their long hair fluttered. When the 2 thrones were about to leave the cluster of meteors, the 2 squinted and stood up at the same time. Kill. Die. Horrifying energy mixed with a boundless aura burst out at the same time. The tens of thousands of meteors instantly turned into dust. The starry heavens churned endlessly, scattering everywhere. The previous true inheritors on the Haotian sect's king-grade warship were all stunned when they saw this magnificent scene. The cluster of meteors turned to dust. Amid the dust, Xiaochen's peak state of massacre combined with the king-grade true dragon chi formed a golden kill character. Boundless black death chi poured out of the throne behind Wang Can. The horrifying will of death formed a sinister black death character in the air. The 2 pointed at each other, and the golden kill character and the black death character clashed violently in the starry heavens. A will was a will, after all. It was one level higher than a state. The peak state of massacre combined with the king-grade true dragon chi might be stronger in terms of might and pressure, but there was a huge difference in the destructive power of the two. Pu Ci. The golden kill character scattered and turned into strands of wandering massacre chi moving around in the starry heavens. Wang Can revealed a sinister smile on his pitch-black face as he shouted, "Kill!" The slightly weakened death character turned into a slender black sword and chopped at Xiaochen furiously. This was the form of his will, the sword of the dead. At this moment, Wang Can's eyes brimmed with confidence. Although his will of death had lost some of its might due to the clash with the peak state of massacre, it was still a piece of cake. However, it was still a piece of cake for the will of death to defeat the will of energy. Once Wang Can used this sword, he could easily break Xiaochen's will of thunder. Then, he could snatch the massacre throne and advance to an unrivaled half-sage. However, there was always a subtle difference between one's thoughts and reality. Xiaochen's will of thunder was not an ordinary will of thunder. It was the immortal will of thunder. It was a copy of divine lightning and an immortal talisman. If it were a complete will of death, it might have the advantage of a high-ranked will. It might be able to compete with Xiaochen's immortal will of thunder. However, how could the will of death, which had exhausted a significant portion of its strength? A purple light flickered on Wang Can's forehead, and the talisman with the immortal talisman on it flickered. Electric light tore through the air, and the black sword instantly exploded into nothing. Wang Can vomited a mouthful of black blood. Before he could do anything, the purple talisman carrying the might of immortal thunder flashed and gave off a dazzling light in the starry heavens. By the time the electricity stopped, Wang Can had already been sent flying 5 kilometers away. Many large meteors had been turned to dust by him. A bloody hole the size of a bowl had appeared in his chest, and sparks were still flickering non-stop. When Xiaochen raised his head to take a look, he felt slightly startled. I wonder what material this fellow's physical body is made of. Even the will talisman cannot pierce through it. Xiaochen could clearly see that Wang Can was not wearing any inner armor or secret treasure. However, this had nothing to do with Xiaochen. At this moment, Wang Can had already lost his ability to fight and was no longer a threat to him. Xiaochen gently pushed off the starry heavens and arrived before the death throne. A fervent expression appeared in his eyes as he stretched his hand out to grab the throne. Just at this moment, Xiaochen sensed extreme danger. In the distant starry heavens, 3 black dragon breaths pierced through the starry heavens, heading for Xiaochen. As long as Xiaochen made a move to grab the death throne, he would immediately be struck by these dragon breaths. He might be crushed into a bloody mist, dying without a complete corpse. On the Haotian sex warship, the 2 vice palace masters exclaimed in shock, 3 black dragon breaths. It really is a king-grade corpse dragon warship. Xiaochen, quickly retreat. That is a black dragon breath refined from a true dragon corpse. You cannot block it. The vice palace master on the left quickly sent a voice projection to Xiaochen, instructing him to retreat. Xiaochen's face sank. However, he did not intend to give up. He had long expected that there would be a major faction following Wang Can, otherwise he would not have been so afraid of the throne being exposed at the start. Just Wang Can alone would not have made him feel this way. However, now that the throne was exposed, if he left like this, he would not be able to obtain any benefits. Furthermore, he would expose the fact that he had a valuable treasure on him. He would not be satisfied with that. Xiaochen glanced around, and 2 beams of light, 1 purple and 1 white, flashed in his eyes. The lunar true flame and the purple thunder true fire chased each other in the air. In the blink of an eye, they formed a Taiji yin-yang flame diagram with the 8 trigrams, the 4 divisions, and all sorts of profound talisman scripts. The 4 divisions' holy beasts flashed in the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram, forming a complete scene. What is he doing? The vice palace master on the left revealed heavy doubt in his eyes, unable to understand. It's over. The black dragon breath can easily kill an inferior grade martial sage. We do not dare to clash head-on with it, the vice palace master on the right sighed in despair. A golden light flickered, and the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram gave off a bright light. To everyone's astonished gazes, it unexpectedly blocked the 3 dragon breaths. However, it only blocked them for a second. However, this 1 second was enough to do a lot of things. Shao Chen stretched out his hand and tossed the death throne into his universe ring. Then, electric light erupted under Shao Chen's feet as he quickly headed for the King Grade warship. The black shock wave surged out in all directions like a wave of death. Meteors silently turned into powder. The shock wave arrived too quickly. Shao Chen could not dodge it completely. He activated the Sage Grade Pagoda in his chest and formed a pagoda image encasing his body. Chapter 795. The image shattered, and Shao Chen tumbled a few times. Then, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. Not daring to look back, Shao Chen pushed off the air and continued flying towards the King Grade warship. "You run pretty fast." A deep voice came from behind Shao Chen. There was a blurry black figure in the distance with black chains tied around its wrists. A horrifying aura came from the black figure, suppressing everyone. This was a ruthless character that Shao Chen could not deal with. Hu Qi. Suddenly, a fiery light flew in front of Shao Chen. The figure landed and arrived behind Shao Chen, helping him block his pursuers. It was the Heavenly Battle Palace's palace master, Elder Bai. He held a 1-meter-long scarlet sword surrounded by flames. Then, he chopped at the strange black figure. Bang! This sword strike sent the black figure that made Shao Chen feel suffocated. The fiery light spread out, looking very resplendent in the starry heavens. When Shao Chen landed on the deck of the King Grade warship, he clearly saw that the black figure was a demonic corpse that was completely black and as tough as frost iron, without any signs of life. Behind the demonic corpses was an old man from the corpse race holding a long whip. He was facing Elder Bai. When that corpse race old man saw Elder Bai appear, he frowned heavily. A Grand Master level martial sage who comprehended a will arrived. This is going to be problematic. The old man swung the whip in his hand. It seemed to have some magical power, and the demonic corpse with chains around its limbs quickly flew over from a distance and stood guard in front of this person. When one looked carefully, one would discover a 1-meter-long wound on the demonic corpse's chest. No matter what one did, it would not heal. Disgusting liquid continuously poured out of that wound. This was the result of Elder Bai's earlier sword strike. Scram, you thing that is neither human nor ghost. Elder Bai loathed the corpse race. When he saw that demonic corpse, his expression turned terrifyingly sullen as he spoke rudely. When the corpse race old man heard this, he became enraged. However, he could feel the formless light of the will of fire and the thousands of thick heavenly sage laws behind him. He swallowed his words, not daring to say anything more. Elder Bai was a Grandmaster level martial sage who had comprehended the will of fire to 60% comprehension. As long as the opponent was not a blue-robed emperor, he would not have any misgivings. The corpse race cultivator seemed to have received a voice projection. He said coldly, "Give your clan's junior a reminder. In the future, if there is nothing to do, it is best not to leave the Tianwu domain." After saying that, his figure flashed, and he put away the demonic corpse, preparing to return. Shameless boasting. With a furious roar, Elder Bai pushed the power of his will of fire to the limit. Shao Chen's heavenly sage laws danced wildly behind him as he sent out a 300-meter-tall flaming sword screen. Then, he charged over like a surging river. The old man from the corpse clan jumped in fright. This guy had used his full strength when he attacked. Clearly, he wanted to kill him. "Save me!" Rumble. In the starry sky, a cloud of dust dispersed. 3 gigantic corpse dragons were chained together, pulling a black palace. A black-robed old man flew out of the palace. The black-robed old man flew forward and sent out a clump of corpse flame containing the will of death. Then, he silently assimilated Elder Bai's flaming sword screen. In an exchange of pointers between the younger generation, our skills are inferior. Our corpse god palace has already admitted defeat. There is no need for you to be so overbearing. Elder Bai narrowed his eyes. He saw a small golden corpse sitting cross-legged on the chest of this person's black robes. A light flickered in Elder Bai's eyes. In the end, he snorted coldly and turned to leave. Both sides feared each other and did not dare to make a big move. The chaos caused by the flame crystal stones came to an end, and they left together. Palace Master, why did they not even want the death throne and just let us go? The two vice palace masters asked, feeling it was strange. The death throne was a treasure left behind by the ancient evil king. It was compatible with their death great Dao. Elder Bai said sullenly, I believe that the death throne has some other uses. Xiao Chen, you had best not place your mark on the death throne. Xiao Chen nodded to indicate his understanding. Back then, the massacre throne nearly caused him to fall into the killing Dao, unable to extricate himself. Even without Elder Bai's reminder, Xiao Chen would still be cautious about the death throne. What is that? Suddenly, a disciple on the deck pointed to the front and exclaimed. Xiao Chen followed the disciple's gaze and saw a completely white palanquin draped in white muslin drifting in the starry heavens in a ghostly manner. It looked very frightening. When one looked carefully, one would discover that the palanquin was not flying on its own. Instead, 8 green spirits were carrying the palanquin, rushing quickly through the starry heavens. 8 ghosts carrying the palanquin. They are martial sage experts of the ghost race. They are chasing in the direction of the corpse dragon warships. Elder Bai had a bad impression of the corpse race and the ghost race. He said in disgust, there is no need to care about them. Just let them fight each other. The corpse race and the ghost race both cultivated the death great Dao. One collected the corpses of the dead, and the other collected the souls of the dead. They developed in completely different directions. Furthermore, they did not like each other. Battles often broke out between the corpse race and the ghost race. There were countless cases of them undermining each other. Hence, the appearance of this ghost palanquin was not too surprising to Elder Bai and the other two. However, Xiao Chen was very interested in that ghost palanquin. His spiritual sense chased after it for a long time. If Xiao Chen guessed right, the master of the corpse dragon warship might have given up on the death throne temporarily because of the ghost palanquin in hot pursuit. Suddenly, the curtains of the ghost palanquin parted. Xiao Chen clearly saw the appearance of a delicate person. He could not help but be startled and take a step back involuntarily. There was clearly a female ghost sitting in the ghost palanquin with a long tongue sticking out. Her eyes were like black holes, and blood flowed out of her 7 orifices. When Xiao Chen looked carefully, he discovered that what he saw earlier was just an illusion. The female ghost had vanished. A girl with fair skin and a cold expression in a red dress smiled meaningfully at Xiao Chen before closing the curtains again. This mysterious ghost race girl was startling. Her skin was as white as snow. Her face was cold and emotionless, and her long hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. However, she was shockingly beautiful. This mysterious woman from the ghost clan was the epitome of the word shocking. Did she notice the death throne in her hand? Xiao Chen took a few steps back. He still could not calm down. The huge contrast startled him. Xiao Chen, are you all right? The one who spoke was Cui Hao. In the earlier battle, Xiao Chen had saved his life. Cui Hao was not a petty person in the first place. After receiving this favor, his resentment for Xiao Chen lessened significantly. Xiao Chen recovered his wits and smiled. I'm fine. My foot slipped. Elder Bai, who was in front, turned his head back and gave Xiao Chen a deep look. Then, he said, come with me. The other party's gaze made Xiao Chen feel uncertain. He muttered to himself as he followed the other party. They entered the warship's hold and continued walking until they reached the highest floor of the warship. The top floor had windows on all sides. No matter where one looked, one would be able to see the boundless charm of the boundless astral world. Have a seat. This old man apologizes on behalf of the 2 vice palace masters for exposing the secret of the massacre throne, Elder Bai said sincerely as he extended his hand and made an inviting gesture. Earlier, Xiao Chen had refused to leave the warship. Elder Bai had noticed this. After some analysis, he figured out the true reason. Based on what happened later, he could easily figure out the real reason after a slight analysis. Xiaochen sat down and said, "Palace Master is too polite. The matters of the world are hard to predict. This junior did not suffer any losses. The injuries I suffered are still bearable. Furthermore, I obtained the death throne. Although there was a slim chance of survival, it was still a fortuitous encounter." Elder Bai sighed gently and smiled bitterly. "You are oversimplifying things. This is not a fortuitous encounter but a calamity, a great calamity. The evil king was a famous sovereign martial emperor during the ancient era. Even grandmaster-level martial sages would be tempted by the throne he left behind. If I did not see wrong earlier, the ghost race girl in the white palanquin noticed you as well. The two sides definitely have important matters to attend to. Once they deal with these trivial matters, they will definitely send their experts to find you and retrieve the death throne as well as the massacre throne." When the scarlet throne was forced to be exposed, Xiaochen had already expected such a thing. Elder Bai's analysis was within his expectations, so he waited quietly for the rest. "When we return to the Haotian star this time, I will help you find a Wu clone of the sect master to protect your life at a crucial moment." Indeed, the Haotian sect would not ignore such a situation. Xiaochen raised his hand and said, "Many thanks, Elder Bai." Elder Bai smiled gently and said, "Perhaps I am exaggerating. Even if the ghost race and the corpse race know that you have two thrones, they will not spread the news. The two races both wanted to obtain the thrones. If they spread the news and other experts found out, it would undoubtedly make it more difficult for him to obtain the thrones." Xiaochen thought about the girl in the 8-ghost palanquin. He asked, "Palace Master, what is the background of the girl in the 8-ghost palanquin?" Even the two vice palace masters were shocked to see her. Elder Bai thought for a while before replying, "That white palanquin looks ordinary. In reality, it is a famous secret treasure of the ghost race. Its owner is the ghost empress Shisun, an expert on the same level as Emperor Wu. However, based on the person in the palanquin, he should be her descendant or disciple. However, for her to bestow this secret treasure to her, her talent is definitely not low." As the two chatted, Elder Bai used this topic to explain some things about the ghost race and the corpse race to Xiaochen. In terms of individual strength, the ghost race and the corpse race were far ahead of the 5 major races of the Kunlun realm. However, the two races cultivated the Death Great Tao. One hooked souls, and the other dug graves. What they did went against the heavenly Tao. Hence, the population of the two races could not develop. The distribution of power in the ghost domain and the corpse domain was not as complicated as that of the human race and the fiend race. They only had one sect, the corpse god palace and the spirit palace. Although there were conflicts between factions, they were much better than the human race and the fiend race, far less complicated than the human race and the fiend race. The two races normally kept a low profile. Of the two races, the ghost race was the most mysterious. The ghost race cultivators were born with yin-yang eyes, which allowed them to see all sorts of wandering souls invisible to the naked eye. Chapter 796. Rumor had it that the headquarters of the Netherworld Palace was located in the Nine Hells Purgatory, and that there was a grand formation there that could draw in the souls of dead people. Of course, rumors were just rumors. The Nine Hells of Purgatory was a forbidden land of the Kunlun realm. It was buried more than 90,000 kilometers underground. Aside from the Nether River that flowed to the land of Absolute Yin, there were all sorts of terrifying scenes. Even Emperor Wu didn't dare to barge in recklessly. There were many unsolved mysteries that he still couldn't find the answers to. As they spoke, a resplendent and charming star appeared in Xiaochen's vision. With just a glance, he was deeply captivated. Compared to the surrounding dark and lifeless dead stars, this star's charm was simply too great, even though it was too far away to be seen clearly. However, it made one instinctively feel a throbbing from the bottom of one's heart. It had an indescribable attraction. Is this the human emperor planet? Bushan Palace's stronghold in the starry sky. I wonder which ancient senior had the power to transform such a huge star. Xiao had noticed this star and the jade pendant on his chest. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he immediately recognized it. It was refined by the Dragon's Gate's Qing Emperor 50,000 years ago. He modified a dead star single-handedly, turning it into the vibrant state it is now. When Elder Bai mentioned the Dragon Sect Qing Emperor, his eyes naturally revealed a trace of reverence. Many sects could build a stronghold in the starry sky, but that was only to open up a base in a certain part of a star. It was impossible to transform an entire star. Compared to the human emperor star, there was a world of difference. Of course, the human sovereign planet was much smaller than the Kunlun continent. However, it had been completely transformed into an ancient planet with life. Every place on the planet was suitable for human habitation. Even ordinary mortals could survive here. Xiao Chen's eyes were filled with shock. He had originally thought that it was refined and transformed by the ancient human race. He didn't expect that it was transformed by the Qing Emperor from 10,000 years ago. You must be very shocked, right? During the ancient era, the Kunlun continent was rich in resources. There are all sorts of ancient ruins, immortal cities, and cave abodes. Coupled with the fact that the various races are often at war with each other, very few ancient almighties would think of establishing a stronghold in space. Elder Bai continued, the true exploration of the starry heavens started after the War of Emperors in the savage battlefield. This matter is closely related to the deep abyss demonic world. What's the connection? Xiao Chen's interest was piqued and he asked curiously. After the War of Emperors, the Kunlun realm declined. The situation of the peak of the martial epoch never appeared again. The demon world's ambition to regain control of Kunlun is also growing day by day. They opened up a distant heavenly road in the boundless starry sky. After working hard for 10,000 years, they finally killed their way over from the other side of the starry sky. In the past, the invasion of the demon realm could only come through the spatial rift between the two realms. However, spatial cracks only existed for a short period of time, and there were spatial storms around, so opening them was not easy. Not many people would come. Although the demonic tribulation would be terrifying, it would not be a disaster. As long as Emperor Wu held down the fort, they would be able to ensure the safety of the region. This was nothing in the eyes of the powerhouses. However, at that time, the ones who descended from the starry sky and broke through the barrier of the sky was the demonic world's army. The 18 demon monarchs personally arrived, deeply shocking the various races of the Kunlun realm. Although the Kunlun realm managed to obtain victory after much difficulty, several ancient races died in the war. After this war, the various races of the Kunlun realm thoroughly realized the importance of the starry sky. Aside from obtaining resources, defending against the demon world's invasion was also of utmost importance. In the distant depths of the starry sky, there was a vast astral battlefield. On the other side of the astral battlefield, the demon world's base in the starry sky could not be truly eliminated. Sometimes, the demonic world held the advantage, leaping across the astral battlefield and forcing back the various races of the Kunlun realm. During the most dangerous times, they even pushed back to the barrier of the sky. Sometimes, the Kunlun realm held the advantage, leaping across the astral battlefield and nearly killing all the demons on the other side. The current situation was a stalemate. That kind of endless war in the starry sky had not happened for 10,000 years already. The astral battlefield became the peak experiential training ground for the junior generation experts of the Kunlun realm and the demonic world. Without advancing to martial sage, one would not even be qualified to enter. The astral battlefield was the strongest experiential training ground in this universe. Without advancing to martial sage, one would not even be qualified to enter. When Xiao Chen heard this, he could not help but feel his blood surge. However, he could only think about it for now. To him, it was still too far away. In the vacuum of the universe, there was no air. If one wanted to travel through the starry sky, they would need to circulate their veritable essence energy at every moment, which was very taxing. A regular inferior grade martial sage would not be able to remain in the starry sky for long. At most, they would be able to last a month before they had to find a place to recover. Otherwise, they would end up as desiccated corpses, forever lost in the universe. There was no distinction between night and day in the darkness. Xiaochen had no idea how much time had passed. When Xiaochen returned to the deck, he felt that about 1 day had passed. Then, the Haotian Sex King grade warship stopped on a star with a diameter of 1,500 kilometers. This star was only 1,500 kilometers in diameter. It had to be said that this star was indeed very small. At the very least, with Xiao Chen's speed, he could easily make a round trip if he did not run into any danger. The warship stopped beside a black mountain range. The surroundings were desolate, filled with black soil. When Xiao Chen stepped on it, he felt a strong gravity. This somewhat overturned his previous understanding of the starry sky. It looked like he could not apply the knowledge of the starry sky of his previous life to the starry sky of this world. Not far from the mountain range was a long, winding black river. The river was pitch black. As it was too far away, the naked eye could not see what was flowing. Blackwater Star was named after this river. There was a forest on the other side of the river. Thick black clouds drifted endlessly above the forest, making it look very mysterious. Be careful. I will go and collect the spirit vein. Split into 2 teams, each with a vice palace master leading the team to kill astral beasts. Do not leave the team, Elder Bai said with an extremely grave expression after gathering everyone together. Of the 100-odd people, there was a team of 50. Each team had a vice palace master leading the way. The 2 vice palace masters were roughly equal in strength. Hence, there was no saying who would be safer. Xiao Chen and Shui Hao were split into the same team. Since the 2 of them were stronger, the vice palace masters arranged for them to be at the back in case of any mishaps. I really couldn't tell. This is your first time entering the starry sky, yet you are not nervous at all. Along the way, the 2 slowly grew familiar with each other. Shui Hao voiced the doubts in his heart. Xiao Chen did not feel anything. This was his nature. He could easily adapt to any environment. Furthermore, even if he was nervous, he would not show it on his face. Changing the topic, Xiao Chen asked, "How strong are the astral beasts? With your strength, can you kill them alone?" Shui Hao revealed a grave expression and said, "There are many types of astral beasts. They are roughly divided into ranks, from rank 1 to rank 6. A rank 1 astral beast is as strong as a half-sage. A rank 2 astral beast is as strong as a martial sage. A rank 3 astral beast is as strong as a medial-grade martial sage. A rank 4 astral beast is as strong as a superior-grade martial sage. A rank 5 astral beast is comparable to a grandmaster-level martial sage. As for a rank 6 astral beast, only the blue-robed emperor can deal with it. As for me, I can deal with a regular rank 1 astral beast alone. However, if I run into a powerful one, I will have to be careful. Otherwise, I might even lose my life." Unexpectedly, the lowest-ranked astral beast was as strong as a half-sage. This was truly flabbergasting. Xiao Chen said, "Only rank 6. Don't tell me there are no astral beasts above rank 6. Shui Hao smiled and said, "Naturally, there are. However, astral beasts above rank 6 are simply too horrifying. They can swallow up a star in one gulp and are known as destroyers. We will not be able to find them in this starry domain. We will have to go even deeper to find them. Furthermore, only the Emperor Wu can deal with them." As they were chatting, Xiao Chen suddenly stopped. He fixed his gaze on a sharp black rock at the back of the group. The black rock was 1 meter tall and had an irregular cylindrical shape. As it moved from the bottom to the top, it slowly became thinner and sharper at the top. Shui Hao asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Chen waved his hand, indicating for Shui Hao to move aside. Then, he walked over to the sharp black rock and reached out to grab the hard rock. "Rise!" All the energy in his body surged as Xiao Chen shouted. Then, he grabbed the top of the rock and pulled. More than 1,000,000 kilograms of force burst out. Rumble. Cracks appeared on the ground. Following that, the rock shattered and flew into the air, shooting out in all directions. The entire ground shook violently. "Everyone, scatter!" The vice palace master in front shouted. The 50-odd people in the group reacted very quickly. They pushed off the ground and shot out. Cui Hao's expression changed slightly. What Xiaochen lifted was not a rock. It was clearly the tail of an astral beast. That astral beast was 300 meters long. It looked like a huge crocodile. However, its skin was covered in sharp black rocks, looking horrifyingly hard. Black rock crocodile, an ordinary rank 2 astral beast. Its strength is equal to an inferior grade martial sage. It is very good at hiding its aura and can travel underground freely. Someone recognized this astral beast and was extremely astonished. If Xiaochen had not fished it out in advance, someone would have been injured or eaten by this black rock crocodile. Xiaochen grabbed the 20-meter-long tail of the black rock crocodile and leaped into the air. Then, he lifted this huge creature and swung it wildly in the air. Bang! 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 As Xiaochen swung the black rock crocodile, he descended to the ground and smashed the huge body of the black rock crocodile into the ground. This repeated over and over, causing the ground to rumble. The rocky skin of the black rock crocodile fell off piece by piece. It tried to use the force of its tail to fling Xiaochen away several times, but it did not succeed. Instead, Xiaochen flung the black rock crocodile into the ground continuously. As he burned his vital qi, he used 1,100,000 kilograms of force to toy with this rank 2 astral beast. The group of people was dumbfounded. Was this still a horrifying rank 2 astral beast? Why was it like a toy in Xiaochen's hands? The vice palace master was also slightly stunned. As far as he knew, the black rock crocodile was not only very strong but also very capable. Chapter 797. However, after Xiaochen grabbed its tail and refused to let it go, it could not do anything. Xiaochen swung the black rock crocodile to the ground, not giving it a chance to move at all. The black rock crocodile let out a horrifying shriek, rumbling endlessly. Everyone watched as Xiaochen twirled the black rock crocodile around like a whip. For some reason, sympathy welled up in everyone's heart. That black rock crocodile was really unlucky. After a long time, the black rock crocodile's shrieks grew softer and softer. Finally, there was no sound. Suddenly, Xiaochen felt the black rock crocodile's hard tail loosen. A group of previous true inheritors exclaimed, "What a freak!" They quickly flew over to take a look. They saw that the black rock crocodile was badly mangled, no different from mud. If they had not seen it before, they would not have been able to tell that this was a rank 2 astral beast, the black rock crocodile. It was as strong as an inferior grade martial sage. When Cui Hao flew over, he was speechless. An astral beast actually died just like that. He smiled bitterly and said, "Xiaochen, go and see if there is an astral core." Any astral beast could fly freely in the starry heavens. By absorbing the energy of the universe, they had a chance of producing an extremely precious energy crystal core, an astral core. Xiaochen scanned the pile of flesh and blood with his spiritual sense twice. Then, he discovered a crystal core with extremely dense energy. Joy appeared on his face as he stretched out his hand. A suction came out, and a white astral core appeared in Xiaochen's hand. The eyes of the others lit up, revealing envious expressions. They said, unexpectedly, an astral core appeared. This Xiaochen is really lucky. Although the white astral core is an inferior grade astral core, it is more than enough to sell for a few thousand black astral coins. When Xiaochen heard the discussions of the surrounding people, he carefully put away the astral core. He asked, "Black astral coins? Cui Hao, what is a black astral coin?" Cui Hao also had a somewhat envious expression in his eyes. He explained, "Black astral coins are essentially the same as astral coins. However, they contain denser astral iron and are worth even more. All the large trading centers in the starry heavens use black astral coins for transactions. However, your luck is really good. The chances of an astral core appearing in a rank 2 astral beast and below are pitifully low. This black rock crocodile is just an ordinary rank 2 astral beast. As soon as they set off, Xiaochen already had such a harvest. For the rest of the journey, the true inheritors of the previous batches all rubbed their eyes and searched for hidden astral beasts. He managed to find several astral beasts. After a few battles, he managed to kill quite a few astral beasts. However, none of them had condensed an astral core. Upon seeing this, the Vice Hall Master smiled without saying a word. Along the way, he was like a spectator, neither pointing out the hidden astral beasts nor lending a helping hand. He allowed the group of disciples to freely fight the astral beast. The unknown black lava flowed downstream in the riverbed. From time to time, bubbles would appear and float out. When the bubbles burst, there would be violent explosions. The entire riverbed was covered in such bubbles. A heavy smell of sulfur spread in the air, making everyone frown. This river was the Black Water River that Xiao Chen and the others saw in the distance. What flowed in this river was not water but this somewhat disgusting lava filled with intense energy. The group of 50 killed all sorts of astral beasts along the way and finally arrived at the riverbank. When they saw this scene, they were not very surprised. After all, anything could happen in the boundless starry heavens. A river flowing with black lava was not something strange or incomprehensible. The Vice Hall Master looked around before fixing his gaze on the black forest on the other side of the river. Xiao Chen, Cui Hao, I'll leave this place to you. I'll make a trip to the forest and be back soon. After saying that, his figure gently drifted over the wide black river and headed for the black forest, slowly disappearing from everyone's sight. Clearly, this was not Cui Hao's first time dealing with this matter. After giving some instructions to his fellow disciples, he returned. Along the way, the group had not fought many battles. However, they were still somewhat fatigued. So they closed their eyes to rest or chatted idly. Their tones were filled with anticipation. Xiao Chen looked at the black forest. If he did not guess wrong, the Vice Hall Master should have gone in to hunt astral beasts of rank 3 and above. The Vice Hall Master left only astral beasts of rank 2 and below. Then, he let the group of people in and left them alone. Based on the fact that the Vice Hall Master did not run into any rank 3 astral beasts along the way, it was easy to figure this out. Indeed, not long later, sharp roars came from that black forest. Clearly, an intense battle was taking place. When we enter that black forest tomorrow, we should fight on our own, Cui Hao said as he tossed out a flask of wine, sitting across from Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen caught the flask of wine and took a swig. Then, he asked, "How long have you been in the Heavenly Battle Palace? It looks like you are already very familiar with this experiential training." Cui Hao took a sip of wine and smiled somewhat disappointedly. "It has been about 10 years. The experiential training is usually like this. They hunt down astral beasts that can kill us in an instant. Then, they scatter us and toss us in to fight on our own." 10 years sounded like a long period of time, but in Cui Hao's eyes, he didn't see many traces of time. Given Cui Hao's talent, he could definitely advance to martial sage before the age of 50. After advancing to martial sage, his lifespan would increase to 500 years. 10 years was indeed nothing in the long years that followed. However, at this moment, Cui Hao's expression appeared somewhat gloomy, looking very lonely. "Xiao Chen, what is the Tianwu domain like now? Have you heard of these people?" Suddenly, Cui Hao changed the topic, asking a question that had nothing to do with the experiential training. He mentioned several names, asking if Xiao Chen knew them. Every time Cui Hao mentioned a name, Xiao Chen would shake his head, indicating that he had not heard of them. When Cui Hao heard that, the originally gloomy expression in his eyes turned even more sorrowful. Only when Cui Hao mentioned a name did Xiao Chen answer, "And Juanxi. This person is very incredible now. He fought to a draw with the divine martial gates Feng Wuji and became the new holy scion of the Tianwu domain. He is now the most famous demonic genius." When Cui Hao heard this, he was stunned at first. Then, he burst out laughing. He laughed somewhat crazily. He took a big gulp of wine and said, "The waves of the river are endless. 10 years ago, the glorious and brilliant young talents were unrivaled. I did not expect that 10 years later, no one would know of them." Xiao Chen suddenly understood. It looked like the names that Shui Hao mentioned were incredible people back then, comparable to the 7 giants of today. They were all glorious and famous. Unfortunately, the age of geniuses had arrived. These names, which could have been passed down for generations, were overshadowed by the radiance of the later generations. The more tragic ones became the stepping stones for others. During ordinary times, becoming a half-sage at the age of 30 was already a startling matter. However, in this age of geniuses, they were just ordinary geniuses, unable to cause any ripples. Of the 7 giants, which one of them did not become a half-sage before the age of 30? They killed the older generation half-sage evil cultivators like they were pigs or dogs. Although they were full of lofty sentiments and lofty aspirations, the waves at the front did not have the time to express their aspirations before they were smashed to death by the waves at the back on the beach. Furthermore, it was the kind of ruthless stride that surpassed them, leaving them so far behind that their backs could not be seen. The peak of the age of geniuses only regretted being born at the wrong time, coming too early. To the cultivators who pursued the great Tao for thousands of years, this was truly a kind of sorrow. Outsiders would not be able to understand that sorrow. And Jianghu. 10 years ago, that brat could not even last 100 moves against me. Now, even the mythical Holy Sun cannot subdue him. After Cui Hao finished the wine in the flask, he poured it a few times. When he discovered that there was no water left, he casually tossed the wine flask into the surging black water. With a bang, it shattered into pieces. Xiao Chen remained silent. No wonder Cui Hao lost his composure when he heard that Jianghu had such accomplishments. It turned out that there was such a secret behind it. Cui Hao glanced at the previous true inheritors not far away, resting with their eyes closed. He said, "Xiao Chen, did you know? If nothing unexpected happens, most of the people in the Heavenly Battle Palace will advance to martial sage before the age of 100. In ordinary times, becoming a martial sage before the age of 100 might not be considered an absolute genius, but they will definitely become an overlord. After entering the Heavenly Battle Palace, these people all have all sorts of dreams in their hearts. However, you came and shattered all these dreams." Feeling suspicious, Xiao Chen asked, "Me? Actually, I have to thank you for coming early. Otherwise, if a large group of people came, it would have been even more unbearable." Although they have always been in the Heavenly Battle Palace, they know a little about the age of geniuses. They more or less guessed the ending. "Your arrival only woke them up," Cui Hao said in a somewhat sullen voice. Cui Hao said in a low voice. Although he was talking about them, whether he admitted it or not, he, Cui Hao, was indeed one of the people who had been beaten awake. This time, the two chatted for a long time. Cui Hao talked about the geniuses and outstanding talents of his generation, the names of those who had been outstanding in their time. Xiao Chen also talked about the current Tianwu domain, about the 7 giants who were undefeatable, about the demonic geniuses like the sovereign noble clans Yan and about the various outstanding talents of the Tianwu domain. In the end, Cui Hao drank too much and slowly fell asleep, leaving only Xiao Chen to talk. Xiao Chen spoke of his own story, his experiences along the way. He recalled many things and remembered many people's names. These names were once famous existences in the Sky Dome realm. Now, no one knew where they were. No one knew if they would rise up again one day. Toward the end, Xiao Chen suddenly understood something. The problem that perplexed him not long ago suddenly became clear. For the Purple Thunder divine incantation to break through from the 6th layer to the 7th layer, one had to undergo a lightning tribulation and a heart tribulation. Furthermore, if one was not careful, one would die, turning into ashes. At that time, Xiao Chen was indeed afraid. He was afraid of losing. He was afraid that after he died, he would have nothing. He was afraid that the fame that he had worked so hard for would be gone in an instant. Xiao Chen thought too highly of himself. He worried that after he turned into dust, he would be forgotten by the later generations. Hence, he felt afraid. Chapter 798. However, when one looked up at the starry heavens, there were countless stars. Even the most resplendent solar star would die of old age one day. In the past, Cui Hao had been very spirited as well. However, in less than 10 years, he became unknown. His glorious name faded with the wind. What did he, Shao Chen, count for? Even if time passed and he reached the peak of the great Tao, someone would eventually surpass him after tens of thousands of years. The river surged, and the waves were merciless. No one could stand at the peak forever. The peak was meant to be surpassed in the first place. With a panoramic view of the starry heavens, the expression in Shao Chen's eyes became increasingly clear and bright. I don't care what others think of me 10,000 years from now. In this life, I will do my best to reach the peak and fight for the first rank. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. The next day, the Vice Palace Master returned from the Black Forest, reeking of blood. The cultivators who were either resting with their eyes closed or chatting idly all had grave expressions. Everyone knew that this trial was about to truly begin. The Heavenly Battle Palace's experiential training had always been cruel. People like the Vice Palace Master would not help you. You had to deal with all the difficulties and dangers yourself. Unless there was an astral beast that could instantly kill a cultivator appeared. Only in such a cruel fight could one truly bring out one's potential. Only then could one truly achieve the experiential training's purpose. Otherwise, everyone knew that no matter what, they would not face the threat of death. They would feel that they had a path of retreat and would never be able to bring out their full potential. I have already slaughtered all the rank 3 astral beasts. I have also killed some of the peak rank 2 ferocious astral beasts that can instantly kill you. The rest will depend on yourselves, the Vice Palace Master said sullenly as he swept his gaze over the group of 50-odd people. This was not the first time the previous true inheritors had participated in such an experiential training, so they were mentally prepared. All of them soared into the air and revealed a murderous intent in their eyes. Then, they silently headed for the Black Forest. Shao Chen followed the crowd and carefully entered the Black Forest, starting his first small-scale experiential training in the starry heavens. The high-grade astral beasts in the forest had already been killed. To Shao Chen, this was not really dangerous. In fact, it was rather ordinary. However, hunting astral beasts also gave Shao Chen an opportunity to practice the lightning tribulation saber technique. The brand new lightning tribulation saber technique required intense battles to accumulate familiarity. 3 days later, some of the injured disciples were forced to withdraw helplessly. They dragged their blood-stained bodies to the Vice Hall Master to treat their injuries. With each passing day, a large number of disciples would emerge from the forest. Most of the people had gained something. A few of them even discovered ores in the forest that were no less valuable than the flame crystal stones, causing them to smile happily. There were also some people who were barely alive when they walked out, chased by the astral beasts into a sorry state. 6 days later, only Shao Chen and Cui Hao were left in the team of 50 people. On the other side of the Blackwater River, one could see the occasional flickering of lightning in the forest. There was also the drifting yellow moonlight. Clearly, Shao Chen and Cui Hao still had energy to spare. However, around dusk, Cui Hao came out with a joyful expression. When the others asked around, they found out that Cui Hao had obtained 2 astral cores in this experiential training. This was a great harvest, so they all felt envious. 8 days later, 100 bolts of berserk electric pythons suddenly shot out from the Black Forest and soared into the sky. They were 100 purple electric pythons. Under the observation of the previous true inheritors, they all transformed at the same time, turning from pythons into flood dragons. They roared ferociously at the boundless starry heavens, giving off a bright light that tore through the sky. Cui Hao's expression changed. He muttered, "It looks like his lightning tribulation saber technique improved again." The instant the electric light vanished, a white figure appeared in the sky above the forest, quickly descending towards the place where everyone was gathered. Soon, Shao Chen gently floated down, holding the lunar shadow saber as he slowly landed. When the vice palace master saw the withdrawn killing chi and calm expression in Xiao Chen's eyes, he vaguely felt that Xiao Chen was somewhat unfathomable. After the experiential training ended, the two teams met up. The other team had been waiting for a long time already. After everyone was gathered, the King-grade warship started its return journey. The journey back to planet Haotian was very smooth. They did not run into any ghost race or corpse race cultivators. One day later, they arrived safely at planet Haotian. Xiao Chen collected the deep-sea coumarin grass and the spiritual milk to recover quintessence. Then, he returned to the Heaven Series training room. There was less than half a month left in the Heaven Series training room. Xiao Chen did not want to waste any more time. After resting for a while, Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then, he started to count his gains on this trip. With a flip of his hand, 2 flame crystal rocks appeared in his palm. One had a dim luster, and the other had a moving glow. The flame crystal rocks were of great help to cultivators of the state of fire. However, they were not very useful to Xiao Chen. However, absorbing these 2 flame crystal rocks had a high chance of directly comprehending the state of fire, saving him a lot of effort. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen finally decided not to sell this flame crystal rock. Perhaps he might be able to use it in the future. This was a treasure that could only be found and not sought. Once he sold it, he would have to spend several times the price to buy it again. After that, Xiao Chen took out 2 white astral cores. After obtaining an inferior grade astral core from the Black Rock Crocodile, he continued his experiential training in the Black Forest. After killing more than 200 rank 2 astral beasts, he finally obtained another astral core. The astral core contained horrifying energy. Xiao Chen could clearly feel it. If this energy exploded, even his physical body would not be able to endure it. In the starry heavens, astral cores had many uses. Not only could they be embedded in all sorts of spirit weapons, but they could also be used as the energy source of all sorts of warships. In fact, if one were to use it directly and cause it to explode, they could even injure their enemies. However, no one would be so wasteful as to use such a precious treasure. Xiao Chen looked at the lunar shadow saber in his hand. This saber was a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. Most sovereign noble clan scions or powerful demonic geniuses would have weapons of the same grade as subdivine weapons. And Jianghu's true dragon lightning whip, First Senior Sister's purple bow, Yan Shisan's heavenly ice sword, and the inherited holy weapons of the 3 holy masters were all of the same grade. A good weapon could greatly increase a cultivator's strength. Previously, Jianghu did not have a suitable weapon, which was why he could not defeat the divine martial gates Feng Wuji. It was time for the lunar shadow saber to be upgraded. The demonic cores embedded in it could no longer keep up. They had to be replaced with high-ranked astral cores. The other materials needed to be replaced. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and said softly, "I have to advance to martial sage as soon as possible." No, time is too tight. The resources and materials needed to upgrade the lunar shadow saber to a subdivine weapon would definitely be vast. If he did not advance to martial sage, he would not be able to find so many resources. The opportunity to advance to martial sage lay in the breaking sage pill. It looked like after obtaining the heavenly dew divine spring, he had to make a trip to the Ying clan. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and finally took out the death throne. This was an absolute treasure that everyone loved and hated at the same time. A light flashed on Xiao Chen's forehead as he stared at the throne floating in the air. After a while, he finally made up his mind. Xiao Chen focused his vast spiritual sense on the purple lightning talisman. With a flash of electric light, he entered a world of death filled with black qi. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense turned into a body. He held the purple lightning talisman in his right hand as he looked calmly at the vast, boundless black death qi below. It looked like the world within the massacre throne. However, the scarlet sea was now black. Ha ha ha. To think that you actually dared to come in. This is my world. No one can escape. The black sea churned, and a strand of black qi came out of it. Then, it formed Wang Can's appearance. He looked at Xiao Chen's spiritual sense with a sinister gaze. Wang Can's eyes were filled with boundless arrogance and insufferably arrogance, preparing to swallow up Xiao Chen's spiritual sense. However, when he saw the purple talisman in Xiao Chen's hand, this strand of Wang Can's spiritual mark was greatly startled. Horror appeared in his eyes as he thought of something. Then, he quickly dove into the sea below. Lightning was the most berserk and tyrannical energy in the world. Of all the energies, it dealt the greatest damage to evil mental bodies. Without this copy of the divine lightning and the immortal lightning talisman, Xiao Chen would not have been so careless to send his spiritual sense into the death throne. Xiao Chen remained expressionless as he pointed at Wang Can's spiritual mark. The purple talisman flew out and struck it before it dove into the Black Sea. Immediately, miserable shrieks rang out in this strange world. All sorts of hateful curses surged towards Xiao Chen like the tide. Xiao Chen did not care about them. He let the purple lightning talisman strike the other party until his body and soul were destroyed, completely disappearing from this world. After searching for a while and confirming that he could not find Wang Can's spiritual mark, Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and retrieved the purple lightning talisman. However, Xiao Chen's expression did not relax at all. Wang Can's spiritual mark was just an insignificant existence in the death throne. The truly powerful one was in the depths of this boundless sea. That was an existence that made Xiao Chen feel fear. In the past, when he was on the massacre throne, he had suffered a lot from that existence's torture and torment. In a king-grade corpse dragon worship on the ancient starry heavens path, Wang Can paled and vomited a large mouthful of black blood. He said somewhat weakly, "Father, that person destroyed my spiritual mark in the death throne." The person Wang Can addressed as father was the expert with the golden corpse embroidered on his chest, who had blocked Elder by with a wave of his hand. This person smiled faintly and said unconcernedly, "This is for the best. You have not been able to subdue the evil king's mark in the death throne. If you hold on to it for a long time, it will be a hidden danger." Wang Can's expression changed. He asked, "Father, what do you mean?" Wang Can's father said sullenly, "His immortal will of thunder has a natural counter to this kind of spiritual mark. It might be able to completely destroy the death mark that the evil king left. At that time, you will obtain the complete death throne and become a powerful corpse king. If you can subdue the massacre throne as well, you will definitely be world-shaking." After Wang Can heard that, he could not help but reveal an excited expression. Chapter 799. The Black Sea roared ferociously in the world inside the throne. There seemed to be a boundless abyss in the distance, looking at Xiao Chen emotionlessly. Immortal scripts slowly flowed on the purple lightning talisman in Xiao Chen's hand, flickering with a faint golden light. Electricity crackled. Xiao Chen looked into the distance and entered deep thought. Massacre and death were one in the first place. Without massacre, there would be no death. Massacre was the method, and death was the result. The two were related to the beginning and the end. From a certain point of similarity, they should be the same state. With such a common state, Xiao Chen thought of reincarnation. The end did not mean the end. However, the state that reincarnation represented was very vast. It was not something that could be combined with massacre and death. Xiao Chen could only be sure of the answer after he collected the other 5 thrones. The others only focused on a single attribute of the throne. The corpse race and the ghost race wanted the death throne because it was compatible with the death Dao that they cultivated. They could better control corpses and ghosts, greatly increasing their strength. However, Xiao Chen thought even further. Of course, his answer might not be correct. When the 7 thrones merged, it did not represent reincarnation. It was the primal chaos, eternal life, or nothingness. No one could say for sure. Xiao Chen stared at the farthest part of the sea. In the end, he gave up on making a move. Ordinary people only needed to focus on one state to become a powerful expert. Right now, Xiao Chen had not even completely grasped the massacre Dao. If he tried to cultivate the death Dao, he would be seeking his own death. It was like an ant overestimating itself and trying to eat an elephant. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense flashed, and he leaped out. His vision returned to the real world. With a flip of his hand, he placed the death throne in his universe ring. If he could collect all 7 thrones in the future, he might be able to cultivate an unprecedented peak state. In less than half a month, the Sage War, which would determine the spots for the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring, would begin. He had to make good use of the Heaven Series training room. The pressure in the combat room increased. Ignoring his fatigue and hard work, Xiaoqun continued to stabilize his new lightning tribulation saber technique, bringing it closer to himself. 5 days later, when the spiritual milk ran out, Xiaoqun dragged his injured body to the cultivation room. Then, he frantically absorbed the spiritual energy of the spirit vein's origin under the prayer mat. Soon, the last day of the Heaven Series training room arrived. Xiaoqun took out the energy crystal of Emperor Wu's will clone. After activating the energy crystal, an old man made of light instantly appeared in the combat room of the Heaven Series training room. The old man's aura did not look very strong. At the very least, Xiaoqun did not feel any pressure. The will clone sealed in this crystal looks like it only has 100th or 1,000th of a martial emperor's strength. However, it should still have its combat experience and techniques. That should be enough. The old man wore robes of alternating blue and white. He stood there empty-handed as he looked at Xiaoqun, his eyes gleaming with spirit. He said, "My true body is already destroyed. This will clone has been used for several thousand years already. I can only appear for an hour now. Make good use of it." Xiaoqun nodded his head seriously. He slowly drew the lunar shadow saber and slowly accumulated his aura. A vast sea slowly appeared behind him. It was the dragon subduing Slash's blue dragon emerging from the sea. Xiaoqun had never used this crystal that sealed Emperor Wu's will avatar. He planned to use it to comprehend the third move of the dragon subduing Slash. The lightning tribulation saber technique was a commonly used martial technique. The dragon subduing Slash was the true trump card. Rumble. 999 pillars of water soared into the sky. A blue dragon leaped out of the sea, and a 300-meter-long dragon-shaped saber chi instantly formed. Xiaoqun roared ferociously. It sounded like a true dragon roaring as he hacked at the old man in front. The old man was slightly stunned. When he saw the saber technique Xiaoqun executed, he said, "I have not seen the dragon subduing Slash for several tens of thousands of years. You learned it pretty well. Unfortunately, you are still far from great perfection." The old man kicked off the ground and gathered all his quintessence in his palm. He spun around and quickly dodged the strong wind formed by the dragon-shaped saber chi. Xiaoqun used the choking hand to choke the neck of the dragon-shaped saber chi. The mighty and unparalleled dragon-shaped saber chi with a flourishing aura seemed to have struck its weakness, instantly scattering. Xiaoqun was startled. He had not expected the blue dragon emerging from the sea to have such an opening. Xiaoqun stomped on the air, and an inextinguishable dragon roar came from his body. His figure advanced rapidly. When his aura reached its peak, Xiaoqun soared into the air. Auspicious clouds covered his body, materializing a soaring dragon. The old man's figure flickered. He smiled and said, "This move is pretty good. You have already grasped 80% of its essence." The old man's clothes fluttered, and his expression sank. He formed hand seals and pointed ferociously at Xiaoqun, who was soaring like a true dragon. A huge finger seemed to come from beyond the heavens, carrying a strong heavenly might. It gently tapped Xiaoqun's aura, pressing down on him the moment his aura rose. Bang! Blood leaked out of a corner of Xiaoqun's mouth. The soaring dragon's momentum was instantly broken, and he tumbled a few times before standing up. As Xiaoqun looked at the old man in the air, he entered deep thought. The strength that the other party used was no stronger than peak inferior grade martial sage. However, he could easily find the openings in Xiaoqun's moves and break them. However, this was a good thing. Xiaoqun was not afraid of openings. He was afraid of openings that he did not know and could still be pleased with himself. Again. The sounds of intense fighting rang out in the combat room once more. Although the old man was only an inferior grade martial sage, he relied on his vast combat experience and insight to torture Xiao Chen to the point where he hovered between life and death. After more than 100 moves, Xiao Chen finally patched up some of the weaknesses of Return of the Azure Dragon and Dragon Soars in the Sky. He had gained a lot. The light on the old man's body dimmed. Soon, he would return to the crystal. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, and the blue dragon martial spirit in his dantian split into two. The quintessence it carried flowed along two different meridians. Slowly, two azure-colored dragon images appeared on the slender lunar shadow saber in Xiao Chen's hand. They coiled around the saber. A speck of light as resplendent as the sun appeared at the tip of the saber. Dragon subduing slash's third move, twin dragons playing with pearls. The saber tip flashed with light, and in an instant, it reflected the old man's figure. Then, it quickly flew towards him. The two dragon images formed and chased after that speck of light. When the old man saw this move, his expression turned somewhat grave. He glanced at that formless light, and his figure flickered around the combat room. However, no matter how the old man dodged, that speck of light locked onto the old man and chased him relentlessly. The two dragon images quickly formed behind it. The dragon scales on the old man's body were clearly visible. The dragon horns on the old man's head and the dragon chi he spat out made it hard to distinguish the real from the fake. A faint dragon might slowly spread out. Finally, the old man sighed helplessly and stopped. He said, "Never mind. I should have known that I would not be able to dodge such a shameless move." That speck of light instantly entered the old man's body, and the two blue dragons flew out. A strong wind blew, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. The old man threw a palm strike and circulated his quintessence, using the remaining energy to clash head-on with this move. An intense explosion rang out, accompanied by the horrifying fluctuations of surging quintessence. A wave of cyan light swept out. Ka-cie. Ka-cie. Several combat puppets stopped at the edge of the combat room instantly collapsed. When everything vanished, the old man's figure could no longer be seen. He must have returned to the crystal. Xiao Chen panted, his complexion pale. This move used his origin energy and exhausted a lot of it. However, it looked like the effects were pretty good. Even Emperor Wu could not find any openings. Unable to dodge, he could only receive it head-on. Two dragons playing with pearls was just the beginning. If Xiao Chen cultivated it further, he could execute 3 dragons playing with pearls, 4 dragons playing with pearls, and even the highest level of 9 dragons playing with pearls. When Xiao Chen saw some of the precious combat puppets in the combat room shattered into pieces, he felt somewhat vexed. He did not know if the Haotian sect would call him over for compensation. Closing his eyes and sitting cross-legged, Xiao Chen entered a state of selflessness. Then, he started to carefully comprehend his gains in the past hour, memorizing the openings of the first 2 moves of the dragon subduing slash. When the sky turned dark, Shui Lingling's cry came from outside the Heaven Series training room. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and executed Thunder Dragon steps, leaping out the door in a few breaths. Shui Lingling glanced at Xiao Chen and discovered that the expression in his eyes had become even more reserved. She could no longer see through him. When Xiao Chen looked carefully, the purple heavenly sage laws behind him were actually hazy as well. She could only see countless electric sparks crackling and flickering endlessly. As Xiao Chen walked, he gained a sharpness that had not been there before. He gave off a faint king-grade true dragon chi, which surprised Shui Lingling the most. In the past, Xiao Chen had been this reserved as well, simple and unadorned. However, he had kept his sharpness hidden in his heart, not revealing it at all. Now, for some reason, he actually revealed a trace of his sharpness. Given his cultivation, it was not that he could not control this sharpness. Instead, he did it casually, not suppressing it on purpose. Did this mean that the unparalleled saber with unparalleled sharpness had already decided to leave its scabbard and fight for its place in this age of geniuses? With just one meeting, Shui Lingling thought of many things from Xiao Chen. Furthermore, her guesses were very accurate. Xiao Chen glanced at Shui Lingling, feeling somewhat astonished. Her improvement in the past month was no weaker than his. Xiaochen did not know where exactly she cultivated, but the effects were no weaker than in the Heaven series training room. First senior sister, why are you looking for me? Xiaochen asked. Shui Lingling took out a crystal and handed it to Xiaochen seriously. This is a will clone that my master specially condensed for you. It has 1/10 of his strength. To condense this will clone, he needs to recuperate for 5 years. However, as long as a martial emperor does not appear, this will clone can protect your life at any time. Xiaochen received the crystal and felt the energy in it. It was much stronger than the aura of the old man in the cultivation room. Hence, what Shui Lingling said was true. Such a life-saving item was something that Xiaochen urgently needed. He could not help but have a favorable impression of this Haotian emperor, whom he had never met before. Haha. Let's go. Let's gather at the first elder's place. We are going to the central province's Bushan Palace. Chapter 800. Shui Lingling smiled gently and called out the profound sun bird. Then, she picked up Xiaochen and flew to a rather majestic transportation formation on the Haotian star. Spiritual energy filled the undulating mountain ranges. Lush vegetation filled the air, and spirit beasts roamed the place. The dense aura of life made it impossible to associate this place with the cold starry heavens. The surroundings of the Haotian sect of this star had been completely remodeled. It was not much different from the Kunlun realm. Xiaochen and Shui Lingling arrived above a transportation formation surrounded by 4 mountain peaks. The first elder, Han Xinghe, several inner sect elders, and the many true inheritors preparing to participate in the Sage War arrived. Yu Chenxi, Jun Si, and the others had all arrived long ago. When Xiaochen saw these familiar faces, he asked, First senior sister, could it be that we use this transportation formation to get directly to the central province's Bushan Palace? Shui Lingling smiled gently and said, What's wrong? Do you think that it is impossible? With enough astral cores, we can even send you to the Sky Dome realm. This is something the Haotian sect spent the blood and sweat of the 4th generation of Emperor Wu to build. Directly send me back to the Sky Dome realm? When Xiaochen heard this, his eyes lit up. He still had many ties to the Sky Dome realm. They were all there, Lu Riyue, Lu Suifeng, old friends of the Xiao clan. Xiao Yulan, Feng Feishue, Yingyu, all these fresh names were etched in the depths of Xiaochen's mind. He had never forgotten them. In the past, Xiaochen had thought that he would not return until he reached Emperor Wu. However, now that he thought about it, this was a heartless promise. Martial Emperor was the peak of the martial Dao. Xiaochen did not know how long it would take before he could reach it. Shui Lingling's ordinary words unintentionally touched the softest part of Xiaochen's heart. Junior brother Xiaochen, are you all right? We are going down. Xiaochen came back to his senses, smiled, and gently landed on the ground. When the first elder, Han Xinghe, saw the two of them coming over, he gently waved his hand and called them to the side. His expression was somewhat grave as he said, Let me tell you two some bad news. The sovereign noble clans of the profound domain will be coming to participate in the sage saint ranking of our Bushan Palace. Xiaochen's expression did not change, but ripples appeared in his heart. The strength of the sovereign noble clans was comparable to the Holy Lands. Normally, they would not submit to the Bushan Palace. The ranking of the proud son of heaven ranking did not include these people. Yan Shisan's horrifying strength. If all the scions of the sovereign noble clans were as strong as him, the proud son of heaven ranking would not be able to rank them. If he wanted to get into the top 10 in this sage war and obtain a spot for himself, he would probably have to face some difficulties. Shui Lingling said mockingly, They must be here for the heavenly dew divine spring. Normally, these sovereign noble clans do not care about the life or death of the human race. Now, they know that they are part of the human race. The heavenly dew divine spring cleansed the marrow and cleansed the blood. It was infused with the heavenly Tao's origin energy. It contained great luck, allowing a cultivator to advance to martial emperor before the age of 100. In Kunlun Mountain, it took 10,000 years for the heavenly dew divine spring to fill up. This was a rare opportunity. It would be hard for those sovereign noble clans not to think about it. Han Xinghe sighed. Under the combined pressure of the four sovereign noble clans, the Bushan Palace had no choice but to take a step back. If they really started a civil war, the human race would not be able to bear it. An inner sect elder at the side said helplessly, "We can only blame the three holy masters for not living up to expectations in the past few years. If the Dragon's Gate's Qing Emperor were still around, these sovereign noble clans would not dare to say anything." Han Xinghe said, "Now that things have come to this, there is no point in complaining. The two of you just have to do your best." There were many outstanding talents in history who did not soak in this heavenly dew divine spring. Han Xinghe spoke very generously, but everyone could hear the regret in the first elder's voice. Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and said, "First elder, rest assured. Xiao Chen has received many favors from the Haotian sect. On this trip, I will definitely fight for a spot for the Haotian sect." As Xiao Chen spoke, he revealed his sharpness, showing great self-confidence. Shui Lingling said with a resolute expression, "First elder, rest assured. Shui Lingling will also do her best to fight for a spot for the Haotian sect." Han Xinghe smiled faintly. Under the influence of the two, he said with a heroic spirit, "Since the two of you are so confident, why would I say such discouraging words? I would be undervaluing myself too much. So what if the sovereign noble clans come? Let's go. Let's fight them for now." After the first elder spoke, he gave some instructions. The nearby inner sect elders started to slowly fill the complicated and vast interstellar transportation formation with high-ranked astral cores. So. Pillars of light shot up from the formation lines. Space started to fluctuate intensely, and a huge black hole appeared above everyone's heads. The interior of the black hole was intertwined with complex time and space coordinates. A boundless suction force surged out, directly pulling everyone in. Xiao Chen felt his body stretch infinitely. Finally, he turned into tiny particles. His body disappeared, leaving only his thoughts in this space-time tunnel. Xiao Chen flew off into the distance at a speed that cultivators could not comprehend. By the time Xiao Chen felt his body reassemble, the group had already arrived at another transportation formation. When they looked around, they saw a sea of people. The scenery also felt familiar. "We've arrived. Let's go directly to the proud son of heaven ranking." Han Xinghe waved his hand, and a king-grade warship appeared. Then, he raised the Haotian sect's banner and led the group to the Bushan Palace's proud son of heaven ranking. The surroundings were densely packed with all sorts of warships and spirit beasts. The air buzzed with noise. All the superior grade sects of the entire Tianwu domain had arrived. The Sage War was a major event of the human race every 4 years. At that time, the proud son of heaven ranking would be completely disrupted and reshuffled. Coincidentally, this Sage War happened to coincide with the reopening of the Heavenly Dew Divine Lake. Such a grand scene was not strange at all. However, Xiao Chen was not used to going from absolute silence to such a noisy environment. The warship traveled through the somewhat crowded sky. After 1 hour, they finally arrived at the proud son of heaven ranking. The original sage wall had been moved somewhere else. Now, only 1,000 sage lamps remained, arranged in the shape of a pyramid. An empty space appeared within 5 kilometers of the proud son of heaven ranking. It was like a formless barrier covered the entire area from the sky to the ground. The warships that gathered from all directions collapsed from top to bottom. With the proud son of heaven ranking as the core, they formed a huge ring. Xiao Chen stood on the deck and looked down. At the bottom of the proud son of heaven ranking, he saw his lamp. He could not help but feel slightly stunned. Then, he revealed a smile. It had been close to 2 years. Unexpectedly, no one had been able to break his lamp yet. The Haotian sect's people are here. There were at least 3,000 or 4,000 warships stationed around the proud son of heaven ranking, from the ground to the sky. The flag on each warship represented a sect. With one glance, although there were many sects, the true 9 ranks of the great families were few in number. This was especially so for the ones like the Haotian sect, which could be considered part of the 9 ranks of the great families, which were even rarer. When the proud son of heaven ranking appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of several people, many of whom were old acquaintances of Shao Chen. The full moon pavilion's Feng Xingsheng, the battle realm's Niu Dang, the Shiman noble clan's Shiman Bao, the thousand mystery sects Hua Dao, the seven giants Wang Meng, and the passionate young master, Murong Lingfeng, had all arrived long ago. I heard that the demonic genius who occupied the last rank of the proud son of heaven ranking for close to 2 years is on the Haotian sect's warship. That fellow is really a demonic genius. After coming to the Kunlun realm for 2 years, he already comprehended a will and defeated the extreme Yin sects by Wuxia. However, he is really too insincere. He occupied the last rank for 2 years without bothering about it. Who knows how many new disciples of the various sects are cursing him in secret? There is no reward for being the last rank. This fellow does not know how to spend some time to increase his ranking. Shao Chen felt somewhat surprised. He had not expected all the discussions about the Haotian sect to focus on him. Jun Si, who was at the side, smiled and said, "Junior brother Shao Chen, it looks like your popularity now rivals that of the 7 giants. In the past, when others mentioned the Haotian sect, they talked about our first senior sister the most." When Shui Lingling heard this, she smiled casually and said, 7 giants. Now, there are no more 7 giants. If one does not comprehend a will, they will be eliminated by the passing of time. They will never be able to stand at the peak. Shao Chen could not help but view her in a new light. Based on what Shui Lingling said, it seemed like she had comprehended a will long ago. However, he could not tell from her appearance. As Shao Chen chatted with the others, the noisy scene suddenly turned quiet. It was like someone incredible had arrived. Pu Ci. Suddenly, a bright, dazzling holy light descended from the sky. Shao Chen squinted slightly. 3 emperor-grade warships that surpassed king-grade slowly appeared in the sky. One looked like the deep-sea heavenly turtle, the black tortoise. One looked like the vermilion bird, the eastern divine bird. And one looked like the white tiger, the holy beast in the clouds. The holy light was very dazzling, enveloping everyone. The people of the 3 holy masters are coming out. The many cultivators, who had been silent for a while, looked up. Then, they all erupted in excitement. The voices turned into waves, rising and falling. As they drifted, several warships shook. The bright light could not obscure Shao Chen's eyes. The boundless holy might could not suppress the surging hot-bloodedness in Shao Chen's heart. The Phoenix's Passion Palace, the Divine Martial Gate, and the White Emperor City of the 3 holy masters finally saw their true appearance. He wondered how glorious the 3 holy masters were now. Whoosh! 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 Just at this moment, 4 warships appeared in the east. Holy might spread out, and the light they gave off did not diminish. Unexpectedly, they were also Emperor-grade warships that surpassed King-grade warships. From left to right, the flags on the warships had the words Yan, Ying, Jiang, and Lin written on them. These were the 4 sovereign noble clans of the human race. The warships of these 4 clans were no weaker than the 3 holy masters' warships. They seemed to be competing against each other. A few youths, male or female, stood at the bow of each warship. These were the absolute geniuses the sovereign noble clans sent to fight for the slots. This time, the 4 clans were very ambitious. Each clan wanted to obtain at least 2 slots, leaving only 2 for the other sects of the Tianwu domain. On the warship in the middle, a Jiang clan old man beckoned. 3 people jumped down from each of the other 3 warships, 1 old man and 2 youths. Chapter 801. The Jiang clan old man smiled gently and dismissed everyone else on the bow. Aside from the 2 core geniuses of the various clans, only the leaders of the various clans remained on the deck. These 4 old men were all Grandmaster-level martial sages. Furthermore, there was a bright light on their foreheads. They seemed to have comprehended wills. None of them were weaker than the Haotian sect's elder Bai. In fact, their accumulations seemed to be slightly higher. When looking carefully, the heavenly sage laws behind them all linked together, forming rings of light that ranged from small to large. With one glance, it was impossible to tell how many rings there were. It was clear that his cultivation had already reached the peak of martial sage. He was only a step away from becoming a quasi-emperor. The Jiang clan old man took the lead and said, "This time, everyone should have the same goal. So, to avoid internal conflicts, I feel that we need to discuss this first." The leader of the Ying clan group was an old woman who still retained her charm. A man and a woman followed behind her. The man was handsome and elegant, exuding a righteous air of royalty. If Xiao Chen were here, he would immediately recognize the woman beside the man as Ying Qiong, whom he had an agreement with. However, at this moment, Ying Qiong wore gorgeous golden battle armor, outlining her perfect figure. She wore a golden phoenix coronet on her head, looking very noble and honorable. Her solemn and dignified expression made it hard to connect her to the mischievous girl who played tricks in the Stargrave Palace. The Ying clan old woman said, "Naturally, we have to discuss this. However, how should we discuss this? Does old brother Jiang have any good ideas?" The two old men leading the Yen clan and Lin clan remained silent. Clearly, they tacitly agreed to the discussion as they waited for the Jiang clan old man to continue. The Jiang clan old man smiled and said, "It's very simple. Everyone will rely on their own strength. We will fight fairly and not kill each other. Later, 1,000 thrones will appear in the sky. Each throne will have a number behind it. As long as you can sit on a throne, the number behind it will be your rank on the proud Son of Heaven ranking. If you rank in the top 10, you will be qualified to enter the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring." Everyone knew about this rule. Every time the sage and saint ranking was reshuffled, it would be like this. All the rankings would be messed up and the ranking would be rearranged. Everyone looked at this peak martial sage of the Jiang clan, waiting for him to continue. The higher the ranking, the greater the reward. However, with the wealth of our four families, some of the rewards from Bushan Palace are nothing to us. There's no need to fight for empty titles. As long as you can get a spot, you can accept being in the top 10. This time, there are quite a few disciples from the various clans who have come to participate in the rankings. However, you and I both know that the ones who can truly compete are the heirs of the various clans who have comprehended will. In this aspect, our four clans are not inferior to each other. We all have 2 princes who have comprehended will. In other words, we can fight for 8 spots. The old man from the Jiang clan paused for a moment before continuing. "What I want to say is very simple. Regardless of which throne is in the top 10, as long as the core disciples of the 4 clans are fighting for it, the other 7 must give up unconditionally. They can only fight for another throne." The Grand Master level martial sages of the other 3 clans lowered their heads in deep thought. They felt that what the Jiang clan old man said was acceptable. In this way, the internal friction between the various clans could be avoided to the greatest extent, and the benefits of each clan would be maximized. The Ying clan matron turned her head and discussed with Ying Qiong and another heir for a while before saying, "Our Ying clan agrees to this agreement." The Lin clan old man nodded and said, "Our Lin clan agrees as well." The Yen clan grandmaster level martial sage turned his head and asked in a soft voice, "Shirsan, Shirsi, what do you think?" One of the 2 Yen clan heirs was Yen Shirsan, whom Xiao Chen had met once before. The other was Yen Shirsi. These 2 had similar names, but their auras were completely different. Yen Shirsan cultivated the killing sword Dao. He had a stern, cold, and emotionless expression. Yen Shirsi's handsome appearance was radiant and generous, giving people a natural sense of closeness. "First elder, just make the decision." "I have no objections," Yen Shirsi said in a melodious voice as he smiled gently. Yen Shirsan's lips moved, and he said, "It doesn't matter." In the end, the Yen clan also agreed to this agreement. The Jiang clan old man smiled and said, "Good. Let's discuss the specifics of how to make use of the disciples of the other clans to cause trouble for our competitors." While the 4 sovereign clans discussed how to obtain the most spots, the leading elders of the 3 holy masters were not idle either. They were anxiously making arrangements. At the same time, the clans that believed that they had the strength to fight for the top 10 were also anxiously making arrangements. However, most of the sect disciples did not even think about getting into the top 10. To them, the sage ranking was just a grand event of the human race that happened once every 4 years. What they needed to do was to take advantage of this reshuffle and the chaotic battles to fight for their own rankings on the proud Son of Heaven ranking. As for the heavenly dew divine spring, it was destined to be an unattainable fantasy. It was not something they could touch. The arrival of the sovereign clans pushed the atmosphere to a climax. All sorts of discussions rang out endlessly. The fight for the top 10 was about to begin. This would be a chaotic battle for all the geniuses of the human race. Whoever could stand out would be the center of attention. The glory of the past could only become history. Only by getting into the top 10 could one truly obtain a spot in this age of geniuses. Ka-ca. Ka-ca. Starting from the one belonging to Shao Chen, the 1,000 oil lamps on the proud Son of Heaven ranking started shattering one after another. The surroundings immediately fell silent. Everyone knew that the true chaotic battle was about to begin. The battlefield was about to begin. Until the end of time, my body is light. I am free and unfettered. Glory will not die for 10,000 years, hot-bloodedness will never die out. One will not grow old even after traveling 1,000 mountains. One will not come even after looking through the autumn waters and winter. I hold the sun and the moon and pluck the stars. What can I do even if the entire world is my enemy? When the oil lamp that belonged to the White Emperor city Xiahojue at the top of the pyramid shattered, a sage's voice rang out like the song of the great Tao, resounding in the world. The imprints of the predecessors of the human race all turned into images of light and soared into the sky. The voices of the various sages reverberated endlessly in the world. The disciples of the various sects on the surrounding warships all showed excited expressions. Under the influence of the sages' voices, they felt like they had returned to the ancient era, the most glorious period of the human race. Back then, at the peak of the martial Tao, hundreds of races fought in a chaotic battle. The predecessors of the human race shone with light, using great strength and wisdom. For the disciples of the later generations, they established a great empire, passing it down to this day and never falling. That was an age of epic proportions. Heroes came in large numbers, outstanding talents rose endlessly. Emperors were as common as the clouds, and sages filled the land. Now, the age of geniuses arrived again. The peak of the martial epoch would appear once more. Who could be unrivaled under the heavens and rule over the billions of humans? Since ancient times, the sages have always been lonely. The 10,000 years of mundane affairs are all for naught. A desolate sage voice suddenly rang out. The fire-like great Tao voice in the world suddenly stopped, and the image of a white-haired old man appeared in the sky. That was the spiritual mark left by the human sovereign of the ancient era. Even now, it had not extinguished. The human sovereign pointed to the sky, and the other human sages did the same. Boom! Space trembled, and a small world suddenly opened in the void. A black curtain of night covered the land. A vast star chart slowly unfurled in the sky. Many thrones with numbers on their backs floated in the dreamlike river of stars, giving off a light. After summoning the miraculous scene of the boundless river of stars, the marks left by the ancient sages flickered and vanished. However, after a while, the sect disciples on the 10,000 warships shot out like arrows. They gave off lights of various colors, showing fervent gazes as they flew towards the thrones in the starry heavens. In that instant, close to 100,000 cultivators charged out at the same time. The vast scene was indescribable. Naturally, the starry heavens were not the true starry heavens. That was just a small world that the human sages carved out. However, the thousands of cultivators was not just an empty number. Figures continuously jumped out of the warships of the various sects in a ring, continuously increasing this number. Tens of thousands of cultivators flew towards a small world at the same time. The scene was so majestic that several of the older generation cultivators sighed. There were 1,000 thrones in the starry sky. Behind each throne was a number formed by light. It represented the rank of the person who owned the throne on the prodigy roll. At the highest point of the starry heavens, 10 thrones stood out. They each stood in a corner and gave off a dazzling light. One of the golden thrones was even more unique. Not only did it stand at the highest point of the starry heavens, but its golden light was also dazzling. 2 soaring golden dragons were carved on the armrests, giving off the tyrannical aura of a king. That was the supreme throne of the proud son of heaven ranking, which represented the first rank, empty. Bang! 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 Suddenly, loud bangs resounded in the air. Several of the cultivators at the very front seemed to crash into something just as they were about to reach the starry heavens. A huge rebound knocked them back, causing their faces to swell. Their quintessence scattered, and they fell to the ground as they cried out miserably. However, there were also many strong sect cultivators who directly dove in without any obstruction. Then, they excitedly headed for the thrones at the front. That should be a test. Without a certain level of strength, one would not be qualified to compete for a rank on the proud son of heaven ranking. Even if the proud son of heaven ranking was reshuffled, no one would be allowed to take advantage of the situation. The other true inheritors on the deck of the Haotian sect's warship had already gone ahead. Only Xiao Chen and Shui Lingling had not set off yet. Shui Lingling glanced at the incredibly chaotic starry heavens. Then, she said softly, "Junior brother Xiao Chen, I will go first now. Let's meet at the highest point of the starry heavens." The profound sun bird on Shui Lingling's shoulder cried out sharply and turned into a clump of fiery light. Then, it quickly flew towards the starry heavens with Shui Lingling on its back. Xiao Chen looked at the cultivators filling the sky. They all had excited expressions as they struggled to reach their destination. Lofty aspirations surged in his heart. Being born in this great age was the happiness of all cultivators. Chapter 802. Elder Han, Xiao Chen is going as well. Han Xinghe stopped Xiao Chen and said, "Don't be in a rush to leave. There are some things that cannot be said in front of others. Now, you can finally say them. The sect master told me to pass a message to you." Xiao Chen stopped walking, feeling somewhat suspicious. The Haotian emperor, whom I have never met before, has something to say to me. Han Xinghe said sullenly, "The 3 holy masters should know about your martial spirit. However, due to certain reasons, even if they are not willing to see the descendants of the Qing emperor rise up, they will not do anything too excessive to you. However, it is hard to say for those sovereign noble clans. Back then, when the Qing emperor was in charge of the Bushan Palace, he was too domineering. Some of the sovereign noble clans were not convinced, so he destroyed 3 or 4 of them. Aside from the Ying clan, all the sovereign noble clans detest the Qing emperor. If they know that you possess the blue dragon martial spirit, they will definitely make a move on you after this battle." Xiao Chen felt slightly stunned. He had not expected there to be such a secret. Back then, the Azure Emperor could even destroy a sovereign noble clan. Exactly how strong was the strongest sovereign martial emperor of the Kunlun realm during the ancient era? Han Xinghe continued, "Although the dragon subduing slash has not appeared for tens of thousands of years, and many people have forgotten about it, those old fellows of the sovereign noble clans will definitely not forget about it. Hence, the sect master instructed you not to use the dragon subduing slash in this sage war." Xiao Chen smiled. However, there was no shock or fear in his eyes. Instead, there was a sharpness and rage. He said, "Xiao Chen appreciates the Haotian emperor's kind intentions. However, there are some things that will come." When Han Xinghe saw the situation, he said anxiously, "Xiao Chen, don't be rash. You still have a long way to go." Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and the lunar shadow saber appeared in his palm. His lips curled up into a smile as he said, "Future? Why should I deceive myself and others? I can't avoid it unless I cripple my martial spirit once more. I will never be able to avoid it. Running away is never the way to solve problems. I've been suppressing this anger in my heart for 5 years. 5 years ago, my father chased me out of the house. Now that I think about it, it was laughable. The reason was because I had awakened the blue dragon martial soul. Just because of a martial spirit, a father chased his beloved son out. Who can understand his pain? I can't tell anyone about the anger in my heart, and who can understand it? Who exactly did the Dragon's Gate's Qing Emperor offend? 50,000 years later, my Shao clan is still carrying such a heavy mountain, treading on thin ice. Since everyone in the world is afraid of the birth of the blue dragon, then today, I will declare in front of everyone in the world that there are not just 3 holy lands in the world. My blue dragon martial spirit is not something that cannot be seen. Right and wrong, gratitude and grudges were settled. Let all the gratitude and grudges of the past come to an end today. I've had enough. I've had enough. Since people will find out sooner or later, there is no need to care so much. Even if I die sooner or later, I will still die. Since that is the case, I should at least control my life and death in my own hands. I have accumulated resentment for 5 years, but I can't return to my home. I can't vent my anger. I've already waited for 5 years and advanced to peak unrivaled half-sage. If I still can't vent this anger, will I have to wait until I become a sovereign martial emperor before I can do what I want? How long will I have to wait? Will I have to endure this anger for another 100 years? That is definitely not me, Shao Chen. Definitely not. Let me be willful for once, let me settle my grudges and be myself. I am the descendant of the Dragon's Gate's Qing Emperor. I am Shao Chen. My apologies, Haotian Emperor. Electric light surged under Shao Chen's feet. With one step, he traversed 5 kilometers, instantly surpassing a large group of people. In an instant, he tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning, leaving many cultivators behind him. Boom! A figure landed on the deck, and a strong emperor's might spread out. This startled Han Qinghe. When he turned his head back to look, he saw that it was the Haotian Emperor personally arriving. Sec Master, why are you here yourself? The Haotian Emperor smiled faintly and said, since I have nothing to do, I came to take a look. This fellow really exceeded my expectations. He probably exceeded those 3's expectations as well. As Han Qinghe watched Shao Chen move further away, he asked, is that a good thing or a bad thing for him? The Haotian Emperor revealed a contemplative gaze. Then, he said, sometimes, it is impossible to proceed according to common sense. Perhaps one can really do something unexpected. Han Qinghe felt suspicious. He asked, Sec Master, what are you trying to say? The Haotian Emperor smiled faintly and said, this Shao Chen is not as simple as you think. The Dragon's Gate's Qing Emperor set up 50,000 years ago. How could he not have a backup plan? If he did not have a backup plan, the enemies he once offended would have killed all of his descendants long ago. Shao Chen is trying to cut off all means of retreat, forcing out the backup plan that the Qing Emperor set up. He does not want it to remain unclear. With his sharpness, he is destined not to be someone who can be easily manipulated. If he can really prove himself, I don't mind making a bet in advance. The Haotian Emperor revealed a determined expression as he muttered to himself. Without any obstructions, Shao Chen cleared the first floor's test and arrived at the small world. Starlight dotted the surroundings, and it was dark. It was like he was really in the starry heavens. All sorts of chaotic fighting sounds rang out. There were at least 100 cultivators fighting around each sovereign. Saber lights and sword images filled the air, and blood flew everywhere. Occasionally, someone died under someone else's saber. However, this place was rather strange. After someone died, they did not truly die. Instead, they appeared outside the starry heavens. These people were unharmed, but they could no longer enter the small world of the starry heavens, losing the right to continue fighting for the proud son of heaven ranking. Amidst the chaos, it was hard to avoid accidental injuries. As Shao Chen walked, he ran into several cultivators flying at him. If he could dodge, he would. If he could not, Shao Chen directly punched. With a surge of force, he sent a cultivator attacking him flying out of the starry heavens with one punch. After sending out 100 people, Shao Chen's horrifying strength finally turned the area within 1 kilometer of him into a pure land. No one dared to barge in. Shao Chen shifted his gaze upwards, looking at the 10 sovereigns at the very top of the starry heavens. The surrounding bustling scene and the sovereigns within easy reach were not his target. The cultivators of the 9 ranks of the great clans and the sovereign noble clans fought for the 10th to 2nd thrones. The battles there were more than 10 times more intense than the ones below. However, the group of people surrounding the golden throne at the very top of the starry heavens remained silent as they cautiously looked at each other. The Phoenix's Passion Palaces Nuanmuyun, the Divine Martial Gates Feng Wuji, the White Emperor cities Shao Ho Ju, the Thunder and Lightning Palaces in Juanxi, the Yan clans Yan Shirsi, and the mysterious swordsman Duan Yi, who had recently risen up. The 5 of them all feared each other, sizing each other up. However, no one dared to act rashly lest they become a common target for the others. The first golden throne of the proud son of heaven ranking held a fatal attraction for some people. No matter how intense the competition was, they would do their best to fight for it. A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Electric light flashed under his feet as he executed Thunder Dragon steps at full power. Instantly, he crossed the starry heavens and arrived at the highest point. Then, he descended from the sky and slowly headed for the golden throne. Compared to the other 9, the number of people fighting for this throne was pitifully few. However, the intensity of the competition and the quality of the contenders was the highest. Without exception, these 6 experts were all demonic geniuses who comprehended wills. 3 of them were even legendary existences in the Tianwu domain. Their radiance and holy might deterred others from getting close. The first rank of the proud son of heaven ranking was not just an empty title. The luck of the ancient sages would land on it. The bountiful rewards of the Bushan Palace also tempted everyone. White Emperor city's Shao Ho Ju held a sword in his hand. His gaze was like lightning, seemingly piercing through the sky. As he stared at the golden throne, he displayed absolute confidence. Before the reshuffle, Shao Ho Ju already held the first rank. Now that the reshuffle was over, he did not intend to give up the first rank. However, the intensity of the competition this time far surpassed Xiao Ho's expectations. Not only did his 2 old rivals from the Holy Lands target the first rank as well. The sovereign noble clans Yan Shirsi, the lower realms Lux's mysterious swordsman Duan Yi, and Juanxi, who just fought Feng Wuji to a draw. None of them were minor characters. No one dares to sit. In that case, I, Yan Shirsi, want this throne. Yan Shirsi smiled faintly and moved his feet, preparing to land on the throne. Boom! Just as Yan Shirsi moved his feet, the other 5 instantly drew their weapons. A strong aura, accompanied by the light of their wills, swept out. The true dragon lightning whip in Juanxi's hand, the scarlet blood spear in Feng Wuji's hand, and the heavenly phoenix sword in Nuanmuyun's hand were all subdivine weapons. The instant they were drawn, a melodious hum resounded in the air, lingering for a long time. Shao Ho Ju remained as unmoving as a mountain. However, the azure ring on his index finger started to flicker with light, indicating that he was ready to make a move at any moment. Only the mysterious swordsman Duan Yi revealed a faint smile in the depths of his eyes, appearing the most calm. Under the pressure of the 5 experts' auras, undercurrents surged in the condensed air. Winds blew continuously. At this moment, all they needed was a spark to kick off a huge battle. Below the starry heavens, the experts vying for the other 9 thrones felt the horrifying auras merging together. Their expressions changed involuntarily. Due to the agreement, the other geniuses of the 4 sovereign clans could not compete for the golden throne. The other geniuses wanted to, but they could not, fearing that they would lose sight of others. Due to various reasons, these geniuses could not compete for the first rank. However, that did not mean that they did not yearn for it. Yan Shirsi gently withdrew his foot. His face, which was radiant with sunlight, cracked a smile as he said, "I was just joking. Don't be so serious. Brother Xiaoho, I see that your eyes are the biggest. How about you take the first rank?" Xiao Ho Ju smiled coldly in his heart, but his expression did not change. He said, "Yan Shirsi, why the need to put on an act? Since you want to compete, I do not mind letting you go first." No one was a fool. The first person to fly to the throne would definitely be attacked by the others at the same time, becoming cannon fodder immediately. Furthermore, one had to sit on the throne for 10 seconds before they could truly obtain it. How could it be that simple? Everyone here was an outstanding genius. However, they were not arrogant enough to think that they could defeat everyone else by themselves. They had to take advantage of the chaos. Chapter 803. And Jianghu toyed with the 9-segment True Dragon lightning whip in his hand as it flickered with crackling electricity. The light of the will of thunder scattered indistinctly as it resisted the holy might of the 3 holy masters. When Jianghu saw that golden throne, a fervent look flashed in his eyes. He wanted to move, but he resisted in the end. The atmosphere at the scene once again fell into a strange silence. No one dared to take a step recklessly. Just at this moment, a resplendent purple electric light suddenly lit up at the highest point of the starry heavens. That light was very dazzling and piercing. The electric light flashed for an instant before vanishing in an instant. If not for the stinging sensation in their eyes, they might even doubt the existence of this electric light. The 6 squinted and looked up. Their expressions changed at the same time. At some point in time, a white figure had appeared on the back of the golden throne. This person had delicate facial features and a cold expression. His white robes were pure and untainted by dust. He held a long saber in his right hand as he swept his gaze over the 6 with a calm gaze. White-robed bladesman, Xiao Chen. In that instant, the atmosphere of the place filled with undercurrents surged. The gazes of Nuan Muyun, Feng Wuji, and Jianghu, and Yan Shirsi all turned sharp. A strong wind blew, and thunderclouds spread out. The cries of the vermilion bird resounded in the starry heavens. The low roar of the black tortoise surged like a tsunami. The roar of the white tiger caused the winds and clouds to change. Xiao Chen's appearance ignited the undercurrents that had been brewing for a long time. Thunder Dragon's rage. And Jianghu's True Dragon lightning whip turned into a berserk lightning dragon. The light of the will of thunder gathered as it lashed at Xiao Chen. It was like Jianghu was holding a dragon in his hand. One finger breaking the heavens. A murderous intent surged in Xiao Hoju's eyes as he ferociously pointed at Xiao Chen. The ring on his index finger flickered with a dazzling light, and a huge jade-green finger tore through the air, creating ripples. It seemed like it really pierced through the heavens as it ruthlessly pressed down on Xiao Chen. Feng Wuji grasped the scarlet blood spear with one hand and gently spun it. The spear, as red as blood, spun rapidly, and the sound of a horrifying sea rose. A vast sea appeared behind Feng Wuji. The surging sea soared as the scarlet blood spear spun, forming a horrifying sea tornado. Suddenly, Feng Wuji pulled back his hand, and the scarlet blood spear stopped spinning. The sound of the waves stopped. However, the tip of the spear pointed at Xiao Chen, who was standing on the back of the throne. An immeasurably tall sea tornado descended from the sky, sweeping towards Xiao Chen. Nuan Muyun's expression turned grave, and a beam of fiery light shot up from the heavenly phoenix sword. With a casual wave, it turned into a vermilion bird in the blink of an eye and charged at Xiao Chen. Nuan Muyun's expression turned grave, and a fiery light soared into the sky from the heavenly phoenix sword. With a casual wave, it turned into a vermilion bird and charged at Xiao Chen. The smile on Yan Shirsi's face was still as bright as ever. However, a murderous intent surged in the depths of his eyes. The mysterious swordsman Duan Yi, who had been in the limelight recently, saw Xiao Chen again. However, he had not expected to see him here. Duan Yi's lips curled up into a smile as he casually sent out a pitch-black sword light. The mysterious swordsman Duan Yi, who had been in the limelight recently, saw Xiao Chen again. However, he had not expected to see him here. Duan Yi smiled and casually sent out a pitch-black sword light. The horrifying scene at the highest point of the starry heavens immediately attracted the attention of many people. The elders and disciples of the various sects on the 10,000 warships did not even blink. Unexpectedly, it was the white-robed bladesman, Xiao Chen, whom no one expected. Xiao Chen had always given the impression of being low-key, never taking the initiative to cause trouble. Why did he suddenly take the initiative to fight for the first rank? This fellow is really crazy. He is facing 6 absolute geniuses with wills at the same time. With such concentrated attacks, even the sons of the 3 holy masters would not be able to block them. After defeating Bai Wuxia, his confidence probably swelled a little too much. The Tianwu domain is not as simple as he thinks it is. The radiance of wills and the holy might of the holy beast martial spirit are already enough to suppress him to the point where he cannot move. How can he possibly retaliate? The shocking scene of the 6 experts attacking at the same time startled some of the older generation experts. When they saw Xiao Chen's actions, they felt like he was committing suicide. Seated on the throne, Xiao Chen's expression was calm as he watched the heaven-ranked martial techniques flying over from all directions, as well as the invisible will and holy might surging over. Xiao Chen grasped his saber hilt with his right hand and drew the lunar shadow saber. The purple talisman in his sea of consciousness flew out of his forehead and turned into a beam of light soaring into the sky before quickly scattering. Thousands of bolts of pure purple lightning formed from the immortal will of thunder descended from the sky. As they moved, they looked like thousands of lightning flood dragons roaring ferociously from a distance. Boundless lightning tribulation. Xiao Chen shouted and turned into the emotionless heavenly Tao. He waved his hand, and the thousands of lightning flood dragons charged down. Thunder roared and lightning flashed in the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky. The thousands of lightning flood dragons looked like a vast army charging at the heaven-ranked martial techniques that the 6 people sent out. Earth-shattering explosions rang out continuously in the starry sky, causing the entire small starry sky realm to shake violently. The cultivators fighting for the other thrones all froze. They felt a strange horror in their hearts as they stared at the highest point of the starry heavens in shock. All sorts of shock waves stirred up that place, turning it into chaos. There were the sounds of surging waves, the cries of divine birds blazing with fiery light, and the boundless lightning flood dragons tearing through the sky. There was a loud rumble, and an energy ripple swept out from that world. The other hundreds of thrones in the starry sky were all swept away. Several of the cultivators who just sat on the thrones were the most unlucky. They vomited a mouthful of blood and bounced off their thrones. This could be said to be an undeserved calamity. Xiao Hoju's jade-like fingers shattered. And Juanxi's berserk lightning dragon turned back into the true dragon whip. Nguan Muyun's flaming divine bird turned into a fiery light and vanished. Yan Shixi's 9-sun sword qi vanished like smoke. The pitch-black sword qi that Duan Yi casually sent out immediately turned into ashes. Xiao Chen's 1,000 lightning flood dragons turned into strands of wandering electric light, crackling softly in the air. The expressions of the other 6 people were somewhat startled. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen broke the martial techniques that the 6 of them executed together with one move. Although the 6 of them had held back, those were still the fatal strikes of 6 people. If it were any of them, they would not have been able to achieve such a result. Whoosh! The strands of electricity in the air quickly gathered together, and an immortal aura spread out. A purple will talisman reformed above Xiao Chen's head. It imitated the divine lightning and wrote Immortality. This was the light of Xiao Chen's undefeatable will. And Juanxi revealed an expression of understanding. He exclaimed with some shock, he perfectly merged his will with his martial technique. A perfect fusion. He actually managed to do it. Ignoring the shock on these people's faces, Xiao Chen stood on the back of the throne and gently leaped off. Then, he leaned back and sat firmly on the golden throne. In that instant, boundless light soared up from the back of the throne, illuminating the starry heavens. A vast and unparalleled tyrannical aura of kingship surged out like a vast ocean. The 6 powerful demonic geniuses could not help taking a step back. What kind of saber was a saber? An inextinguishable hot-bloodedness, an undefeatable saber? What kind of sword was a sword? A sword that dreamt endlessly and never broke? Since ancient times, beauties had always loved heroes. Outstanding talents competed with each other for the top. When the winds and clouds changed, chaos arose. The dream of 10,000 years would be fulfilled today. Who was not an outstanding talent? Who was not an outstanding talent? Regardless of the next life, it only mattered now. They would stand at the peak and fight for the first rank. The instant the thousands of beams of light illuminated the starry heavens, the entire sky turned into a golden ocean. The light was resplendent, dazzling everyone. The 900-odd contenders for the thrones below all froze. They could not help casting their gazes over. The various sect elders and disciples on the surrounding warships all showed expressions of incredulity. Xiaochen actually sat on the throne. He did not even bother to hide it before the 6 powerful demonic geniuses, casually sitting on it. He is really too bold. He sat on it for 10 seconds. How can he do that? At this moment, everyone focused their attention on the white-clad man sitting on the golden throne at the highest point of the starry heavens. You are seeking death. Xiao Hoju was the first to lose it. He had stood at the top of the proud son of heaven ranking for many years. How could he tolerate a latecomer trampling on his head? Heaven pointing drawing earth. He pointed out with a finger, and the ring on his index finger emitted a circle of blue light, fixing the golden throne in the air. It was as if he had really drawn a world. Then, an ancient stone finger descended from the sky. The index finger was plain, but mysterious talisman scripts were carved on it. Unexpectedly, a strand of Emperor's might spread out. Good. On the White Emperor City's Emperor-grade warship, the Grand Master-level elder leading the White Emperor City group could not help but clap his hands and cheer. He smiled and said, "This finger contains the essence of the White Emperor's heavenly might finger. It even emits Emperor's might. Even if that Xiaochen stood, he might not be able to block it." The other old men on the warship's bow also appeared rather relaxed. Remaining on the throne for 10 seconds was not that simple. Most people would wait for the others to exhaust themselves before sitting on the throne. However, Xiaochen sat on the throne in front of the 6 powerful demonic geniuses in their peak states. He had no intention of seeking death. This Grandmaster-level elder had just finished saying, "Good," when a small hole appeared in the starry heavens. A strand of divine light entered Xiaochen's body. In that instant, everyone could clearly feel Xiaochen's aura soaring endlessly from the throne. It felt like everything in the world wanted to worship him. Myriad heaven divine fist, deities descending, tenfold combat prowess, break. Xiaochen did not move from the throne. Instead, he punched at the stone finger descending from the sky. Xiaochen's tenfold combat prowess, which was now a peak half-sage, could even shake the sky. Its might was horrifying. Chapter 804. Bang! Before the old men's horrified gazes, Xiaochen's punch shattered the stone finger, which contained a trace of Emperor's might. The ring covering the sky also instantly shattered. How can this be? The group of old men were all stunned. Blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Hoju's lips as he moved back 100 meters. His expression was one of extreme disbelief. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen broke his superior-grade heaven-ranked martial technique. Pa! Right after the stone finger shattered, and Jianghu's 9-segment True Dragon lightning whip whipped at Xiaochen, creating long arcs of electricity that looked like it would split the sky in half. And Jianghu's timing was very precise, not giving Xiaochen any time to catch his breath or dodge. He wanted to pull out the throne from Xiaochen. Xiaochen's gaze sank. Just as the whip made of true dragon bones was about to strike him, he stretched out his hand and grabbed it. Before Jianghu's shocked gaze, Xiaochen caught the lightning whip in his hand. Immediately, a vast lightning-attributed quintessence surged out of the lightning whip and into Xiaochen's body. The defenses in Xiaochen's body isolated some of the lightning-attributed quintessence. However, a large portion of it still surged through his meridians and internal organs. And Jianghu's face lit up in joy. He was very clear on how vast his lightning-attributed quintessence was. If Xiaochen grabbed it like this, he would suffer severe internal injuries in less than 3 seconds. Hu Qi. However, before Jianghu could even smile, a horrifying force surged out from the other side of the whip. That was pure physical strength, unparalleled. Before Jianghu could react, he was pulled into the air by Xiaochen. His body spun around in the air, and when Xiaochen let go, he shot down like a cannonball. Boom! 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 Along the way, Xiaochen crashed into some unlucky cultivators. The huge force severely injured these cultivators, sending them out of this small world. Nguan Muyun and the others became completely anxious after Xiaochen blocked the attacks of two powerful demonic geniuses. Could it be that Xiaochen could really sit on it for 10 seconds? The cultivators on the surrounding warships could not help but hold their breaths, not daring to look away. Normally, 10 seconds would pass in a few breaths. However, it felt extremely long now. Nguan Muyun, Feng Wuji, and Yan Shirsi shouted coldly and charged at Xiaochen, trying to force him to stand up. Xiaochen did not panic. Since he had already decided to sit here, he naturally had a plan in mind. He might not be a match for 6 powerful demonic geniuses at the same time. Perhaps he was not a match for 6 powerful demonic geniuses at the same time. Xiaochen leaned back and flew back 100 meters, carrying the golden throne with him. Then, he pointed his saber at the sky, and the purple talisman above his head soared into the sky. The divine lightning tribulation descended, and 3 bolts of golden lightning turned into lightning flood dragons descending from the sky, charging at Nguan Muyun, Feng Wuji, and Yan Shirsi. As for the mysterious swordsman Duan Yi, he had already given up on the golden throne at some point in time and was flying towards the 10th ranked throne. The golden lightning flood dragons were formed by Xiaochen's immortal will of thunder. The expressions of Nguan Muyun and the others changed slightly. This killing move, which completely merged a will and a martial technique, could not be underestimated. The 3 had no choice but to stop and execute their best moves to block Xiaochen's strongest killing move of the lightning tribulation saber technique. Thousands of beams of light flickered behind the golden throne. Then, Xiaochen gently floated up with the throne. As the light shone, he flew another 1 kilometer. After the 3 blocked Xiaochen's divine lightning tribulation, they charged at Xiaochen again. However, they had already lost most of their sharpness. Xiaochen sat on the throne and brandished his saber, calmly blocking the killing moves of the 3. Bang! 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 The throne flew everywhere in the starry heavens. Everywhere it passed, it gave off a bright light. The other cultivators dodged, not daring to clash with its sharpness. Most of the 10 seconds had passed. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared around the throne. However, Xiaochen remained as unmoving as a mountain. To everyone's surprise, he sat firmly on the throne. Xiao Hoju caught up and said sullenly, "The 10 seconds are almost up. We can't wait any longer. Let's use the holy beast's will to force him out." A light flashed on Xiao Hoju's forehead as he brought out the form of his will. It was a snow-white white tiger that gave off an unparalleled holy might. With a thought, a fiery light flashed on Nguan Muyun's forehead. The will of fire turned into a vermilion bird. It gave a sharp cry and spread its wings. Feng Wuji pointed with his spear, and the black tortoise formed from the will of light let out a deep cry. Then, it also surged out with an unparalleled holy might. The 3 holy scions summoned out the form of their wills at the same time. The horrifying holy might merged together, encasing the entire small world. The vermilion bird, black tortoise, and white tiger were legendary holy beasts. At this moment, all of them appeared at the same time. Such a scene was very shocking. The holy beast's will of the 3 holy masters has not appeared for 1,000 years already. A holy beast. This is a creature that only appears in myths. Only the most talented people in the 3 holy lands are able to condense the will of a holy beast into a form. Just the holy might is already hard to block. Now, there is the might of the will. In the end, this white-robed bladesman is too ambitious. He wants to take the first rank. Soft discussions could be heard in the surroundings. The 10 seconds were getting closer and closer. When the final second arrived, the 3 holy beasts formed from the will of the 3 holy beasts arrived before Xiaochen. The brilliant holy might made it impossible for him to dodge. However, Xiaochen did not even think of dodging. The blue dragon of the east was the leader of the holy beasts. Back then, the Qing emperor was peerless. He swept through the world, unrivaled. He ruled the Tianwu domain's human race. When the demonic calamity arrived, even the other races had to submit to him. He was the uncrowned king of the Kunlun realm's post-ancient era, the strongest sovereign martial emperor. Back then, the three holy masters were not even qualified to compare to the blue dragon. 50,000 years later, they actually dared to work together to pressure Xiaochen. They were truly ignorant. The little azure dragon in Xiaochen's dantian suddenly let out a resounding dragon roar, shaking the surroundings. Surging holy might spread out, causing mountains to crumble and seas to surge out. At this moment, Xiaochen completely unleashed the king's holy might of the blue dragon martial spirit before everyone in the world without holding anything back. The anger that Xiaochen had held back for 5 years was vented with this roar. A huge dragon-shaped image soared up from behind the throne. Xiaochen, who sat on the throne, showed no expression. The moment the vast holy might of the blue dragon appeared, it blocked the combined holy might of the three holy masters. The two auras clashed. A melodious sound resounded in the starry heavens, like the sound of the sky shattering. The holy might of Nuan Muyun, Feng Wuji, and Xiao Hoju vanished without a trace before the holy might of the blue dragon. Only the azure-colored dragon might remained in the starry heavens. The manifestation of the three holy scions' wills had lost its holy might and was no different from an ordinary manifestation of their wills. The surroundings fell silent. When everyone felt the vast holy might of the blue dragon in that small world, they were all stupefied. The invincible sage might of the legendary three holy princes had actually been broken by someone. Thousands of arcs of electricity fell and gathered back into the purple talisman. Xiaochen infused the will of the blue dragon into it. Then, he stretched out his hand, and the talisman swept out. Ka-xie. Ka-xie. A loud cracking sound resounded. Cracks appeared on the divine vermilion bird, the holy beast white tiger, and the auspicious black tortoise. Then, they instantly turned into motes of light and entered the foreheads of the three. The three paled, and blood leaked out of the corners of their lips. As they looked at Xiaochen on the throne, intense shock appeared in their eyes. The three of them were holy scions. In the eyes of the world, they were unreachable, legends that would never fall. However, the strongest holy might of the three's combined will was still easily broken by Xiaochen. Even after 50,000 years, the blue dragon's holy might could not be erased. The blue dragon was the leader of the four holy masters. This was indisputable. The countdown of 10 seconds ended. The thousands of golden beams of light radiating from the throne suddenly merged together, forming a huge pillar of light. This pillar of light encased Xiaochen on the throne. The blue dragon image behind Xiaochen had not scattered yet. Instead, it solidified under the cover of the beam of light, not moving at all. Yan Shixi, the son of the three holy masters, and Juanxi. Before they could accept this, Xiaochen eventually obtained the first rank of the proud son of heaven ranking. The thousands of beams of light merged as the throne carried Xiaochen higher and higher. The starry sky in the small world continued to rise as the throne rose. On the 10,000 warships in the surroundings, be it the elders of the various sects or the disciples who came to watch, they all raised their heads and looked at that unique throne. When Xiaochen reached the highest point, he suddenly stood up and leaped down from the pillar of light. The vast blue dragon's holy might still lingered. Everywhere it passed, everyone moved aside. When they felt the holy might of the blue dragon martial spirit again, several people finally startled awake. When they thought of that legendary name, they all turned pale with fright. That is the blue dragon martial spirit. After disappearing for 50,000 years, it unexpectedly reappeared today. It really is the blue dragon martial spirit. The glory of 50,000 years ago actually reappeared. No wonder it could defeat the holy beast will of the three holy masters' son. Back then, the Dragon's Gate's Qing Emperor swept through the place, pushing the human race to the peak of the post-ancient era. He suppressed the deity race, fiend race, ghost race, and corpse race. From the last rank of the proud son of heaven ranking to the first rank of prime, this Xiaochen really has the shadow of the Qing Emperor from back then. However, the Dragon's Gate no longer exists. Now that this Xiaochen exposed his martial spirit, he will probably be in big trouble. All sorts of discussions resounded like a tsunami. The reappearance of the blue dragon martial spirit was definitely big news that would shake up the entire Tianwu realm. That was not right. It was news that would shake up the entire Kunlun realm. Back then, that name was like a nightmare to many people and many factions. The sovereign noble clans that refused to be disciplined were casually destroyed by him. Chapter 805. The god race, which had developed to its peak, had been ruthlessly suppressed by him just as they were about to show their strength. It was not until 50,000 years after his death that they returned to their former peak. The 18 demon monarchs of the deep abyss demonic world had come repeatedly, but Xiao Chen had blocked them all by himself. The Dragon's Gate Qing Emperor had too many enemies. Furthermore, all of them were powerful characters. Any one of them could easily crush the current Xiao Chen. Exposing his identity at this time was extremely disadvantageous to him. Sure enough, the crowd's guesses immediately became reality. Xiao Chen had just flown out of that small world when the three Grandmaster-level martial sages leading the sovereign noble clans, the Jiang clan, the Lin clan, and the Yan clan, soared into the air. The rings of heavenly sage laws behind Xiao Chen gave off a multicolored light that spread out for 500 kilometers, covering the sky and covering the sun. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen crossed the distance of 10 kilometers. Boom boom boom. The vast aura of a Grandmaster-level martial sage surged out like a solid tsunami. Some of the lower-ranked warships could not endure it and shattered. When the other cultivators saw this scene, they all gasped in surprise. The sovereign noble clans were too generous. Their decisiveness in making their move left everyone flabbergasted. 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages attacked together, directly attacking a half-sage. Any one of them could easily crush Xiao Chen with a flick of their fingers. With the 3 of them working together, how could Xiao Chen possibly survive? On the Haotian Sex warship, the Haotian Emperor glanced at the 3 holy masters in the sky, who did not do anything, and gently flicked his finger 3 times. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages all vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. Before an incomprehensible force, the high-quality sage-grade secret treasures on them shattered into pieces. The Grandmaster-level martial sages of the Jiang clan, Lin clan, and Yan clan landed on their warships with pale complexions. The heavenly sage laws behind them shattered with a ka-ca sound. The finger that the Haotian Emperor had imbued into them exploded again, causing the entire ship to shake violently. The other martial artists on the deck were all sent flying. Attack! Fire the Imperial magic cannons. Even if I die, I will not allow another Qing Emperor to appear in this world. The 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages showed horror on their faces. However, they did not show much surprise in their eyes. Without exception, they all appeared extremely determined. An earth-shattering battle suddenly erupted outside the small world. With just a single exchange of blows, it affected the tens of thousands of warships. Holy shit! When did the Haotian Emperor come here? Let's go. Let's go. If we get caught in the aftermath, we won't be able to survive even if we have 9 lives. All the battleships started moving at their fastest speeds as they quickly retreated, afraid of getting caught up in the battle that was about to happen. Their warships weren't Emperor class. Even if they were Emperor class, they wouldn't be able to withstand a casual blow from Emperor Wu. The Haotian Emperor sneered. Stubborn fool. Without the blue-robed Emperor, how could an Emperor-class warship unleash its full power? The Haotian Emperor stretched out his hand and thrust it forward. 64 rings of golden heavenly laws appeared behind him. Countless stars spun around each ring of golden heavenly sage laws. A blazing sun appeared in the center of the rings of golden heavenly laws, giving off a bright light. The heavenly laws behind him seemed to materialize the starry heavens of the universe. A gargantuan hand appeared above the 3 Emperor-class warships, covering the starry heavens and the universe. Then, it gently descended and sent the 3 Emperor-class warships flying. Brother Haotian, that's enough. A voice rang out in the air. A middle-aged man in red vermilion bird robes smiled faintly as he appeared on the Haotian Sex King-class warship. Han Xinghe, who was at the side, raised his eyebrows slightly and bowed. "Greetings, Vermilion Bird Holy Lord." The person who arrived was actually the current palace master of the Phoenix's Passion Palace. The Vermilion Bird Holy Lord's expression did not change much. He glanced at Xiao Chen, who was slowly rushing over. Somewhat speechless, he said, "I'll go and negotiate with the sovereign noble clans. This fellow is really unexpected. He is extraordinarily courageous." The Haotian emperor smiled and said, "I don't think he is courageous or not. As he said, what will come will come. Can he avoid it? The Dragon's Gate's Qing Emperor's name will make it impossible for him to hide forever." When the Vermilion Bird Holy Lord heard the words, Dragon's Gate's Qing Emperor, he frowned slightly and said, "It has already been 50,000 years. What is the point of mentioning that name? The Tianwu domain only needs 3 holy lands." However, the Haotian emperor said seriously, "However, the human race needs a leader." The Vermilion Bird Holy Lord's lips curled up as he said, "Haha. Him? Even the Thunder King, who was even more talented than him 5,000 years ago, failed to survive. Do you think he can?" After taking a trip to the gates of hell, Xiao Chen slowly flew towards the Haotian sex warship. Aside from Han Xinghe and the Haotian emperor, Xiao Chen also saw a blurry clump of light that seemed to be talking to the Haotian emperor. He also saw a blurry ball of light, which seemed to be talking to the Clear Sky Emperor. When he landed on the deck, the blurry ball of light disappeared. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute to the Haotian emperor who had saved his life. He bowed and said, "Many thanks, Emperor, for saving my life." The Haotian emperor raised his hand to indicate that it was not a big deal. He said softly, "This is all I can help you with. You will still have to rely on yourself for the rest. Advance to Martial Sage as soon as possible." Xiao Chen nodded. Right now, the most important thing was to advance to Martial Sage as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he ran into such a strong Martial Sage, he would not be able to protect himself. What you saw earlier was the Phoenix's Passion Palace's Vermilion Bird Holy Lord. He is also the person in charge of the Bushan Palace. You don't have to worry about the matters of the 3 holy masters' land. In the future, just be careful of the people of the sovereign noble clans. I'll be leaving first. Finally, congratulations on obtaining the first rank of the Proud Son of Heaven ranking. After saying that, the Haotian emperor did not linger. He opened a spatial tunnel and entered it. The chaotic battle in the small world of the starry heavens continued. The competition for the remaining 9 spots in the top 10 became even more intense. Xiao Chen glanced at them and ignored them. Then, he entered his room and started resting. After some time, the door to Xiao Chen's room opened gently, and Shui Lingling walked in with a smile. When Xiao Chen saw the smile on Xiao Chen's face, he felt excited. He asked, "First senior sister, you obtained a spot." "I was lucky and managed to obtain the 9th rank. The competition this time was too intense." Shui Lingling smiled gently. "After you left, the 3 holy masters' land and Yan Shirsi's group started to fight for the other spots. That scene was indescribably chaotic. The two chatted casually for a while. In the end, Shui Lingling could not help asking about the blue dragon martial spirit. After all, this news was too shocking. It was simply unbelievable. Unexpectedly, her own junior brother was a descendant of the Qing Emperor, the strongest sovereign martial emperor of the human race during the ancient era. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He was rather open-minded about this problem. He said softly, "First senior sister, just ask what you want to ask. I will definitely not hide too much." Shui Lingling was slightly stunned. She had not expected Xiao Chen to be so easy to talk to. After thinking for a while, she said, "Actually, there is nothing to ask. I am just curious. Why did you expose your martial spirit? It will bring you a lot of trouble." "Trouble?" A trace of bitterness appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. He smiled and said, "If there was trouble, it would have come long ago. The moment I awakened the blue dragon martial spirit, many people already knew about it. Only I treated it as a secret. Shui Lingling entered deep thought. Then, she said, 10,000 years ago, after the Qing Emperor dealt with the last Jianghu Emperor, he died mysteriously, and the Dragon's Gate was completely destroyed. Actually, you don't have to overthink this. Just treat yourself as an ordinary person. The glory of the Qing Emperor should not be a pressure on you. After the two chatted for a while, the first elder, Han Xinghe, walked in with a smile on his face. He said, the competition for the proud son of heaven ranking is already over. Aside from our Haotian sect, no other sect obtained 2 spots. No wonder he was smiling so happily. In the vast Tianwu domain, there were only 10 spots for the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring. The Haotian sect obtained 2 spots with just one of the 9 ranks of the great families. The Haotian sect even surpassed the sovereign noble clans and the 3 holy masters. However, luck played a major role in this. Of the 10 spots, the Haotian sect obtained 2. The 3 holy masters each obtained 1 spot. The Thunder and Lightning Palaces in Jianghu, by Wuxia, and the mysterious swordsman Duan Yi each obtained 1. When Xiaochen heard Bai Wuxia's and Duan Yi's names from the first elder, he was stunned for a while. The appearance of these 2 names had indeed exceeded his expectations. Given Bai Wuxia's strength, it would be impossible for him to stand out among this group of powerful demonic geniuses. As for that mysterious swordsman Duan Yi, Xiaochen could not figure him out. This person originally intended to fight for the first rank but gave up halfway. Furthermore, this person's gaze seemed somewhat familiar to Xiaochen. However, he could not recall when he had seen this person in the Kunlun realm. The final 2 spots went to the sovereign noble clans Yanshirsan and Ningqiong. The sovereign noble clans had come with great momentum and great prestige. Unexpectedly, they only obtained 2 spots. The sovereign noble clans could be said to be the most depressed faction in this trip. This was especially so after they learned that the blue dragon martial spirit had reappeared. When Xiaochen counted the 10 spots, he discovered that he knew most of them or had met them once before. The excitement on Han Xinghe's face had not faded yet. He said, "Come, the 10 of you have to quickly gather and head for Kunlun Mountain." So fast? Shui Lingling exclaimed in shock. Han Xinghe nodded and said, "We have no choice but to be fast. The people of the other races have probably arrived long ago." After leaving the warship, Xiao Chen and Xiaochen followed Han Xinghe to an emperor-grade warship. This was a warship that belonged to the Bushan Palace. The other 8 people had already arrived at the bow of the warship. They were either chatting idly or resting with their eyes closed. The moment Xiaochen stepped onto the deck, the gazes of the other 8 people immediately focused on him. The gazes of the 3 holy masters were the most complicated. All along, the holy beast martial spirit had been unique. The martial spirits of other cultivators were no longer useful after they advanced to martial king. Only the holy might of the holy beast martial spirit could be passed down continuously. Even Emperor Wu still had great might. Now, there was one more person. Not only did this person possess a holy beast martial spirit, but his holy might far surpassed theirs. Chapter 806. Xiaochen felt helpless. He greeted Ningqiong and Yanshirsan, whom he was familiar with. Then, he stood at the side with Shui Lingling and started chatting. After a while, a tall cultivator wearing official robes walked out of the warship's hold. Based on his aura, he was actually the blue-robed emperor. Behind him were the elders of the various sections. Most of them had faint smiles on their faces. No matter what, as long as they could obtain a slot, their sects would have 100 more martial sages within 100 years. The elders of the various sects who managed to obtain a slot were in a rather good mood. The blue-robed emperor said sullenly, "I believe the elders of your sects have already explained where you will be going later. I will not repeat myself. I will only say one thing. Treasure this opportunity well. It was not easy for the Bushan Palace to obtain 10 slots for you. Do not forget this favor in the future." As the blue-robed emperor spoke, his gaze lingered on Yanshirsan and Ningqiong for a long time. Clearly, the upper echelon of the Bushan Palace did not think well of the sovereign noble clans. They were clearly human factions, but they were not willing to work together. They did not care about the survival of the human race, only caring about their own interests. Furthermore, they were extraordinarily strong. Yan Shisan's stern face did not show any expression. Ying Qiong's expression did not change either. The two of them did not care about what the blue-robed emperor said. Kunlun Mountain was the center of the entire Kunlun realm. It was in the center of the profound domain and had existed for a long time since the immortal epoch. The Kunlun realm had 5 domains: the Fiend domain, the Ghost domain, the Deity domain, the Tianwu domain, and the Corpse domain. Each of the 5 domains was occupied by a race. There were 2 other domains, the Primal Chaos domain and the Profound domain. There was no need to explain the Primal Chaos domain. It was a land of chaos and evil, located at the borders of the Kunlun realm. The Profound domain was very different. It was in the center of the Kunlun realm and bordered all 5 domains. It had more resources and remnants than the other 5 domains combined. Almost all the elite factions and peak geniuses of the Kunlun realm had gathered here. The headquarters of the human race's sovereign noble clans were also here. It was not uncommon for the various clans to fight openly and covertly here. As long as one party was weak, the other clans would immediately occupy their territory. The Bushan Palace of the Sky Martial Domain, the Ghost Palace of the Ghost Domain, the Corpse God Palace of the Corpse Clan, the Thousand Deity Sect of the God Domain, and the Heavenly Demon Palace of the Demon Domain. These colossal existences like the Bushan Palace had stationed a large number of elite warriors in the mysterious domain. Aside from this, there were also ancient clans like the sovereign noble clans of the human race that had occupied this place for tens of thousands of years. The factions of the entire profound domain were very complicated and chaotic. The competition between the younger generation of the various clans was even more intense. It was not something the clans in their own domains could compare to. Half a month later, the Emperor-grade warship of Bushan Palace finally flew out of the vast Tianwu domain and reached the profound domain. However, it was still a long way from Kunlun Mountain. The Emperor-grade warship of Bushan Palace pierced through the clouds. Many ancient cities appeared before everyone's eyes. Several of these cities had great accumulations. Formless dragon images could be seen floating above the cities. That was the king's chi. This proved that a sovereign martial emperor once appeared in the faction of this city. Even after hundreds of thousands of years, sovereign martial emperors still looked after their clans. If the dragon images were solid, it meant that the faction of that city still had a sovereign martial emperor protecting it. However, most of the dragon images were immaterial. Very few were solid dragon images. The number of Emperor Wu who could be conferred king in the Kunlun realm could be counted on one's fingers. At least, that was how it looked on the surface. Xiao Chen looked at the scenery below. After he found it somewhat boring, he returned to his room and took out the painting of Qing Emperor drawing the saber. Soon, knocking came from outside Xiao Chen's room. He put away the painting and opened the door. When Xiao Chen saw who it was, he was not surprised at all. Instead, he felt that it was too late, much later than he expected. "Come in, then." After closing the door, Xiao Chen invited Ying Qiong in. At the same time, he poured her a cup of tea. Ying Qiong was not in a rush to sit down. Instead, she looked around at Xiao Chen as if this was the first time she saw Xiao Chen. "I really wonder how many more secrets you have." Ying Qiong sighed somewhat helplessly before slowly sitting down. Xiao Chen gave the other party a deep look and asked, "I should be the one asking you that. Why is it that when the people of the 3 sovereign noble clans saw me, they wanted to kill me with a slap immediately? Only your clan did not make a move?" Ying Qiong picked up the teacup and took a sip. She smiled and said, "Qing Emperor had friends as well. When he was in charge of Bushan Palace, our Ying clan could be considered his ally. However, Qing Emperor died 10,000 years ago, and the Dragon's Gate no longer exists. Now, it is hard to say how many people in the Ying clan still adhere to the alliance from back then." Xiao Chen thought for a while before asking, what connection does your clan have to the great Qin nation's royal court in the Sky Dome realm? Ing Qiong smiled faintly and said, it can be considered a very important branch of our clan. It is very mysterious, but I'm not sure about the details. That is a matter of the upper echelons, directly issued by the ancestor of our clan. Xiao Chen felt excited. It looked like if he had time, he really should make a trip to the Sky Dome realm. Perhaps Ing Yu knew more than he imagined. However, there was something else that was more important right now. Xiao Chen asked calmly, how are the 3 main ingredients for the breaking sage pill coming along? Ing Qiong had prepared for this long ago. He said, it is rather smooth. I already found 2 ingredients. I will definitely be able to find the remaining one within 2 months. 2 months was not a long time, it was much faster than Xiao Chen had expected. Xiao Chen said, once you are done, remember to inform me immediately. I can give you the other half of the core painting piece at any time. Right now, Xiao Chen was more anxious about advancing to martial sage than anyone else. Without advancing to martial sage, he would not feel safe at all. Ing Qiong nodded gently and changed the topic. How much do you know about the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring? Have you ever wondered why cultivators who soak in the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring are guaranteed to advance to Martial Emperor within 100 years? Naturally, Xiao Chen had thought about this before. So, he shared his understanding. Those who can obtain the qualifications to soak in the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring are the elites of the various races. Even describing them as demonic geniuses would be underestimating their talent. Even without the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring, they have a high chance of advancing to Martial Emperor. The Heavenly Dew Divine Spring cleanses their marrow and blood, raising their already monstrous talent to another level. It would not be strange for them to advance to Martial Emperor earlier. Ing Qiong giggled and said, your guess is pretty good. However, this is not the most crucial point. Do you know what is suppressed under Kunlun Mountain? Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity, what is it? The Rock of Origin. The Rock of Origin was very mysterious. It was said to be the heart of the entire Kunlun realm. Be it the martial epoch or the immortal epoch, they were all born from it. Ing Qiong continued, if the Rock of Origin is destroyed, the entire Kunlun realm will fall apart. In other words, whoever controls the Rock of Origin will be the true ruler of the Kunlun realm. The Deep Abyss demonic world has repeatedly invaded the Kunlun realm for tens of thousands of years. Their goal is to destroy Kunlun Mountain and obtain the Rock of Origin. However, right now, the Rock of Origin is sealed under Kunlun Mountain. The various races cannot control it, and they do not dare to rashly destroy the seal. Others do not know much about the wondrous uses of the Rock of Origin. When Xiao Chen heard this secret, his expression did not change much. This was something too distant. He asked, what does the Rock of Origin have to do with the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring? The Heavenly Dew Divine Spring is formed by the mist produced by the Rock of Origin. Now, do you know why cultivators who soak in the spring will definitely advance to Martial Emperor within 100 years? Ing Qiong said with a smile. If that was really the case, advancing to Martial Emperor within 100 years was indeed understandable. After all, the Rock of Origin had such a heaven-defying origin. It was completely understandable for a miracle to happen. The two chatted for a while more before saying their goodbyes. 5 days later, when Xiao Chen heard some startled cries coming from outside, he stopped practicing the painting of the Qing Emperor drawing the saber and went to the bow deck. At the limits of his vision, Xiao Chen saw a row of vast mountain ranges. These mountain ranges rose and fell without end, looking like they split the entire profound domain in half. In reality, this was indeed the case. The Kunlun mountain range spanned tens of millions of kilometers. There were countless mountain peaks. Until now, no one had managed to completely explore this mountain range. There were many remnants and formations from the immortal epoch. Even some sovereign martial emperors did not dare to rashly enter. During the ancient era, people had even seen legendary immortal beasts. They were extremely mysterious. In the center of the mountain range was the main peak of the Kunlun mountain range. It towered into the clouds, piercing the sky. Spiritual mist surrounded it, blocking people's vision and preventing them from seeing how tall it was. The mountain peak was majestic and magnificent, at least 1,000 times taller than any mountain that Xiao had seen before. Furthermore, there was a strange charm to it. Xiao carefully observed the many surrounding peaks. He felt that the main peak of the Kunlun mountain range, which stood out among the many peaks, was different in many ways. Unfortunately, Xiao did not know geomancy, so he could not make out much. At this moment, the Bushan Palace's blue-robed emperor, who had not shown himself for a long time, came out as well. When he saw that majestic Kunlun mountain, a look of awe appeared in his eyes. The speed of the emperor-grade warship was very fast. The originally distant main peak of the Kunlun mountain range became clearly visible at the limits of Xiao vision. The feeling of that vast and majestic aura was even more direct. No matter who looked at this peak, they would feel extremely insignificant. Just at this moment, auras that made everyone tremble from the bottom of their hearts swept over from every corner of the mountain peak. Including Xiao, the 10 Tianwu domain demonic geniuses all knelt on one knee. Sweat poured down their foreheads, and their expressions were extremely depressed. The Grand Master level martial sages of the various sects also felt extremely uncomfortable. They spread out their auras and did their best to resist. However, the auras left as quickly as they came. When they saw that it was the Bushan Palace's warship, they immediately withdrew. Chapter 807. The expressions of Xiao and the others relaxed. Only then did they stand up. They all saw horror in the other party's eyes. In that instant, at least 20 Emperor Wu's auras swept over. When they looked at Kunlun Mountain, they found it even more unfathomable. How rare were Emperor Wu's? However, there were more than 20 of them on this mountain peak. Just thinking about the hidden experts made one's scalp go numb. It looked like this Kunlun Mountain was indeed suppressing the rock of origin. With such a lineup, even if a demon monarch came, he would not be able to force his way in. Xiao looked around and noticed that mysterious swordsman, Duan Yi. A barely discernible fervor flashed in his eyes. Logically speaking, anyone would be excited to soak in the heavenly dew divine spring. However, there was clearly something else in this person's gaze. Like Xiao, this person came from the lower realm. However, for the first 1 or 2 years, he had been a nobody, cultivating in an unremarkable rank 8 sect. It was only in the recent half a year that this person suddenly rose up, directly defeating one of the 7 giants. Only then did he rise to fame and attract everyone's attention. However, that happened to be the golden period for the various lower realm geniuses to rise up. Not many people would suspect such a genius who suddenly rose up. When Duan Yi saw Xiao looking at him, he turned his head and smiled gently. His expression was calm, showing no signs of panic. Duan Yi turned his head back and started chatting with the old man of his sect. Xiao withdrew his gaze, no longer thinking about this problem. With so many Emperor Wu's garrisoned at Kunlun Mountain, unless the other party wanted to commit suicide, he would not dare to play any tricks. The warship slowly turned around and stopped a kilometer above a flat ground halfway up the main peak of Kunlun Mountain. There was a flickering door of light on the flat ground. 5 Emperor Wu stood on stone platforms in front of the door of light. Each of the 5 Emperor Wus corresponded to a race: the human race, the fiend race, the deity race, the fiend race, and the corpse race. Seeing this scene, even a fool could guess that the heavenly dew divine spring should be behind the door of light, a place guarded by the 5 races. Not far from the flat ground, there was a flight of stairs that led to a higher place. From afar, it was impossible to tell how many steps there were. The flight of stairs at the end of his sight was hidden in the clouds, ethereal and ethereal. Xiao looked around. In midair, the fiend race, ghost race, and corpse race's emperor-class warships had already arrived. Only the celestial race's warships were nowhere to be seen. There were no peerless demonic geniuses of the younger generation on the battleships of the 3 races. They must have all gone down. On the stone platform below, Emperor Wu of the human clan looked at the battleship of the Bushan Palace, nodded slightly to the blue-robed emperor in his official robe on the bow, and then immediately closed his eyes. The blue-robed emperor said in a deep voice, the 10 of you, follow me down. The rest of you, don't move. Just wait here. Whoosh. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Chen and the others were lifted up by an irresistible force before they could even resist. When they regained control of their bodies, they were already standing on the platform, behind the human race's Emperor Wu. In that short instant, it was like teleportation. Xiao Chen and the others could not understand the blue-robed emperor's strength at all. It was simply incredible. Looking around, there were 10 young demonic geniuses with deep auras standing behind the fiend race's Emperor Wu, the ghost race's Emperor Wu, and the corpse race's Emperor Wu. When the geniuses of the other 3 races were placed together, one would discover that their auras were completely different. The fiend race's younger generation released their auras, berserk and ferocious. They did not hide their auras at all, as if they would erupt at any moment. The corpse race's younger generation all had dark complexions, and their skin looked as tough as iron. They all looked lifeless. However, the ferocious light in their eyes was withdrawn as they sized up Xiao Chen and the others, who had just landed, with malicious intent. As for the ghost race, they were like the corpse race cultivators, similarly lifeless. However, they appeared even more serene and deep. If the corpse race's lifeless appearance was just a facade, the berserk and madness in their hearts were no less than the fiend race cultivators. However, the ghost race cultivators were completely lifeless. They did not seem to have any signs of life at all. Their fair faces were as calm as still water, like they were carved from the same mold. Coincidentally, Xiao Chen knew all the young demonic geniuses of these 3 races. The fiend races was the little heavenly monkey, Feng. The corpse races was Wang Can, whose death throne Xiao Chen snatched away. The ghost races was the red-dressed woman with the 8 ghosts carrying the palanquin. The moment the first 2 appeared, they immediately cast hostile gazes at Xiao Chen. However, the little heavenly monkey seemed to be more patient. His hostile gaze disappeared in a flash. The hostility in Wang Can's eyes never faded. He even looked at Xiao Chen in disdain. As for the red-dressed girl, she did not even look at Xiao Chen from start to end. The deity race's younger generation had not arrived yet, so the door of light could not open for now. The other races seemed to be used to the deity race putting on airs, so they were not too surprised. There are really a lot of old acquaintances. Xiao Hoju, we are about to enter the divine spring. Do you dare to make a small bet with me? A burly, bare-chested youth with faint lion tattoos on both sides of his cheeks leaped out from behind the fiend race and mocked Xiao Hoju. This was the son of the human race's 3 holy masters. He had gone out to wander the outer realms long ago. He was rather famous in the entire Kunlun realm, so he would definitely have many grudges. Clearly, this fiend race genius had a story with Xiao Hoju. Shui Lingling whispered into Xiao Chen's ear, the one who leaped out is the Golden Lion race's Tu Zhe. He is considered the 3rd strongest person of the fiend race's younger generation. Once, Xiao Hoju tricked him in a secret realm in the profound domain. He has a spirit fiend bloodline in his body. In the ancient era, there were 100 fiend ancestors. These fiend ancestors were all powerful sovereign martial emperors. Some of these fiend ancestors' bloodlines were passed down. Their descendants were far stronger than the geniuses of the same generation. At the same time, they had some innate abilities. These bloodlines were known as spirit fiend bloodlines in the fiend domain. They were similar to the human race's sovereign clans that had survived for tens of thousands of years. Xiao Hoju smiled coldly and leaped out. He said, "Do you think I am afraid of you? What do you want to bet? Speak." Tu Zhe smiled confidently and said, "It's very simple. This place is not suitable for a real fight. We will just use our moves and not use our heavenly sage laws. I will not transform into my fiend form, and you will not use your holy beast martial spirit. Let's fight like this. The loser will give the winner 5,000 black astral coins." 1 black astral coin was equivalent to 100 ordinary astral coins. 5,000 black astral coins was 500,000 astral coins. Given the two's status, this was not a large sum. The wager was not important. The main thing was that if they lost in front of so many geniuses, they would lose face. Xiao Hoju had some misgivings. This Tuesday clearly came prepared, waiting for him for a long time. Furthermore, the physical body of the fiend race was much stronger than that of humans. Without using quintessence or heavenly sage laws, the other party clearly held an advantage. However, if Xiao Qin did not agree in front of so many people, it would seem like he was a coward. If word of this spread, his reputation would suffer. However, with my strength, as long as I am not at an absolute disadvantage, I should not have any problems remaining undefeated. Even if I lose, it will be fine as long as I do not lose terribly. After all, everyone knew that the physical body of humans was much weaker than the physical body of the fiend race. Thinking this, Xiao Hoju directly agreed, "I will gladly accompany you." Tu Zhe laughed loudly and said heavily, "Xiao Hoju, you are really reckless. Let's see how you embarrass yourself today." After Tu Zhe spoke, he stomped heavily on the ground. His figure flashed, and the friction between his body and the air gave off a piercing explosion. Then, he punched at Xiao Hoju's face. Xiao Hoju felt that something was wrong. However, the other party's fist was already before him. Without much time to think, he executed a skillful move and threw a palm strike. Xiao Hoju wanted to strike the side of Tu Zhe's fist, using the technique of using little force to push away the other party. Pa! However, this palm strike landed heavily on Tu Zhe's fist, giving off an ear-splitting sound. Tu Zhe's straightforward punch did not budge at all, not deviating at all. Xiao Hoju was startled. He felt like he had struck a mountain, his palm aching. The other party's strength far surpassed his own. Xiao Hoju could not do anything about using skill. When the fist arrived, Xiao Hoju had no choice but to quickly extend his left hand to block his face, trying to block. Ka Xie. Ka Xie. The sound of bones shattering rang out. Tu Zhe's punch contained an unknown amount of force. It directly fractured Xiao Hoju's left forearm. The force did not diminish, continuing to surge forward and striking Xia Hoju's face through his arm. Xia Hoju's body fell backward. Tu Zhe chuckled and took advantage of the situation to step forward. Then, he punched the fallen Xiao Hoju again. With his left arm broken, Xiao Hoju's complexion paled. He appeared to be in incredible pain. He flipped twice in the air, dodging this punch. Boom! When the fist landed on the ground, cracks spread out. Shattered rocks flew everywhere in that instant. Since Xiao Hoju had underestimated Tu Zhe's strength at the start, he was at an absolute disadvantage. Tu Zhe forced him to dodge all over the place, not even giving him a chance to catch his breath. After 10 moves, Tu Zhe grabbed hold of an opportunity and kicked Xiao Hoju's chest, sending him flying. The fist contained a ferocious force. Helpless, Xiao Hoju could only forcefully use his quintessence to dissipate this force before he could stand firmly. In less than 10 moves, Tu Zhe forced Xiao Hoju to use his quintessence and kick him away. He even nearly fell to the ground. Xiao Hoju was in a sorry state. Seeing the gazes of the surrounding cultivators, Xiao Hoju's expression turned incredibly sullen. This time, Xiao Hoju had completely embarrassed himself. He tossed a ring with 1,000 black astral coins on it to the other party. Then, he walked to the back of the group without saying a word. Tu Zhe caught the ring and laughed in a carefree manner. This old man just happened to attain a rank 1 physical body half a month ago. I can now punch out with 1,000 tons of force. Xiao Hoju, you are really reckless. How dare you compete with me in terms of physical strength? I defeated you in 10 moves. What dogs hit Holy Sun? He is not worth mentioning. Chapter 808. The others revealed expressions of understanding. The physical bodies of the fiend race had a great advantage over the humans in the first place. Now that Tu Zhe had a rank 1 sage body, he had an even greater advantage. Xiao Hoju's defeat was understandable. Actually, he should not have agreed to this bet in the first place. Xiao Hoju could only blame himself for being too conceited. After losing in such a sorry state and being humiliated by Tu Zhe, Xiao Hoju felt very sullen, so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Tu Zhe swept his gaze through the youths of the human race. Then, he said with some reluctance, "Is there anyone who wants to stand up for Xiao Hoju? I, Tu Zhe, will accompany you at any time." The others remained silent, not saying anything. In terms of strength, no one would fear Tu Zhe in a one-on-one fight. However, they knew that Tu Zhe had advanced to a rank 1 sage body, and his strength had reached 1,000 tons of force. In a situation where they could not use their quintessence or heavenly laws, how could they be willing to be spendthrift? It turns out that you are all a bunch of spineless cowards. You do not even have the guts to do this, and you still managed to obtain 10 spots. What a waste of the heavenly dew divine spring. Tu Zhe's lips curled up in a cocky manner as he turned to leave. The youths of the human race were furious. However, they were still rational and did not make any rash decisions. When the little heavenly monkey of the fiend race saw this scene, it felt excited. Its lips moved as it sent a voice projection to Tu Zhe. Then, it looked coldly at Xiao Chen. When Tu Zhe heard the little heavenly monkey's voice projection, he could not help but stop. He turned around and looked at Xiao Chen. "You are Xiao Chen, that so-called white-robed bladesman, the only cultivator to come out of misleading fog lake in 10,000 years?" Xiao Chen felt it was strange. He did not know how the other party noticed him. He replied calmly, "Whether I am or not, what does it have to do with you?" A sinister look flashed in Tu Zhe's eyes. He slowly walked over and said, "Very good. It looks like it really is you. Do you dare to make a bet? I, Tu Zhe, will give you 3 moves. Give me 3 moves." After hearing this, Xiao Chen couldn't help but look at him with a strange expression. Even if he wanted to die, he didn't have to die in such a way, right? Hearing Tu Zhe call out Xiao Chen's name, the youths at the back of the demon clans suddenly raised their heads and looked over. Xiao Chen. Currently, this name was widely known in the demon region. According to the news that came from the Xian family of the Silver Moon Spirit Fox race, this guy actually walked out of the misleading fog lake, the mysterious forbidden area that even Emperor Wu couldn't enter. Tu Zhe sneered, "Why wouldn't I dare? You even dared to enter the misleading fog lake, yet you don't dare to accept this small challenge?" Shui Lingling pulled Xiao Chen back and transmitted her voice to him, "Don't be impulsive. This guy is only good at talking. No one here will take him seriously." The other party was indeed nothing much. At the very least, in Xiao Chen's opinion, there were at least 5 people on the human side who could defeat the other party in a one-on-one fight. Even Xiao Hoju, who had been defeated in a sorry state, would not have ended up like this if he had not made a mistake at the start and did not expect the other party to have a rank 1 sage body. Xiao Chen merely had a rank 1 sage body and 1,000 tons of force. To Xiao Chen, this was nothing. This was a fat sheep that delivered itself to his doorstep. It would be inexcusable not to take advantage of it. "First senior sister, don't worry." Xiao Chen smiled gently and raised his head to look at the other party. He asked, "How do we bet? Is it still the same as what you said earlier?" Seeing that Xiao Chen had taken the bait, Tu Zhe smiled happily and said, "Naturally, it is the same. The loser has to pay 5,000 black astral coins." Xiao Chen thought for a while before saying, "Don't you think 5,000 black astral coins is too little? If we are going to play, let's play a little bigger. The loser has to pay 50,000 black astral coins. How about that?" 50,000 black astral coins was equivalent to 5 million astral coins. This was a huge sum, enough to buy a high-quality sage-grade secret treasure. Even with so many astral coins, no one here could throw out so many black astral coins without batting an eyelid. The moment Tu Zhe said that, Xiao Chen immediately felt several gazes directed at him. It was not just the fiend race and human cultivators. The youths of the ghost race and corpse race all looked over as well, looking at Xiao Chen like he was a madman. Xiao Chen clearly knew that the other party had a rank 1 sage body and 1,000 tons of force, yet he still dared to bet so much. This was simply too crazy. Only the corpse race's Wang Qin could not help twitching his lips. He looked at Tu Zhe with some sympathy. When Xiao Chen saw Tu Zhe remain silent, he smiled casually and said, "You do not dare? In that case, forget it. Given your status, you can only rely on words and make a small fuss." Xiao Chen's tone was calm, but his words struck at Tu Zhe's weakness. Tu Zhe smiled coldly and said, "I do not dare. This old man has a rank 1 sage body. One punch from me can bring out 1,000 tons of force. Why would I be afraid of a spineless human like you? Scram out here for this old man. This old man will accept this bet." Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and floated over to Tu Zhe. Not even a gust of wind could be heard. How obedient. This old man called you out, and you came out. Tu Zhe chuckled, and the bones in his entire body crackled like beans being fried. His entire body swelled up once again. Now, Tu Zhe was 2 meters tall and muscular, looking like a small giant. A berserk aura spread out, and a strong wind blew. Xiao Chen's clothes and head of black hair fluttered in the wind. Compared to Tu Zhe, he was like a child facing a strong man. It was extremely uncoordinated. This is the innate talent of Tu Zhe's spirit fiend bloodline, giant strength. After using it, his strength will increase by 20% for a short time, reaching 1,400 tons of force. This Xiao Chen is finished. When the others saw the gigantic Tu Zhe, they recalled that Tu Zhe still had the spirit fiend bloodline. They all inhaled sharply. Die! Tu Zhe shouted and pushed off the ground. He shot forward like a cannonball. The friction between his body and the air gave off a piercing sonic boom. Tu Zhe's gigantic fist carried the power to shatter mountains. He landed on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression remained the same. There were no fluctuations at all. The strong wind from his fist was like a knife, blowing his hair to the back of his head and revealing his delicate face. The firmament body tempering art circulated in his body. 1,500 tons of force surged out like a raging river, gushing endlessly. Using the techniques of the dragon claw fist, Xiao Chen burned his vital qi. When he used his full power, his strength approached 1,500 tons of force. When Tu Zhe's fist was only 1 meter away, Xiao Chen stretched out his right hand and grabbed Tu Zhe's wrist. Bang! Tu Zhe, who was charging over with an overwhelming aura, suddenly stopped. Xiao Chen grabbed his wrist, preventing him from moving forward. After struggling for a while, Tu Zhe could not move at all. He could not help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. Then, he punched at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled coldly and raised his hand. Tu Zhe's body was lifted high into the air. Before Tu Zhe could react, Xiao Chen dropped him. Pa! He landed heavily on the ground. The entire process happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. The crowd only saw the burly Tu Zhe with a startling aura charge over. In an instant, Xiao Chen lifted him up and flung him to the ground. Xiao Chen's close to 1,500 tons of force crushed Tu Zhe's opponent. Then, he flipped Tu Zhe's wrist and swung him again. Tu Zhe's tall body was flung to the ground like a whip. Bang! 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 Xiao Chen's hands did not stop moving. He continued to swing Tu Zhe around casually, causing the ground to rumble and shake violently. Everyone was stunned. They had not expected the seemingly skinny Xiao Chen to erupt with such horrifying force. In just one exchange, he managed to toy with Tu Zhe in the palm of his hand. Tu Zhe's swollen body had already recovered to its normal size. His face was swollen, and blood flowed from the corner of his lips. Wounds covered his entire body. Xiao Chen swung his hand, and Tu Zhe's body flew towards the fiend race with a huge impact. Just as he was about to land heavily, Tu Zhe circulated his fiend essence and twisted his body. Then, he stood on the ground and took a few steps back before he managed to stabilize himself. On the other hand, Xiao Chen did not move at all from start to end. A cool breeze blew by. His expression remained the same, not changing at all. The surroundings fell silent. The youths of the fiend race, ghost race, corpse race, and even the humans all looked at Xiao Chen in disbelief. On the other hand, a fiend race genius with a rank 1 sage body and the innate talent of a spirit fiend actually lost to Xiao Chen in a competition of physical strength. Tu Zhe, a fiend race genius with a rank 1 sage body and the innate talent of a spirit fiend, actually lost to Xiao Chen in a competition of physical strength, unable to retaliate at all. F***CKU. Tu Zhe cursed ferociously. His surging fiend essence surged, and his heavenly sage laws danced behind him. Then, he roared ferociously and charged at Xiao Chen. Since when did he embarrass himself like this? To think that a bona fide fiend race genius was treated like a sandbag, toyed with casually. The others could not stop him in time. In the blink of an eye, Tu Zhe circulated all the fiend essence in his body and charged over to Xiao Chen. His aura was like the wind, boundlessly ferocious. Xiao Chen could not help but smile mockingly. A defeat was a defeat. Furthermore, it was not a clean defeat. There was really no need for this Tu Zhe to show him any respect. Myriad heaven divine fist, tenfold combat prowess, deities descending. A divine light entered Xiao Chen's body, and his aura soared infinitely. Everything in the world seemed to want to worship him. Xiao Chen clashed with Tu Zhe's full power strike without any fear. Bang! A loud sound rang out. Tu Zhe, who had charged over like the wind, went flying back like lightning. He vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood in the air. The strong wind did not stop blowing, and Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered. He did not move at all, only giving you 1 punch. Even if you did not submit, you would still be lucky. What's wrong? Are all the people of the fiend race so shameless? You can't even admit to your defeat? Xiao Chen asked indifferently as he watched the others catch Tu Zhe. The person who caught Tu Zhe wore luxurious purple robes embroidered with a peacock spreading its wings. He was handsome and elegant, looking cultured and refined. The purple-robed youth pushed with one hand and casually let Tu Zhe fall. Then, he calmly tossed out a spatial ring and said in a clear voice, "You are really capable to be able to walk out of misleading fog lake. I, Kong Yuan, would like to experience your great moves. This is interesting. The top character of the fiend race, the grandson of the Peacock King, is going to make a move." This person seemed to have a great background. Seeing that he was going to make a move, a commotion broke out in the surroundings. Xiao Chen caught the spatial ring and scanned it with his spiritual sense. There were 50,000 black astral coins, no more, no less. When he saw the Peacock King's grandson, he squinted and looked at it carefully. Chapter 809. Unexpectedly, the other party had more than 150 heavenly sage laws behind him. His cultivation was even higher than Xiao Chen's. However, the thickness of his heavenly sage laws was not as strong as Xiao Chen's. Before Xiao Chen could answer, a resonant sagely song suddenly came from the sky. A faint golden light shone down from the sky. A golden warship bathed in holy light appeared before everyone's eyes. It was bright and dazzling like the sun. The deity race's people are here. With the deity race's arrival, the door of light would open soon. Clearly, the fight between the Peacock Sovereign's grandson and Xiao Chen would not happen. This was exactly what Xiao Chen wanted. Now that the 5 races were gathered here, several of the strong geniuses of the other races would have to hide themselves. If Xiao Chen fought with Kong Yuan, he would definitely expose some of his trump cards. Under such circumstances, it would be disadvantageous for him. Xiao Chen's figure flashed and returned to the human race's group. In one trip, he had earned 5 million astral coins. Clearly, he had made a great profit on this trip. Only the Golden Lion race's Tengzai had suffered. Since Kong Yuan had helped Xiao Chen fork out the astral coins, it was impossible for it to be free. A golden light flashed, and a group of white-haired deity race youths wearing golden armor appeared behind the deity race Emperor Wu. A careful count revealed that there were 15 deity race youths here, more than half the number of the other races. The 5 Emperor Wu on the stone platform opened their eyes at the same time. They looked at each other before slowly standing up. The white-haired deity race Emperor Wu glanced at the other four and said, "Since everyone is here, let's open the seal and enter the heavenly dew divine spring. You will be automatically sent out after 4 hours." The 5 Emperor Wu each took out a holy seal and sent out a rainbow light into the door of light. The seals on the door of light could be seen slowly opening. With every layer of seal that was opened, the color of the door of light dimmed significantly. The process of opening the door of light was extremely slow. The layers of seals seemed endless. The peerless monstrous geniuses of each race were unable to restrain their excitement. Even the ghost race members who had always been as calm as still water began to have heated eyes. The heavenly dew divine spring opened only once every 10,000 years. As long as one did not die prematurely, they would definitely advance to martial emperor within 100 years. It would be a lie to say that no one was tempted. After opening 100 seals, the door of light flickered and disappeared. Hua! With a flash of golden light, the 15 people of the god race flew in first. The warriors of the other races cursed under their breath and followed closely, not wanting to be left behind. As far as the eye could see, it was filled with waves of misty white spirit mist. Taking a breath of it caused one's mind to feel refreshed, and even one's vision became much clearer. Amidst the spiritual fog, Xiaoqun could not see his surroundings clearly. He could only rely on his senses to move higher. After walking for 1,000 meters, the spiritual fog slowly dissipated. A golden pool with a diameter of 500 meters appeared in front of Xiaoqun. The Protoss who had rushed in first had already jumped in. The deity race team formed a large semicircle. A man and a woman stood side by side in the center of the semicircle. They looked like they were of noble status. This is the heavenly dew divine spring. As long as one soaks in it, one's marrow and blood will be cleansed, and one's talent and aptitude will improve. One will be able to advance to martial emperor within 100 years. Several people sighed and jumped in. However, Xiaoqun remained rather calm. It was impossible to advance to martial emperor without doing anything by soaking in the heavenly dew divine spring. Even if one became Emperor Wu, one might not be able to advance to sovereign martial emperor. In this age of geniuses, if one's goal was only to advance to martial emperor, it would be too simple. The sound of splashing water resounded as Xiaoqun jumped into the divine pool. Then, he floated in the area occupied by the humans and quietly soaked in the pool. At first, Xiaoqun did not feel anything. It was like jumping into ordinary clear water. He closed his eyes and carefully observed the pool with his spiritual sense. Only then did he discover something. Motes of light that were hard to see with the naked eye floated in the golden divine spring. These motes of light would not take the initiative to enter a cultivator's body. A cultivator needed to circulate their cultivation technique to absorb these motes of light. From a distance, Xiaoqun could see that the deity race cultivators had already discovered this secret. The motes of light formed countless ribbons of light that quickly entered the bodies of the deity race cultivators. The ribbons of light around the 2 people in the semicircle were the most eye-catching. They could be seen with the naked eye. Beams of divine light flowed from the bottom of the pool and quickly entered the 2's bodies. Some people absorbed the motes of light quickly, while others absorbed them slowly. After observing for a while, Xiaoqun roughly understood the mysteries behind this. The absorption speed should have something to do with the cultivation technique that the cultivator cultivated. With one glance, Xiaoqun could tell that these 2 experts were of noble status. Their cultivation techniques were definitely better than the others. Among the fiend race cultivators, the grandson of the Peacock King, Kong Yuan, clearly absorbed the motes of light faster than the other fiend race experts. The light he formed was very bright. After understanding the secret behind this, Xiaoqun was not in a rush to absorb these motes of light. He continued to probe with his spiritual sense. He felt curious about what was at the bottom of this pool. In the end, when Xiaoqun's spiritual sense reached a kilometer down, a mysterious suction force swallowed it up, leaving nothing behind. This startled Xiaoqun. This was his first time encountering such a strange thing. Spiritual sense could be blocked by barriers or destroyed by strong energy. However, Xiaochen had never encountered a situation where spiritual sense could be swallowed up. If it could even swallow up spiritual sense, what else could it not swallow up? Xiaochen tested it out. He casually took out an astral coin and tossed it down. In the end, it reached a kilometer down before it was slowly swallowed up into nothing. The people in the pool were all anxiously absorbing the motes of light in the divine spring. They were not as idle as Xiaochen. Hence, the others did not discover this secret. Shaking his head, Xiaochen stopped thinking about this problem. He sat cross-legged in the water and revealed half his body. Then, he started to circulate the purple thunder divine incantation to absorb the motes of light. Hu Qi. The moment the purple thunder divine incantation circulated, the drifting motes of light in the divine spring quickly gathered into dazzling beams of light and headed for Xiaochen's body. Each beam of light was the size of an infant's arm. The dazzling light was even more dazzling than the two deity race experts. When the beams of light entered Xiaochen's body, he gave off a faint glow, looking very eye-catching among the large group of people. Even the two deity race experts only had a faint glow on the surface of their skin. However, Xiaochen directly gave off a glow. Such a strange movement would attract the attention of the others. They all looked over, clearly astonished. What exactly is the grade of this fellow's cultivation technique? The man and woman from the God clan, who were surrounded in the middle, also looked over. They seemed quite puzzled. Xiaochen closed his eyes, not noticing his strange movement. He was currently happily sensing the changes that the motes of light brought to his body. This kind of change was not directly reflected in his cultivation. Instead, it was on a deeper level. Xiaochen's mind became increasingly clearer. He slowly gained a sense of some of the problems that he could not figure out in the past. He could also solve some of the difficult problems he encountered in the martial Dao without a teacher. This was a sign that his comprehension ability was slowly strengthening. Furthermore, this was not a temporary increase. Even after he left the divine spring, it would still exist. Xiaochen's aptitude was also slowly changing. He could feel that the amount of spiritual energy he absorbed in his body was slowly increasing. Normally, talent referred to comprehension ability and aptitude. The former could allow one to quickly comprehend all sorts of martial techniques, even create one's own. The latter could increase a cultivator's cultivation speed. For example, if a cultivator with a strong aptitude cultivated a heaven-ranked cultivation technique, 1 day of cultivation would be equivalent to several days of cultivation for someone with a weaker aptitude. Some might even be able to achieve 10 days of cultivation for someone with a stronger aptitude. Xiaochen's comprehension ability was not bad, it could even be said to be very high. However, his aptitude was slightly weaker. His cultivation speed could not compare to those demonic geniuses. However, after this, the situation would change completely. Xiaochen could not contain the joy in his heart. The speed at which he circulated the purple thunder divine incantation increased significantly. The number of strands of light in the divine spring increased as well. When the others saw this scene, they all cursed in their hearts. They all closed their eyes and did their best to absorb the strands of light. This was especially so for the deity race man and woman. Their bodies actually started to give off a glow as well, slightly weaker than Xiaochen's. The entire place fell silent. Everyone focused on absorbing the strands of light in the divine spring. They wanted to raise their aptitude and comprehension ability as much as possible in this limited time. No one noticed that the mysterious swordsman, Duan Yi, silently opened his eyes. He revealed a smile as he looked around. Then, his body slowly sank. Duan Yi sank lower and lower. In the blink of an eye, he had already sunk a kilometer. A suction force surged over. Clearly, Duan Yi knew how powerful that suction force was. After probing it cautiously, Duan Yi took out a black jade pendant and placed it in his mouth. His body slowly turned illusory as he passed through the suction force and continued sinking. The cultivators, who were all absorbed in absorbing the strands of light, did not notice such a scene, not even Xiaochen. As time slowly went by, the crowd slowly discovered something else. The strands of light in the divine spring were not limitless. The deity races group was the first to realize the consequences. They had the most people and were also the strongest. Within the circumscribed area, the light particles were the first to be completely absorbed. The pool water that was originally glistening with golden light became light and transparent, no different from ordinary pool water. This formed a sharp contrast with the glistening divine spring elsewhere. The deity race man in the middle looked around and said expressionlessly, "Do it. Chase them away." The two noble deity race cultivators did not move. The other 13 deity race cultivators slowly rose from the water and stood on the ripples. The white-haired man, who was sitting cross-legged, scanned the surroundings and uttered 2 words, "The demon race." The 13 deity race geniuses did not say a word. Their auras started to accumulate as they drew the golden swords at their waists. Then, they each sent out a strand of golden sword chi towards the fiend race group. Chapter 8:10. Sagely songs rang out in the surroundings. The resonant sagely songs merged the 13 strands of golden sword chi, forming a huge sword chi with countless divine scripts circling it. The huge sword chi had a startling aura. When it flew over, it seemed like it could even shatter space. The divine scripts circling the sword chi also made the forcefully merged sword chi incredibly stable. The fiend race cultivators all leaped into the air, not daring to clash head-on with the sword chi formed by the 13 people. Any one of these 13 deity race cultivators had a 60% chance of victory in a one-on-one fight. Now that they worked together, how could they dare to clash head-on? Only the Peacock Sovereign's grandson, Kong Yuan, showed an enraged expression. He did not soar into the air. The heavenly sage laws behind him changed, turning into peacock feathers that were 100 meters long. The purple feathers flickered with a crystalline purple light, looking like a peacock spreading its tail, looking boundlessly beautiful. Kong Yuan stretched out his hand, and the resonant cry of a peacock resounded. Space trembled, and the divine scripts on the huge sword chi were affected, starting to shatter inch by inch. Kong Yuan pushed his palm forward, and the huge peacock screen behind him gave off a bright light, looking crystalline and translucent. The huge sword chi with the broken divine scripts shattered with one palm strike. The peacock screen behind him did not scatter. Kong Yuan showed a sullen expression as he looked at the white-haired man and said, "Di Wuk, what is the meaning of this? Are you trying to kill us all?" The white-haired man, Di Wuk, appeared somewhat surprised. He said, "Not bad. It looks like your cultivation has already reached peak consummation half-sage. You can stay." The other fiend race cultivators hovering in the air were not convinced. Tu Zai's temper was the most explosive. He cursed, "Screw you. Di Wuk, you are just a divine son now. Do you really think you are a powerful divine monarch?" After Tu Zai spoke, he wanted to charge back down. Di Wuk raised his head slightly and looked around coldly. His strong mental energy locked onto Tu Zai. When Tu Zai felt a vast energy surround him, his arrogant attitude immediately faltered. He stopped in the air, not daring to move rashly. "You can stay if you want. You just have to receive the combined attack of 13 of my race's warriors." Tu Zai was infuriated. If he fought alone, he might be able to defeat one of them if he revealed his demon form. Of course, it was just a possibility. How could he possibly withstand the combined attack of 13 celestial race geniuses? His temper flared up all of a sudden. However, when he saw the look in Di Wuk's eyes, he immediately gave up, feeling extremely depressed. The demon race cultivators were indignant and shouted that they would fight this group of people to the death. Some of them also looked to Kong Yuan for help. Kong Yuan deliberately ignored them. He knew better than anyone that the 13 terrifying people in front of him were not a problem at all. The real difficulty was the white-haired man and the white-haired woman who had yet to make a move. One was the divine son and the other was the divine daughter. Their names had already shaken the entire Kunlun realm. Even he couldn't protect himself, and the entire demon race had to be chased out. Since Di Wuk didn't kill them all and left him a seat, he naturally wouldn't say anything else. "Di Wuk, you better keep your word. I'll take this move." The little heavenly monkey Feng suddenly said to Diwuk. Naturally, I will keep my word. When have I, Diwuk, not kept my word? Diwuk revealed a satisfied expression. As long as someone accepted this condition, it would be fine. He did not want to see a life and death struggle. As long as one person accepted, the fiend race's situation would be set. Before the other fiend race cultivators' eyes, the little heavenly monkey forcefully received this sword strike, surpassing their expectations. Although the little heavenly monkey vomited a mouthful of blood in a sorry state, it was not severely injured, only slightly. A light flickered in the depths of Diwuk's eyes. With one glance, he figured out what was going on. This little heavenly monkey was pretty strong. However, he relied on a king-grade secret treasure in his body to receive this sword strike. However, Xiaochen did not point it out. He just nodded slightly to indicate that he could stay. The other fiend race cultivators did not know what was going on. 3 more people tried to receive it forcefully. In the end, they were severely injured and vomited blood. Some of the more serious ones nearly got chopped in half at the waist. The defensive sage-grade secret treasures on them were not of much use. Such a result made the others suck in a deep breath of cold air. No one dared to say anything more. In the end, only 2 people of the fiend race remained, the Peacock King's grandson, Kong Yuan, and the little heavenly monkey, Feng. Naturally, such a commotion attracted the cultivators of the other 3 races. Xiaochen did not stop cultivating. However, with his spiritual sense outside, he could see everything like the back of his hand. Xiaochen had long heard of the deity race's strength. Now that he saw it for himself, he finally understood. That Diwuk did not move at all. With a wave of his hand, he chased away the 8 fiend race genius cultivators. While Xiaochen looked decisive and tyrannical, the stratagem he used was also amazing. If the fiend race did not deal with the fiend race properly and all of them counterattacked, the geniuses of the other races would not be so easy to deal with. They would work together to deal with Xiaochen. Clearly, this was not the result that Xiaochen wanted. The red-dressed girl from the ghost race, whom Xiaochen had met once, stretched out her hand and pulled all the cultivators of her race behind her. Her snow-white cheeks were cold and lifeless. She was still as beautiful as before, so beautiful that it could move one's soul. Diwuk, what exactly are you trying to do? The red-dressed girl's cold, lifeless voice resounded. Diwuk looked like a work of the gods. His handsome face did not change at all. He said, I already made it very clear what I want to do. The essence of the heavenly dew divine spring in this pool is clearly limited. It is clearly abnormal for so many people to absorb such a limited resource. Naturally, I have to chase some people away. The red-dressed girl's eyes wandered around. Then, she said, then, you mean that everyone has to receive a sword strike from the 13 of you before they can stay? Diwuk raised his head and smiled coldly. The light in his eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. He said, I did not say that to you, Qing Cheng. I said that to the fiend race. Do you think that I do not understand the martial techniques of your ghost race and corpse race? The Een soldier clone and the heavenly corpse clone can block a fatal strike for you. Even with your 2 races combined, you can only leave 2 people for me. At the end, Diwuk's tone was so cold that there was no sign of life. Your 2 races both cultivate the death Tao. There is no death energy in the heavenly dew divine spring for you to use. If you want to fight, feel free to do so. I will not even give you 2 spots. Diwuk's tone was extremely tyrannical. Furthermore, he immediately poked at the weakness of the 2 races. This caused the powerful geniuses of the 2 races to feel extremely resentful, but they did not dare to vent it out. This person was very domineering. Furthermore, he was not a domineering person who was all brawn and no brains. Normally, such people were the scariest. The ghost race and corpse race gathered and discussed for a while. In the end, they decided to give up, leaving behind Wang Can and the red-dressed girl, Qing Cheng. After dealing with the ghost race and corpse race, Diwuk's gaze finally landed on the final group, the humans. The weaker human cultivators could not help but worry. Diwuk easily dealt with the fiend race, ghost race, and corpse race. In the end, he faced the humans alone, putting a lot of pressure on them. Diwuk glanced at the nervous humans and smiled coldly to himself. Then, like a sovereign, he said, aside from Xianxia and the sons of the three holy masters, the rest of you can scram. When the three holy masters heard this, they could not help but release their bated breath. In the end, this Diwuk still feared the three of them and did not dare to act rashly. When Shui Lingling saw the expressions of the three holy masters, she felt speechless. The corpse race and ghost race were limited by their environment and did not dare to fight to the death. The overall strength of the fiend race was the weakest. Furthermore, they had their own camps. Hence, Diwuk did not care about them at all. The humans did not face any restrictions here. Instead, their overall strength was the strongest. As long as the three holy masters made a call, they would be able to delay the deity race for 4 hours. Even if they could not defeat the deity race's people, they would be able to delay them for 4 hours, preventing the deity race from absorbing the divine spring's essence peacefully. Diwuk would definitely hold back. However, at this moment, Diwuk's casual words immediately shattered the three holy masters' fighting spirit. Even if the others did not want to leave, they had to. Just as the others felt aggrieved and depressed, Xianxia suddenly stood up. His lips curled up in a mocking smile. With a flip of his hand, the heavenly ice sword appeared in his grasp. Then, he smiled coldly and said, "It is rare for the divine son to think so highly of this yen. However, it is not up to you to decide whether I, Xianxia, stay or go." After Xianxia spoke, he instantly drew the heavenly ice sword. The sword moved by 1 centimeter, and a black killing chi surged out like a berserk dragon storm. In an instant, more than half of the boundless vitality in the divine spring was slashed away by this half-inch sword chi of slaughter. When Xianxia drew his sword, the black sword light formed an unparalleled beam of light that swept out. The 1-meter-long heavenly ice sword flickered with a cold light. The world behind Xianxia immediately turned dark, devoid of life force. The rock of origin in the deep abyss of the heavenly dew divine spring contained a nearly inextinguishable life force. However, Xianxia's sword strike temporarily cut off all the life force. Even the golden spring water had become somewhat dim, as if it had lost its vitality. The unparalleled sword light quickly elongated. The black sword light was dense and dense, containing the will of massacre. Everywhere the beam of light passed, everything was destroyed. The sky slowly darkened. The surrounding cultivators were all startled. Unexpectedly, Xianxia's killing sword Dao combined with the heavenly ice sword could bring out such strong might. Only Diwuk's expression changed slightly. It was like he had expected this. He said softly, "Retreat." Light appeared under the feet of the 13 deity race cultivators preparing to fight. Their figures flashed as they quickly retreated. The white-haired girl beside Diwuk leaped into the air and appeared in front in a flash. A golden light flickered on her forehead, and countless illusory figures appeared behind her. They knelt on the ground and chanted all sorts of praises. A beam of holy light descended from the sky and enveloped the white-haired woman. It made her seem otherworldly, like a goddess. Holy radiant halberd. The white-haired girl stretched out her hand, and the mental energy in her sea of consciousness surged out. The mental energy formed a holy halberd containing the will of radiance. Then, it clashed with the black sword light that Xianxia sent out. Boom! The will of radiance and the will of massacre quickly clashed at this moment. 100-meter-long pillar of golden water immediately erupted from the heavenly dew divine spring. Chapter 8:11. The golden holy halberd slowly faded away. However, it managed to block Xianxia's black sword light with an unparalleled aura. When all the mysterious phenomena vanished, Diwuk said calmly, "Xianxia, your killing sword Dao has not reached consummation yet. If you cannot overcome your mental state, it will be futile no matter how much trouble you cause." Xianxia glanced at the white-haired girl in front and smiled speechlessly. "Diwuk, you are really interesting. why do you not dare to have a proper fight with me? You know that I never kill women, so you dare to be so fearless? A boundless light flickered in the depths of Wuxia's eyes, giving off an unfathomable feeling. He raised his head and said, since I already know your weakness, why do I need to do this? We will fight sooner or later. However, now is not the time. Your killing sword Dao has not reached consummation yet. Your compatibility with the heavenly ice sword has only just begun. Ask yourself if you are confident of fighting me at full power. The boundless light in Wuxia's deep eyes seemed to be able to grasp everyone's hearts as he spoke. Xiao Chen possessed unfathomable strength. Even though he had not made a move from the start to the end, everyone felt an unprecedented pressure. The light on the girl in front of Yan Shisan flickered continuously. A pure and holy aura spread out. A golden light flickered on Xiao Chen's forehead as the will of light spread out. Ripples appeared in the pool water under her feet. The long divine halberd circled around her, ready to block Yan Shisan at any time. Yan Shisan sheathed his sword and gently drifted away, returning to where he was earlier. Then, he sat cross-legged in the pool water and continued absorbing the essence of the heavenly dew divine spring, ignoring everything else. The other human cultivators could not help exchanging glances. Even Yan Shisan was told to retreat by Wuxia. Did they still have a chance? Of the 3,000 great realms, the deity race controlled 1,000 great realms, more than half of the other races. After the fall of the Qing Emperor, the deity race had developed to its peak once more in the past 10,000 years. This was a strong race from the outer realm. Once again, they revealed their ambition. They had been suppressing the other races in the Kunlun realm for a long time. And Jianghu and the others were not nobodies. They had long heard of Wuxia's name. This peerless genius of the divine race was the strongest divine son in the history of the Thousand Deities sect. Among the younger generation of the god race, he had unparalleled prestige. He was the well-deserved leader of the younger generation that everyone willingly submitted to. Those 13 deity clan warriors were all genius warriors of the deity clan, but in front of Wuxia, they did not have the slightest bit of unwillingness. Such a scene was rarely seen in the other races. Take the human race as an example. The three holy scions had very high prestige, but they were still far from being able to convince Jianghu, Shui Lingling, and the others wholeheartedly. Now that Wuxia wanted to chase them away, they really didn't know what to do. Wuxia glanced at them and said, still not leaving? Time is limited. Don't test my patience. Bai Wuxia looked coldly at Wuxia. Then, he clenched his teeth and was the first to leave. And Jianghu shook his head and left helplessly as well. Soon, aside from the three holy masters and Yan Shisan, only Xiao Chen and Shui Lingling remained. Shui Lingling waved her hand, and the purple bow appeared in her left hand. A fiery red arrow that she had never used before appeared in her right hand, looking very beautiful. Wuxia's expression changed slightly. He said, Shui Lingling, are you planning to oppose me? Shui Lingling smiled gently and said, the deity race is very incredible. In the past few years, I have killed at least 500 deity race cultivators, if not 1,000. I do not mind dying in blood again. Kill. Wuxia said coldly and did not say anything else. The 13 deity race martialists took a step forward in unison. Their golden swords were unsheathed once again, and the huge sword chi reformed. The resonant sagely song made the divine scripts on the huge sword chi immortal and indestructible. As it shot forward, the scattered sword chi split the lake water below in half. Shui Lingling's face sank. She drew back the bowstring, and the will of fire started to soar. A clump of profound yang true flame encased her entire body. First senior sister, let me do it. Xiao Chen, who had kept his eyes closed and gave off a faint glow, not willing to waste any time cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes and said indifferently. When Xiao Chen saw the huge golden sword chi flying over, he quickly circulated the dragon tone art in his body. The blue dragon martial spirit in his dantian leaped out. It quickly circulated in his chest and merged with Xiao Chen's quintessence, forming an azure-colored dragon image that swam quickly in his chest. A vast energy slowly accumulated. Xiaochen felt like his chest would explode at any moment. His sea of consciousness surged, and his mental energy drained continuously. Xiaochen roared ferociously at the huge golden sword chi flying over. The surging dragon roar contained Xiaochen's mental energy. It formed a whirlpool and immediately spread out. Bang! 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 Sound waves surged out and soared up from the water, forming a screen of water. The golden sword chi was the first to be hit. The divine scripts formed by mental energy immediately shattered. Hu chi! Hu chi! The huge sword chi slowly dissipated. By the time it reached Xiaochen and Shui Lingling, it had already vanished without a trace, no longer existing. With one roar, the huge sword chi that gave all the cultivators of the various races a headache was easily shattered. The dragon roar still lingered in the air, giving the 13 deity race cultivators a headache. They could not help but take a few steps back. Dragon tone art. The expressions of all the deity race cultivators changed. They all looked at Xiaochen incredulously, horror in their eyes. The dragon tone art was a martial technique that the Qing Emperor personally created back then. It had dealt a heavy blow to the deity race. Even after 10,000 years, the deity race had not forgotten it. It was because this martial technique had dealt a fatal blow to the deity race back then. It could be said that this martial technique was the reason why the deity race at their peak did not dare to act rashly before the Dragon's Gate led by the Qing Emperor. The usually calm Di Wux's expression also sank. He said, "Kill him." 3 of the 13 deity race cultivators leaped out first. They roared ferociously, and boundless sagely songs resounded. Each of them executed a distant legend at Xiaochen. Xiaochen smiled coldly and leaped into the air. A resonant sagely song rang out in the surroundings as well. However, this song was for Xiaochen's own legend. Bang! The fist lights clashed, and the 3 collapsed on contact. They vomited a mouthful of blood as they were sent flying miserably by Xiaochen's distant legend. How can this be? The deity race martial technique that he executed is actually even stronger than the deity race. When the surrounding cultivators saw this scene, they were all startled, not knowing what was going on. Di Wuk raised his eyebrows. This white-robed cultivator had surpassed his expectations again today. Suddenly, Di Wuk, who had been sitting cross-legged, stood up silently. His white hair fluttered without any wind, slowly turning golden. A strong aura containing divine might spread out. The water below spun uncontrollably, forming a horrifying whirlpool. Unexpectedly, Di Wuk decided to personally make a move. Everyone's expressions could not help but turn grave. In the past few years, Di Wuk rarely made a move. However, every time he made a move, his opponent ended up in a miserable state without exception. Di Wuk's fame in the Kunlun realm did not come from words alone. In reality, this was a world where strength reigned supreme and geniuses came forth in large numbers. Without truly strong strength, who would take the initiative to withdraw with just a few words from Di Wuk? Rumble. Just at this moment, the entire Kunlun mountain started shaking intensely. Sounds even more intense than thunder resounded in the sky. Space trembled, and the ground trembled. Cracks appeared in the ground. The cultivators of the various races hovering in the air all landed heavily on the ground, unable to resist at all. Clearly, such a mysterious phenomenon was not something that Di Wuk could do. Even Grandmaster-level martial sages could not do so. What's going on? Everyone could not understand what was going on. They all muttered to themselves in horror. Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat as he looked around. Indeed, the mysterious swordsman Duan Yi was nowhere to be found. The tremors did not last long. However, the geniuses of the various races did not know how large the tremors were. The Tianwu domain, the Fiend domain, the Ghost domain, the Deity domain, and the Corpse domain, the entire Kunlun continent, all shook at the same time. Ancient buildings collapsed, mountains crumbled, and rivers flowed. The chaotic demonic sea, thousands of kilometers away, had huge waves, tsunamis, and islands bobbed up and down. After crossing the barrier of the sky, several stars in the boundless starry heavens left their original orbits and crashed into each other, giving off horrifying explosions in the universe and forming horrifying black holes. In a short moment, the Kunlun continent and the connected starry heavens suffered a huge disaster. Oh no! Someone touched the Rock of Origin. Halfway up the main peak of the Kunlun realm, the 5 martial emperors outside the Door of Light all opened their eyes in extreme shock. The green-robed old man from the Bushan Palace said, "It looks like the geniuses of the various races that just entered were infiltrated by spies." That's impossible, right? The grand engulfing formation under the deity spring can even devour Emperor Wu into dust. Given the 5 of us, aside from the 2 deity race experts, none of the 50 people that just entered advanced to martial sage, the dark-skinned old man from the ghost race said in disbelief. The white-haired deity race Emperor Wu said sullenly, "Although the grand engulfing formation can swallow up everything in the world, there might be some mysterious item that can counter it. Let's open the seal again and go in to take a look." The 5 Emperor Wu did not panic. Firstly, they were very confident in the grand engulfing formation. They believed that the bold person had already been swallowed up until not even his flesh remained. Secondly, this was the Kunlun Mountain, a place where experts were as common as clouds. They would not even fear a demon monarch. How could they fear someone who had not even advanced to martial sage? The 5 took out their holy seals again and started to open the seal, layer by layer. A man and a woman hid in a spatial tear in the sky for thousands of kilometers around the Kunlun Mountain. When they saw the 5 reopening the seal, they could not help smiling. Chapter 8:12. If they did not personally open these 100-odd seals, no demon monarch would be able to escape from them. Haha. It is as I guessed. I expected this long ago. Let's wait for him to come out. Are you ready for your plane traveling spell? I prepared it long ago. I'm just waiting for him to come out. The shaking of the heavenly spring had already stopped. However, everyone was still bewildered. They could not understand what was going on, not knowing what was going on. Gurgle. Gurgle. Long streams of water bubbles surged up in the center of the pool, attracting everyone's attention. The speed at which the bubbles appeared increased. Eventually, it became frighteningly fast. Everyone's faces sank as they leaped out of the water and hovered in the air, silently circulating their quintessence. Bang! A pillar of water soared into the air. At the top of the pillar was a figure in a sorry state, tumbling through the air. The force of the pillar of water was immense. After this person was tossed high into the air, he quickly fell back into the water, kicking up large golden waves. Xiao Chen looked carefully. This person's attire was that of the mysterious swordsman, Duan Yi, whom he had noticed long ago. Duan Yi's left hand was tightly clenched, like he was holding something incredible. Although Duan Yi could not see it clearly, the light coming from between his fingers and the strength of his clenched fist made it clear with one look that this was not an ordinary item. When Xiao Chen saw this person's face, his pupils could not help but constrict. He exclaimed in shock, "Chu Chaoyun." In the pool, Chu Chaoyun touched his face and revealed an expression of understanding. He smiled and said, "I nearly forgot." After swallowing the void jade pendant, the disguise lost its effect. "Brother Xiao Chen, it has been a long time." There were not many things in the world that could truly shock Xiao Chen. Coincidentally, meeting Chu Chaoyun here was definitely one of them. It had already been more than 2 years since the final battle of the 5-nation youth competition, but Xiao Chen had not met Chu Chaoyun. This was the opponent that had left the deepest impression on Xiao Chen in the Sky Dome realm. Xiao Chen had thought that he would not be able to meet Chu Chaoyun again on the path of cultivation. However, the fortuitous encounters of life were always filled with coincidences. Xiao Chen had not expected to run into Xiao Chen at the Kunlun Mountain Divine Spring in the Kunlun realm. However, at this moment, Chu Chaoyun clearly didn't seem to have come in through the normal way. The strange commotion just now definitely had something to do with him. Di Wuk looked around and saw the mysterious object in Chu Chaoyun's left hand. His heart skipped a beat, and he said coldly, "Take out the thing in your hand." I can feel the aura of the deep abyss demonic world from your body. How did you sneak in? Chu Chaoyun smiled gently and said unhurriedly, haha, your nose is pretty sharp, about the same as my dog's. Diwuk's face sank, but his eyes remained calm. Ignoring Chu Chaoyun's sarcasm, he said, this person is definitely a spy of the demon race. He must have an ulterior motive for sneaking into the heavenly spring. Capture him. The 13 deity race genius cultivators shouted, and their bodies gave off a bright light. Strands of golden heavenly sage laws danced around behind them. Together, they looked like a boundless golden sea. A nation of deities rose and fell above the sea. A boundless golden light shone out from the nation. Auspicious yet magical songs rang out endlessly like hymns. The 13 deity race geniuses were like divine soldiers and generals. They all circulated their vast mental energy and combined it with the strength of their physical bodies, sending out deity race martial technique surging with golden light. Nation of deities, eternal spear. Nation of deities, glorious shield. Nation of deities, glorious shield. Deities nation, holy spear. This seemed to be a combination martial technique. It combined the heavenly sage laws to form the mysterious phenomenon of the divine kingdom. Then, it could be unleashed individually. While they looked scattered, they had a common nation, linking their auras together. When Xiao Qin saw this, he entered deep thought. The deity race's martial techniques were truly an eye-opener. It looked like there was a reason why they could sweep through the place for so many years. However, there was no panic in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. He looked as calm and collected as before, like he had a way to deal with it even if the sky collapsed. What an interesting martial technique. However, it is not enough to stop me. A white sword appeared in Xiao Chen's right hand. Ancient talisman scripts were carved on the sword. Chu Chaoyun's left eye lit up with a golden light. His right eye was pitch black like ink. Unexpectedly, he comprehended the will of light and the will of darkness at the same time. The bright multicolored light behind Xiao Chen quickly merged with the boundless black qi, forming an aura of primal chaos at the beginning of the world. He merged the will of light and the will of darkness. Someone among the cultivators hovering in the air exclaimed. Light and darkness were natural opposites. It was already inconceivable that Xiao Chen could comprehend these two wills at the same time. Unexpectedly, he even merged them. How heaven-defying was this? Everlasting Sword Dao's first move, Light of Origin. Chu Chaoyun shouted and flicked his wrist, thrusting his sword forward. Immediately, the sword lit up with a gentle light. Then, it merged and shot at the martial technique that the 13 deity race cultivators executed together. The light was not gentle. However, it seemed to be compatible with some kind of supreme great Tao. Everywhere the light passed, it seemed like everything returned to its original state. The martial techniques that the 13 deity race cultivators sent out silently broke down one by one. A light swept out, and the protective divine lights on their bodies vanished. The heavenly sage laws behind Xiao Chen formed a sea, kicking up huge waves. The divine nation bobbed up and down like a small boat in the waves, looking like it would collapse at any moment. Diwuk's expression turned completely grave. The mysterious phenomenon of the divine nation contained the mental origins of the 13 deity race cultivators. If it shattered, the foundations of their cultivations would be severely injured. The divine nation is indestructible, indestructible, and indestructible. Diwuk pointed, and a huge image of a deity descended from the sky. Then, he raised his arm at the same time as Diwuk. Then, he sent out a beam of holy light into the divine nation. Only then did the golden sea stabilize. The tottering nation rose up once more, radiating a bright holy light. The 13 deity race cultivators also glowed with glory as they charged over again. The illusionary figure of the deity possessed a boundless godly aura. The moment it descended, everyone present could feel a tremendous pressure invading their sea of consciousness. It was like hypnosis, speaking of the glory and invincible radiance of the deity. It made everyone feel like prostrating themselves on the ground and kowtowing 9 times. This startled Xiao Chen. Could the master of this image really be a deity? Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, smiled and said, "What nonsense deity. It is just the deity race's Emperor Wu. He calls himself a deity to trick ordinary people into giving up their faith and becoming his slaves." Back then, the Thunder King chopped down countless of such things. Seeing the 13 deity race cultivators charging over again, Chu Chaoyun shook his sword and smiled faintly. "You still want to come? Unfortunately, I do not have much time left to play with you all. Let's settle this in one go." Chu Chaoyun shouted, and light and darkness merged behind him, forming an indistinct chaotic world. That place seemed to be the origin of all things, yet it also seemed like the end of all things. Light and darkness struggled against each other, resonating with each other. Everlasting Sword Dao's second move, Life Without End. Strands of sword light containing boundless life force flowed on the ancient sword. Chu Chaoyun's body extinguished the light and darkness in the air, appearing ethereal and formless. The 13 deity race cultivators, who had just regained their morale, all executed their heaven-ranked martial techniques, trying to block this sword light. In the end, they were shocked to discover that the profoundness and technique of this sword light were vastly different from ordinary martial techniques. The moment the weapons in their hands came into contact with that sword light, the might of the martial techniques they were about to execute skyrocketed. Soon, the horrifying energy it contained scared the 13 deity race cultivators pale. The might of the martial techniques they were about to execute had increased tenfold. However, they could not unleash them. If this continued, it would be a disaster if it exploded. Even the number of Divine Kingdom statues in the Golden Sea behind them started to soar uncontrollably. Eventually, they became as dazzling as the blazing sun. No one dared to look at them directly. Diwuk frowned and formed hand seals with both hands. Another holy light struck the number of Divine Kingdom statues. The Golden Nation immediately broke apart, turning into 13 beams of light that entered the deity race cultivators' seas of consciousness. Chu Chaoyun felt somewhat disappointed. If Diwuk had been slightly slower, he would have been able to detonate the entire Divine Kingdom. Then, he would have been able to settle this once and for all. It looked like this Diwuk's judgment and reaction speed were extraordinary. This was a problem. Xiaochen released 2 fingers from his left hand, which held the mysterious item, and quickly tapped the ancient sword. Then, he quickly retracted it. Bang! 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 13 intense explosions resounded in succession. The 13 deity race cultivators, who were just about to charge over, vomited blood and flew back. When they landed, they coughed miserably. Every time these deity race cultivators coughed, they felt an intense pain in their chests. The golden armor they wore also vanished. Their faces were blasted beyond recognition, riddled with wounds. It was a tragic sight to behold. This was the first time the strong deity race suffered such a severe blow. When the geniuses of the other races saw this mysterious Chu Chaoyun, they all felt fear. Diwuk's expression did not change. A light flickered in the depths of his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly, Xiaochen said, "He is holding a small piece of the Rock of Origin." Right after Xiaochen said that, everyone's expressions changed. The Rock of Origin. The legendary Rock of Origin. Unexpectedly, this person snatched away a small piece. "Let's attack together. A small piece of the Rock of Origin is enough for all of us to split evenly." Diwuk leaped up gently and did not say anything more. He took the initiative to charge at Chu Chaoyun. As he flew, a holy light descended from the sky, encasing him. Chu Chaoyun swung his sword in reverse and sent out another boundless life. However, Diwuk's eyes flickered as he formed hand seals. The divine light and aura on Xiaochen's body all scattered silently. Suddenly, he became an ordinary person who did not know any martial techniques. Chapter 8:13. Diwuk allowed that strange sword light to strike him. In the end, that sword light was like an igniter. A blazing flame immediately rose from Diwuk's body. His aura instantly soared to the clouds. Xiaochen formed a finger seal, and his sea of consciousness surged. Borrowing this aura, he accumulated his mental energy. A 7-colored pagoda appeared above Chu Chaoyun's head. The pagoda shot down a beam of divine light, trapping Chu Chaoyun within it. Chu Chaoyun swung his sword a few times, but the light screen did not move at all. It was like it was trapped. Strange, right? Why am I fine? The wills of light and darkness are not so easy to merge. Your so-called boundless sword Dao is full of flaws in my eyes. Today, you are destined to die here. After sending out a 7-colored pagoda, Wuk stood in the air and said coldly. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, the state of primal chaos is indeed not perfect. However, the endless life is not as simple as you think. Do you think that by temporarily turning yourself into a mortal body, you can avoid it? Wuk's expression changed slightly. Before he could react, there was an explosion in his sea of consciousness. He retreated a few steps, and his complexion paled. Chu Chaoyun took advantage of this opportunity and swung his sword horizontally. The 7-colored pagoda immediately shattered, turning into motes of light that scattered in all directions. However, just as the pagoda was broken, the cultivators of the other races charged over. There was no other reason. As long as he had the Rock of Origin, he had to stay. Furthermore, Wuk had said that this person's state of primal chaos was not perfect. It was not as invincible as he appeared to be. Shui Lingling gently floated over to Xiao Chen's side. She said, don't be in a rush to make a move. Be careful of falling into Wuk's trap. Xiao Chen tilted his head and glanced at Shui Lingling, who was as delicate as gentle water. What do you mean? Shui Lingling looked at Wuk unhappily. She said, this fellow knew from the start that person had the Rock of Origin. However, he did not say anything. He clearly wants to monopolize the Rock of Origin. After seeing that this person is harder to deal with, he purposely leaked the news of the Rock of Origin. He even exposed this person's weakness. He clearly wants to use others to exhaust this person's strength. Shui Lingling's thoughts were indeed meticulous. However, the trick was more complicated than she thought. First, senior sister is right. Earlier, Wuk purposely injured himself, wanting to take advantage of the situation at the last moment. However, I believe that this time, his cleverness will backfire. Junior brother Xiao Chen, Shui Lingling said curiously. Lingling smiled mysteriously. Junior brother, Xiao Chen smiled mysteriously and said, just wait and see. All the cultivators who came here were demonic geniuses who comprehended wills. As long as they did not get struck by Chu Chaoyun's life and death art, it would be very difficult for them to fall. Seeing that Chu Chaoyun was at a disadvantage, some of the hesitant cultivators joined in, afraid that when the Rock of Origin was split, they would not get a share. Aside from Shui Lingling, Yan Shisan, Ying Qiong, and Xiao Chen, the geniuses of the other races all joined in. All sorts of lights flashed in the sky. Fiend race martial techniques, ghost race martial techniques, corpse race martial techniques, and human race martial techniques all appeared. It was hard to imagine that the strongest of the Kunlun realm's younger generation all gathered together to deal with one person. Strangely, the first to make a move, Wuk, appeared pale and weak. Instead, he stopped at the periphery of the battlefield. Bang! Surrounded by so many geniuses, Chu Chaoyun finally revealed an opening. The fiend race's Tuzhe landed a palm strike on Chu Chaoyun's chest, and a huge force burst out. This strike knocked Chu Chaoyun back a kilometer. His body tumbled in the air, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Tuzhe laughed loudly and quickly chased after Chu Chaoyun. He said, "Screw you. Weren't you very awesome? This palm strike of this young master will break at least 3 of your ribs." Tuzhe moved very quickly, taking the initiative. He left the others in the dust. It looked like he was about to catch up to Chu Chaoyun and snatch the Rock of Origin. He could not help but be in a good mood. Bang! Tuzhe seemed to have crashed into something in the air. Furthermore, because he was moving too fast, the impact was not light. Tuzhe's nose even caved in. Extreme joy turned to sorrow, causing him to cry out in pain. Many thanks for brother Tuzhe's palm strike. Wuxia's voice rang out in the distance. His face was glowing, and he seemed to be in high spirits. He did not look injured at all. However, the white-haired girl, who had been missing all this while, suddenly blocked the group's path. The divine halberd in her hand turned into an invisible wall, blocking everyone's path. The force that Tu Zhe used to crash into the wall was extremely horrifying. However, this invisible wall did not budge at all. One could easily imagine how tough it was. No one would be able to break through it for a while. As they looked at Wuxia, they could not help but curse. This fellow tricked them again. Chu Chaoyun was sent flying by Tu Zhe's palm strike. He lay sprawled in the air. Before he could stand up, he saw a multicolored light gathering above him. The seven-colored pagoda that Chu Chaoyun's sword strike had already scattered reformed. Now, it gave off a bright divine light and struck at Chu Chaoyun like a lightning bolt. Chu Chaoyun's lips curled up slightly. Even though he faced this lightning strike, his expression remained calm and unruffled. This is a manifestation of the radiant will. I knew long ago that it would not shatter so easily. The light and darkness in Xiao Chen's left and right eyes respectively vanished. The incomplete state of primal chaos behind him also slowly vanished. What replaced Xiao Chen's eyes was a blazing, pure golden flame. The instant that the seven-colored pagoda was about to reach him, the heavenly flame surged out and instantly encased the seven-colored pagoda. Wuxia cried out in pain as he fell from the sky. When he landed heavily on the ground, he started rolling. The white-haired girl, who had been using the holy wall to block the cultivators of the other races, quickly removed it when she saw the situation. Then, she sent out a divine wind and blew away the heavenly flame on the seven-colored pagoda. The white-haired girl raised the divine halberd and held the seven-colored pagoda in her hand. Then, she quickly headed in the direction where Wuxia had landed. Wuxia got up with much difficulty. When he saw a corner of the seven-colored pagoda that had been burned to ashes, he could not help feeling a heartache. He gritted his teeth and spat out two words, heavenly flame. After dealing with the biggest problem, Chu Chaoyun no longer had any misgivings. Chu Chaoyun swept his gaze around, and the vast expanse of heavenly flame turned into sharp arrows, shooting at the geniuses of the various races who were still trying to hit the rock of origin. The speed of the golden flame arrows was startlingly fast. Several people could not dodge in time and were struck directly. Their protective quintessence instantly ignited. The cultivators in the air all panicked. They could not extinguish this flame no matter what they did. It could even ignite any secret treasure. Their protective quintessence did not come out at all. Once they exhausted their quintessence, the strange flame would burn them. Among them, Tu Zhe was the unluckiest. Earlier, he had been knocked dizzy. Before he could even protect his body with quintessence, the flame burned his clothes. His hair and eyebrows were all burned off. As he screamed in the air, when he saw that the flame could not be extinguished, he panicked and jumped into the divine spring below. Coincidentally, after Tu Zhe jumped into the divine spring, the flame on his body immediately vanished. However, his entire body was burned until he was completely naked. His hair was gone, his eyebrows were gone, and even his spatial ring was burned away. His clothes were also burned to a golden light. Soon, Tu Zhe's bald head sank into the divine spring. He simply had no face left. When the various cultivators in the air saw that the divine spring had a miraculous effect on the golden flame, they all jumped in as well. They looked at Chu Chaoyun, and no one dared to fly over to stop him. Just when everyone thought that no one dared to make a move, a white figure soared into the air and blocked Chu Chaoyun's path. Naturally, Xiao Chen wanted to fight for the Rock of Origin as well. He would not let Chu Chaoyun take it away so easily. As for that troublesome heavenly flame, others might not have a way to deal with it, but Xiao Chen was somewhat confident. Furthermore, Chu Chaoyun had used so much of the 1/10 of the heavenly flame. There might not be much left. Electric light flashed under Xiao Chen's feet, and he arrived before Chu Chaoyun in one step. He looked at the other party calmly and said, "Hand over the Rock of Origin." "Is that possible? The Void Stone is not that easy to find. If you miss this chance, there will not be another. Chu Chaoyun held his sword with one hand. The golden flame in his eyes flickered endlessly, ready to burst forth at any moment. A purple light and a white light appeared in Xiao Chen's left and right eyes. He said, "In that case, make your move. After not seeing you for 2 years, I want to see how much you have grown." Chu Chaoyun smiled calmly and said, "I'm afraid that I will have to disappoint you. My improvement is much greater than yours. I comprehended the will of light and darkness half a year ago. In the end, the one who will defeat you will still be me. Furthermore, I have already grasped half of the 1/10 of the heavenly flame. Do you still dare to block me?" Xiao Chen's expression remained calm as he retorted indifferently, "Why would I not dare?" Whoosh! Chu Chaoyun pointed with his sword, and the remaining golden flames in his eyes spewed out, turning into 2 fire dragons that roared at Xiao Chen. Rustling sounds rang out in the air. Everywhere the fire dragons passed, they left behind large patches of pitch-black space. Even the air was burned. What kind of flame is this? Fortunately, this person did not grasp much of it. If he had more, who could block him? The group of people in the heavenly spring exchanged glances. They had never heard of such a strange flame in the world. This is a heavenly flame. However, it has been lost for many years. It is impossible for it to gather again. If it were a complete heavenly flame, it could even burn a small plane. The red-dressed ghost race girl looked at Xiao Chen in the air and frowned as she spoke. The gazes of the others did not leave Xiao Chen either. Just a tiny bit of the heavenly flame was already very troublesome for them. They really wanted to know why Xiao Chen did not dare to dodge when faced with so many heavenly flames. Xiao Chen did not panic. He stretched out his hand and pointed. 2 beams of light, one purple and one white, quickly came out of his eyes. Then, they chased each other and formed a Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Chapter 8:14. The 2 opposing forces of Yin and Yang merged perfectly with the Taiji diagram. The 8 trigrams, Yin-Yang, 4 divisions, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared. The entire world seemed to be contained within this mysterious diagram. The 2 fire dragons formed by the heavenly flame crashed into the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram with a loud bang. The scene of the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram burning to ashes as everyone expected did not appear. On the contrary, the 2 fire dragons formed by the heaven flames suddenly shattered and turned into countless dazzling flames, which flew back into Chu Chaoyun's eyes. Xiao Chen smiled gently. Indeed, the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram could block the heavenly fire. The heavenly fire came from Yin and Yang. If it could be gathered, it could burn everything in the world. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram was unprecedented. It combined Yin and Yang flames. From a certain point of view, it also transcended Yin and Yang. Chu Chaoyun had already used up more than half of his heavenly fire. Now that he was facing the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, he was naturally no match for Xiao Chen, who was ready to attack. The result of the heavenly flame shattering left the group of people below dumbfounded. Not only did Xiao Chen not fear the heavenly flame, but he even had the upper hand. Stretching his hand out, Chen Feng pushed out and the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram pressed down on Chu Chaoyun. All sorts of strange phenomena suddenly appeared in all directions. It was as though a small world was pressing down on him. Surprise flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes, but he soon reacted. The wills of light and darkness reappeared as he lashed out with a chaotic sword chi that was a mixture of gold and black. Bang! Bang! The sword chi was like a flood as it continuously struck the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Cracks slowly appeared on the diagram. After all, the might of the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram had declined after going against the heavenly flame. It was barely able to withstand the sword chi formed by Chu Chaoyun's dual wills. The instant the Taiji Yin-Yang 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 Taiji shouted. With a loud bang, the flame diagram completely shattered, turning into two rays of light that entered Xiao Chen's eyes. However, Xiao Chen took advantage of the situation to draw the lunar shadow saber. The purple talisman soared into the sky. When Xiao Chen swung his saber, lightning crackled in the sky, rumbling loudly. It felt like the sky was going to fall. Heavenly lightning tribulation. With a point of the saber, 100 streaks of lightning turned into lightning flood dragons that tore through the clouds. These lightning flood dragons were all formed from talismans and contained an immortal attribute. They were created by copying the supreme divine lightning. Then, he swung his sword. The primal chaos behind him materialized the everlasting sword Dao's third move, Dawn of 1,000 Armies. The chaotic scene behind him materialized the third move of the limitless sword Dao, Dawn of 1,000 Armies. Streams of chaotic qi merged together to form swords filled with light and darkness qi. When the swords appeared, a violent gale howled and 1,000 swords hummed, causing the space around them to tremble violently. The spirit flame heaven spirit yu spirit sword and yang qi. 1,000 swords tars tore and 1,000 swords. 10 swords tore through the air, looking like a vast army sweeping through the battlefield. Overall, Xiao Chen's lightning flood dragon was at a disadvantage. The lightning flood dragon was covered in cuts and bruises. If not for its immortal attribute, it would have been defeated instantly. Overall, Xiao Chen's lightning flood dragon was at a slight disadvantage. The lightning flood dragon was covered in wounds. If not for its immortal attribute, it would have been defeated in an instant. The two flashed in the air and arrived at the center of the chaotic battlefield. Then, they started fighting in close combat. Sword light and saber light clashed, clanging endlessly in the air. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Light and darkness intertwined. As the two fought intensely, the 100 seals on the door of light finally broke. Chu Chaoyun's expression turned grave as he quickly swallowed a black jade pendant that had already dimmed significantly. Ka Xie. Ka Xie. 5 pitch-black spatial tears appeared where Xiao Chen stood. The spatial tears spread out and easily crushed the surrounding lightning flood dragons and swords into powder. However, Xiao Chen was still too late. After Chu Chaoyun swallowed the jade pendant, his body immediately turned into nothingness. The 5 Emperor Wus of the various races appeared out of nowhere. When they saw Chu Chaoyun escaping from their hands, their expressions turned somewhat unsightly. The instant they broke the seal, they immediately felt the aura of the demonic world coming from Chu Chaoyun. So they did not hesitate to make a move, instantly tearing space apart. Unexpectedly, Chu Chaoyun still managed to escape. When the 5 Emperor Wus worked together, they could not even block a half-sage. If word of this got out, it would be a big joke. The deity race Emperor Wu said, "If I did not see wrong," he swallowed a void jade pendant, forged from a void stone. The expressions of the other 4 changed slightly. The fiend race Emperor Wu suppressed the berserk aura in his eyes. He said in a cold voice, "It is hard to find a small piece of void stone even in 1,000 years. How much effort would it take to forge a jade pendant out of it? No wonder he could avoid the devouring formation and escape from our hands. It looked like a void stone had a great origin." However, they did not know how Chu Chaoyun obtained it. Xiao Chen thought of something and said, "Seniors, the void jade pendant that he spoke of does not seem to have much effect. Its color has already dimmed significantly. He probably cannot go far." The expression of the white-haired deity race old man in golden armor changed. He said, quickly, "Chase after him. We should have thought of that. The devouring formation will exhaust most of the void jade pendant's energy." Hu Qi. A light flashed, and the 5 Emperor Wus flew off somewhere, vanishing from everyone's sight. However, Xiao Chen shook his head slightly. He did not think that these people had much of a chance of catching up to Chu Chaoyun. Given Chu Chaoyun's character, he would not come to this dragon's lair or tiger's lair unless he was completely confident. There would definitely be someone outside to receive him. Furthermore, that person would be as strong as Emperor Wu. It might even be possible for the demon monarch to come personally. However, this exchange confirmed Di Wux's judgment. Chu Chaoyun's will of primal chaos was indeed full of openings. It was far from truly merging with the will of primal chaos. However, when it truly merged, how horrifying would its might be? Just thinking about it made one tremble in fear. It was already so horrifying without truly merging it. Once it merged, it would be even more terrifying. In the space-time tunnel of the plane, the mysterious man and woman from earlier looked at Chu Chaoyun with excited expressions. The woman looked pure and pretty. However, there was a charm in her eyes that tugged at one's heartstrings. At first glance, she was like clear water, penetrating one's heart and relaxing one's sight and ears. If one took a few more glances, one would unknowingly become engrossed in her, feeling a boundless temptation. There was no need to purposely try to please her, she already possessed an irresistible charm. This woman was none other than the Daoist demon Lang Yu, who had spent a long time with Shao Chen in the Sky Dome Realm's boundless deep sea. However, compared to 4 years ago, the current Lang Yu had lost her gentleness. Now, she had gained a domineering air, giving off a vague feeling of being unrivaled. Her aura was even more unfathomable. If Shao Chen were here, he would definitely be greatly startled. As for that mysterious black-robed man, he was handsome with delicate facial features. However, there was a sinister air in his eyes. From the side, his silhouette actually resembled Shao Chen somewhat. If Shao Chen saw it, the shock he would feel would be no less than Lang Yu's. This person was the mysterious church master of the Sky Dome Realm's Dark Church. However, Shao Chen did not know whether this was his true body or a clone. The mysterious man's lips curled up as he said somewhat indifferently, "Take it out. Let me see how big the Rock of Origin is after you wasted the priceless Void Jade Pendant. If the Rock of Origin that I obtained is not as valuable as the Void Jade Pendant, then that would be really funny." Lang Yu opened her eyes and looked at Chu Chaoyun with anticipation. Whoosh! Chu Chaoyun smiled gently and released his tightly clenched left hand. Instantly, a dazzling light shone everywhere. The mysterious man and Lang Yu could not help but squint slightly. When Chu Chaoyun squinted and looked through the rings of light, he saw an azure-colored stone the size of a pinky lying quietly in his palm. All the light was coming from there. The stone was very small. Calling it the size of a pinky was actually an exaggeration. However, the mysterious man and Lang Yu could not help laughing, clearly pleasantly surprised. Originally, I was planning for the worst. You only brought back one light of origin. Unexpectedly, it is such a big piece. It is more than enough for the three of us to split evenly, Lang Yu said warmly. A light flashed in the mysterious man's eyes, and he revealed an evil air. He smiled and said, "Split evenly? When did I say that we would split evenly? I want at least 70%. As for the remaining 30%, you can decide for yourselves." Lang Yu frowned slightly, and her expression turned cold. She said, "Ting Xiao, don't go overboard." Chu Chaoyun's expression did not change. It was like he had expected this mysterious man to say that. He did not argue with him. A golden flame started to gather in the depths of his eyes as he looked at the other party indifferently. The black-robed man smiled sinisterly and said, "Lang Yu, do you think you can regain the position of demon monarch without me establishing a connection with the Dark Church's headquarters? Can you recover your strength? Right now, I don't even know where he is, still hiding from your sister's pursuit." Then, the black-robed man looked at Chu Chaoyun and said, "You too. Don't think that you are undefeatable just because you have a tenth of the heavenly flame. In the eyes of high-ranked cultivators, the heavenly flame in your eyes that can burn everything is just a joke. I am already thinking very highly of you by giving you 30%. Chu Chaoyun glanced at the chaotic, crisscrossing patterns of time and space that formed a barrier. Then, he said casually, "Since you do not want to negotiate properly, then you might as well not take it." After Chu Chaoyun spoke, he tossed the Rock of Origin in his hand toward the barrier of time and space. If it really fell into the flow of time and space, even Emperor Wu would not be able to retrieve it. The black-robed man's expression turned startled. His figure flashed, and before the Rock of Origin touched the barrier, he caught it by a hair's breadth. In the end, when the black-robed man looked at it, he discovered that it was just an ordinary rock. The true rock of origin was still in Chu Chaoyun's hand. Chu Chaoyun was smiling at him meaningfully. Rage flashed in the black-robed man's eyes. He said sullenly, "I want at least 50%. Otherwise, who knows how long it will take to undo the seal on my body." Ling Yu thought for a while and said, "I want 30%. Right now, my strength is not at its peak yet. Otherwise, I will not be confident of completing the Dark Church's mission during the demonic god blood sacrifice." Chapter 8:15. Chu Chaoyun said, "I'll give you 40%. I only need 10%. If I bury all of the stone of origin, I won't be able to merge the two wills." Ling Yu was slightly taken aback. Then, she said, "Thank you." In the sky above Kunlun Mountain, the 5 Emperor Wus looked at each other. Although they had received Xiao Chen's reminder and chased after Chu Chaoyun as quickly as possible, they were still one step too late. They could only watch helplessly as a planar shuttle formation, which had been prepared in advance, opened a space-time channel and sent Chu Chaoyun back. The Fiend Race's Emperor Wu sighed and said, "The next demonic god blood sacrifice will not be too far away. This incident is just a prelude. I wonder which domain they will target and how many demon monarchs will come." The human race's Emperor Wu in Bushan Palace did not look too good. The deity race's Emperor Wu was relatively calm. The deity race was not worried about the demonic god blood sacrifice. With the deity race's current strength, they would not target the deity race unless the demon world's people were crazy. However, according to the agreement between the 5 races, they had to send people to other domains. At that time, it was inevitable that there would be casualties. It was possible that some martial emperor experts would fall. So, they had to make preparations. Let's disperse. The Void Stone is not that easy to find. Similar incidents will not happen again in the future. That bit of stone of origin will not affect the Foundation. The deity race's Emperor Wu concluded this matter. When the other 4 heard this, they did not refute. This matter was neither big nor small. Since the deity race's Emperor Wu said this, it was clear that he wanted to deal with this matter in a low-key manner. Otherwise, if the 5 of them guarded the stone of origin, it would be hard to explain to their own races if someone made a fuss about it. The appearance of Chu Chaoyun completely disrupted Di Wux's original plan. Naturally, the matter of chasing them away was left unsettled. After 4 hours, everyone received a gag order regarding the stone of origin. They were not allowed to divulge what had happened today. Otherwise, they would be severely punished regardless of their status. The matter of the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring came to an end here. By relying on the advantage of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, Xiaoqin became the person who benefited the most from this trip. Even if it was Di Wuk and the Divine Lady of the God race, the total amount of essence they had absorbed from the Divine Spring was still less than what he had absorbed. The matter of Chu Chaoyun was sealed. However, the matter of Xiaoqin shattering the combined attack of 13 deity race half-sages with one roar and confronting Di Wuk spread, whether intentionally or not. The news of the Qing Emperor's descendants reappearing quickly spread throughout the entire Kunlun realm. The descendant of the human emperor from 10,000 years ago, the Qing Emperor who led the Bushan Palace to sweep the world, reappeared in the Kunlun realm, appearing in a domineering manner during the Age of Geniuses 10,000 years later. The wheels of history turned. Would the descendant of the legend rise up again? This became the focus of many people's discussions. Some of the factions that were once enemies of the Qing Emperor also placed Xiao Chen on their watch list. Several radical factions even prepared to make a move on Xiao Chen. For example, the 3 sovereign noble clans of the human race, who feared the Qing Emperor, gathered together and discussed how to deal with Xiao Chen. However, they were all in agreement. The Kunlun realm, which was already chaotic enough, appeared peaceful on the surface, but the undercurrents seemed to be even more intense. A small piece of the rock of origin had been stolen, and the demonic god blood sacrifice was approaching. Furthermore, the Age of Geniuses coincided with the appearance of the Qing Emperor's descendants. The internal strife between the 5 races was slowly building up. Everyone wanted to strengthen the strength of their clans before the demonic god blood sacrifice. It was foreseeable that the competition for resources among the 5 clans would become more intense. However, this did not have much to do with Xiao Chen for now. Right now, all his thoughts were focused on enjoying the benefits of his improved aptitude and comprehension ability, day and night. The Haotian city was surrounded by mountains. The undulating mountain ranges went on endlessly. Many man-made structures could be seen on the many peaks. No one knew the original name of this mountain range. After the Haotian ancestor established the sect here, it was called the Haotian Mountain Range. Most of the places where sects were established had high-ranked spirit veins. Naturally, the Haotian Mountain Range was no exception. Aside from the Holy Spirit Mountain Range, which the Haotian sect used to establish the sect, several other mountain peaks also had a peak spirit vein under them after accumulating resources in the starry heavens over the years. This made the entire mountain range look even more majestic and majestic, stirring up the mysteries of heaven. A peak spirit vein could produce superior-grade spirit stones on a large scale. Occasionally, it could even produce some peak-grade spirit stones. If placed in the Sky Dome realm, one could immediately establish a sect even larger than the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The Haotian sect would only reward such a mountain peak to the inner sect elders who had made great contributions to the sect. What was considered a great contribution? For example, creating a new heaven-ranked martial technique for the sect disciples to practice. For example, having a special talent in refining medicinal pills or blacksmiths could provide a steady stream of support to the sect. Another example was accepting a powerful disciple, bringing great luck to the sect, or killing the sect's mortal enemy, restoring the sect's prestige. Without exception, these were all conditions that regular martial sages would find very difficult to accomplish. Hence, a mountain peak with a peak spirit vein under it was a symbol of status among the inner sect elders. At this moment, a white-clad man stood calmly at the summit of a mountain peak with a peak spirit vein. A medallion hung at his waist, showing that he was the master of this mountain peak. A cool breeze blew, and one could grab a white cloud by stretching out one's hand. This white-clad man was none other than Xiao Chen. The Haotian Pavilion had made an exception to give this mountain peak with a peak spirit vein to Xiao Chen. Be it obtaining the first rank of the proud Son of Heaven ranking, bringing glory to the sect, or soaking in the heavenly dew divine spring, bringing practical benefits to the sect, Xiao Chen was worthy of this mountain peak. Whether it was soaking in the heavenly dew divine spring or the practical benefits he brought to the sect, Xiao Chen was worthy of this mountain peak. When Xiao Chen learned of the sect's reward, he accepted it without any hesitation. He only sent away the disciples who served him on the mountain peak. The stronger one's aptitude, the faster one's cultivation speed. Cultivating in a peak spirit vein was much more efficient than cultivating in other low-ranked spirit veins. Now that Xiao Chen was in a rush to advance to martial sage, how could he refuse? Furthermore, he did not feel that he had anything to be ashamed of. Looking at the churning clouds in front, Xiao Chen had a thought. His forehead flickered, and a purple lightning talisman flew out into the sky. With a flip of his hand, Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber. Thunder roared, and 200 bolts of lightning tore through the sky. The heavenly sage laws in his body slowly infused into the saber. The 200 bolts of lightning instantly turned into lightning flood dragons roaring ferociously as they weaved through the clouds. It looks like the effects of this 1 month of cultivation are indeed significant. I can already materialize 200 lightning flood dragons, double the previous number. Xiao Chen revealed a faint smile as he sheathed his saber. In that instant, the lightning flood dragons turned into sparks of electricity and reformed into a purple talisman. The brand new lightning tribulation saber technique was materialized with this will talisman as the core. Although there was only 10% of this immortal will of thunder, Xiao Chen was far from using it all up. He still had at least a third left. The main reason was that his cultivation was insufficient. If his cultivation were sufficient, he could easily materialize another 100 lightning flood dragons. His cultivation and this will complemented each other. Right now, his cultivation could not keep up with his will. He had a treasure trove, but he could not fully utilize it. When Xiao Chen's cultivation increased, he would force his will to raise its level. Otherwise, the might of the lightning tribulation saber technique would be limited due to the insufficient level of his will. This cycle continued without end. The might of the lightning tribulation saber technique could be continuously raised, accompanying Xiao Chen as he advanced on the martial Dao. With the lightning tribulation saber technique as a supplement, the dragon subduing slash as the final move, the physical body's techniques, and his greatest trump card, the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, these were some of the martial techniques that Xiao Chen could use to shock the crowd. However, Xiao Chen felt that it was still insufficient. If he came across other ancient martial techniques in the future, he could try them out. Although it was not good to bite off more than one could chew, as long as he grasped it well, the more trump cards he had, the better. Xiao Chen closed his eyes once again. Then, he placed the lunar shadow saber beside him and entered into cultivation once more. The spiritual energy absorbed from the peak spirit vein in the clouds turned into beams of tricolored light and entered Xiao Chen's body. The mountain summit, the cool breeze, the clouds, the tricolored light, and the white-robed figure sitting cross-legged formed a peaceful painting. Time slowly went by. As Xiao Chen cultivated on this mountain summit, his cultivation seemed to change by the day. The benefits of strengthening his aptitude were completely revealed at this moment. Xiao Chen's cultivation speed was more than twice as fast as before. Of course, this was also due to the higher grade of the spirit vein he absorbed. If it were a weaker spirit vein, there would not be such a horrifying effect. Amid the haziness, that door of sages became increasingly clear in Xiao Chen's mind. The door was already gently pushed open, and beams of light came out from within. There was also the majestic voice of a sage, sounding like the bell of the great Tao, ringing continuously. As long as one pushed open this door of sages, one would be able to advance to martial sage, transcending mortality. However, this step was blocked by 90% of cultivators. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven. There was no concept of time when cultivating. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he discovered that his cultivation was stuck. The feeling of advancing by leaps and bounds was gone. After cultivating for a day, his growth was limited. However, Xiao Chen was not startled. Instead, he rejoiced. The bottleneck of half-sage had finally arrived. Now, his cultivation had finally reached peak half-sage. Suddenly, Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and a bright light shone in them. He stretched out his hand and drew the lunar shadow saber beside him. Then, he drew it out of the scabbard. After the electric light flashed, 300 ferocious lightning flood dragons descended from the sky, playing around in the clouds. As they bared their fangs and claws, the electric light they gave off was like sharp treasured sabers. Xiao Chen grasped the lunar shadow saber and leaped down from the mountain summit. Then, he hacked at a desolate mountain about 5 kilometers in front. Heavenly lightning tribulation. Feeling Xiao Chen's rage, the lightning flood dragon soared in the direction the saber pointed. The 3-kilometer-tall mountain peak suddenly exploded into powder with a crisp sound. Chapter 8:16. Electric light flashed and shattered the powder into nothing. Half of a 3-kilometer-tall mountain disappeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. Only half of the mountainside, which was full of desolation, was left standing alone. As he stood in the air, Xiao Chen entered deep thought. He felt that the will talisman still had some power left. However, his cultivation had already reached a bottleneck. No matter what, he would not be able to use it. 300 lightning flood dragons was already the greatest might that the lightning tribulation saber technique could bring out. Ao Jiao, how long have I been in closed-door cultivation? Xiao Chen asked Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, as he sheathed his saber and landed on the mountain summit. Ao Jiao counted on her fingers and replied, about 3 months. After Xiao Chen heard that, his expression could not help but turn strange. Adding the time spent on returning from Kunlun Mountain, that was about 4 months. Ying Qiong told Xiao Chen that he needed only 2 months to complete the breaking sage pill and the other main ingredients. However, there had been no news even after so long. Could it be that there was an accident? The saint breaking pill was the key to him becoming a saint in advance. Under normal circumstances, if he did not have the saint breaking pill, he would have died. Without the breaking sage pill, Xiao Chen would not be able to clear this hurdle without 2 years of accumulation. I hope nothing happened. Otherwise, I can only advance the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation in advance. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts, an electric light leaped under his feet. With a few flashes, he arrived at a courtyard on the mountainside. Unexpectedly, a superior-grade martial monarch Haotian sect disciple stood quietly in front of the courtyard. This person seemed to have been here for a long time. When he saw Xiao Chen arrive, he revealed a respectful expression. He said, "Inner sect disciple Wu can greet senior brother Xiao." Right now, Xiao Chen was like a legend in the Haotian sect. His position in the hearts of many disciples even surpassed that of their first senior sister. The respectful expression on this person's face was genuine. This was especially so when he felt the formless pressure from Xiao Chen. He did not dare to show any disrespect. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen could not remember this person. He said calmly, "Are you looking for me for something? Or are you here to pass on a message for that senior?" Wukan smiled and said, "Senior brother Xiao Chen's guess is very accurate. I am here to pass on a message for my master. He said that he found the item you asked for." Xiao Chen thought for a while and recalled what was going on. He said, "Your master is the Inner Sect's Pill Pavilion's Elder Peng, right?" Wukan nodded and said, "That is my master. Senior brother Xiao Chen asked my master to keep an eye out for the yellow tune grass and golden sun Ganoderma. If senior brother has time, you can go and collect them." Aside from the flaming sun fruit, the 3 holy masters grass, and the heaven dragon flower, there were also some other ingredients. Although they were not as hard to find as these 3 main ingredients and could not be found outside of public auctions, it was still rather troublesome to search for them. Given Xiao Chen's energy, if he spent the time to search for them, it would take him a long time. To avoid trouble, Xiao Chen had Shui Lingling pull some strings and entrusted this matter to an elder of the Pill Refining Hall. Given Xiao Chen's energy, if he spent the time to search for it, it would take him a long time. To avoid trouble, Xiao Chen asked Shui Lingling to pull some strings, entrusting this matter to an elder of the Pill Refining Room. This elder's name was Peng Dan. He was a peak inferior grade martial sage. His attainments in alchemy were rather high. He had even invented a few high-ranked medicinal pills. This elder also had a peak that suppressed a peak spirit vein. There were hundreds of disciples and thousands of servants there, all of whom listened to his orders. Many thanks. I just came out of closed-door cultivation. After resting for a while, I will personally pay Elder Peng a visit. Xiao Chen guessed that this person had already waited for a long time. He felt very apologetic, so he gave the other party 10,000 astral coins as a small token of gratitude. Wu Chen put it off for a while before accepting Xiao Chen's token of gratitude with a smile. Receiving 10,000 astral coins for passing on a message was a great bargain. When Xiao Chen arrived at the courtyard, the first thing he did was to prepare a table of cooked food for himself. After that, he took a bath and did not linger, rushing directly to the peak where Elder Peng Dan was. It was also a peak, but Elder Peng's peak was very well maintained. It was built on the mountain and did not spoil the overall beauty of the peak. Figures could be seen in the various buildings. Some were chatting, some were moving around in a hurry, and some were exchanging moves. Xiao Chen thought about his own peak. Compared to this, it was like a barren mountain. He could not help but smile bitterly. There was a disciple in charge of receiving guests at the middle of the mountain. After Xiao Chen reported his identity, he was immediately invited up respectfully. Then, he met Elder Peng in an exquisite pavilion. There were 2 rectangular brocade boxes on the wooden table in the pavilion. These should contain the yellow song grass and golden sun Ganoderma that Xiao Chen needed. When Peng Dan saw Xiao Chen arrive, he stood up and welcomed him. He smiled warmly and said, "Little brother Xiao Chen, you finally arrived. I found what you wanted. Please check it." Xiao Chen opened the brocade boxes on the table and checked them. There were indeed yellow song grass and golden sun Ganoderma. Furthermore, there were 2 of them. Xiao Chen took out the 500,000 astral coins that he had prepared and handed them to the other party. Then, he thanked him again. The two chatted for a while. Elder Peng casually asked about the effects of the yellow song grass and golden sun Ganoderma that Xiaochen needed. However, Xiaochen brushed it off perfunctorily. Peng Dan did not ask too much. However, when Xiaochen was about to leave, he mentioned something else. He said, "Xiaochen, do you have any free time in the next 2 months? This old man has something to ask of you." Xiaochen felt surprised. He said, "Elder Peng, what is it? Why don't you tell me first?" Peng Dan picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. Then, he said, "I heard that you had a strange martial technique in Kunlun Mountain that blocked the heavenly flame. Most people would not know about Chu Chaoyan's appearance in the heavenly dew divine spring. However, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall." Given Peng Dan's status, it was not strange for him to know the inside story. Xiaochen's expression did not change. He smiled and said, "I was just lucky. The rumors were exaggerated." Peng Dan smiled faintly and said, "There is no need to be humble. I know very well whether it was luck or not. Let me tell you about myself first. Although this old man focuses on alchemy, my cultivation and combat prowess are not much weaker than martial sages of the same rank. I am not boasting. Using certain methods, some medial-grade martial sages have died at my hands. Normally, when this old man is free, I will go out on experiential training with some good friends." Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. He gave this old man a meaningful look. This person was definitely not a demonic genius cultivator. It was definitely not that simple to cross realms to fight as a martial sage. If what Peng Dan said was true, then he was really hiding his strength. The most recent time I went out was to explore the place where an ancient sovereign martial emperor passed away with a few good friends. During the ancient era, this sovereign martial emperor was a notorious evil cultivator. It would not be wrong to say that he was the master of the evil cultivators. The loose cultivators of later generations addressed him as the evil king. When Xiaochen heard the last sentence, his heart skipped a beat. Unexpectedly, it was the place where the evil king passed away. Was that true? However, Xiaochen's mental state far surpassed that of ordinary people. He only showed slight shock. He did not show no reaction or shock, reacting like a normal person. The ancient evil king is indeed very famous. I heard about the matter of the 7 thrones when I was in the Sky Dome realm, Xiaochen said, adding, "Elder Peng must have had a great harvest." A look of pity flashed in Peng Dan's eyes. He smiled bitterly and said, "How could there be anything? A few old friends and I broke through several restrictions along the way. In the end, we were blocked by a strange flame that resembled a heavenly flame. We were unable to truly enter the evil king's resting place." Xiaochen gently tapped the table with his right hand and frowned. A strange flame that looked like the heavenly fire. In other words, that flame was not the heavenly fire. The heavenly flame had a very distinct characteristic. Given the experience of Elder Peng and his companions, they would definitely be able to recognize it. If it wasn't the heavenly flame, then what kind of flame could it be that could block a group of martial sage experts? Suddenly, Xiaochen's thoughts changed. He looked at Elder Peng. Could it be that the other party is targeting me? That would be a huge misunderstanding. The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram could block the heavenly fire completely because it also jumped out of yin and yang. When it faced other flames, there would be nothing special about it. If it was a flame that even a peak inferior grade martial sage could not extinguish, it would not be able to do so. Given Xiaochen's current cultivation level, he probably would not be able to extinguish it. However, he should be able to make use of the special characteristics of the yin-yang flame diagram to temporarily suppress the flames. Xiaochen obviously wouldn't reveal this so quickly. He had 2 thrones left behind by the evil king, so he was very concerned about the place where the evil king had died. Peng Dan met Xiaochen's gaze and said, "Looks like you've already guessed what I mean. Are you interested? If you are, you can have a share of the treasures left behind by the evil king." Xiaochen was not in a hurry to answer. He asked, "Are you sure it's the place where the evil king passed away?" Peng Dan said, "I'm 100% sure." The initiator this time is the descendant of the sect that the evil king founded. However, this sect is no longer able to make a name for itself. It is in the midst of a storm in the primal chaos domain and could collapse at any moment. If it wasn't for the fact that the sect is about to be destroyed, my old friend wouldn't have gone against the teachings of our ancestors and disturbed the resting place of our ancestors. Elder Peng was more than 200 years old. He was not someone who could be easily fooled. Since he said that, it had to be the place where the evil king passed away. However, accompanying a group of older generation cultivators to search for treasures was a headache. The cultivations of this group of people were probably about the same as Elder Peng's. There might even be medial-grade martial sages. Now that Xiao Chen's cultivation had improved, he could probably protect himself from Elder Peng at best. However, he would not stand a chance against a medial-grade martial sage. If that medial-grade martial sage got greedy at the sight of wealth, it would be problematic. Xiao Chen did not believe that Elder Peng could handle the situation alone. Xiao Chen put these thoughts aside for now. He replied, honestly speaking, I do have some tricks up my sleeves. I should be able to seal this flame temporarily. However, I'm not completely confident that I can do it. Peng Dan waved his hand and said, that's not a problem. After our previous failure, we agreed to look for a way to break this flame on our own and try again. I've thought of some methods as well. My other old friends should have some as well. Come with me 3 days from now. If we succeed, we will succeed. If not, there are still other ways. Chapter 8:17. Xiao Chen did not rush to agree. He asked where the evil king had passed away, how long it would take to return, and how dangerous it would be. Then, he expressed that he would think about the details for a day before deciding. After returning to his courtyard, Xiao Chen took out the brocade boxes containing the yellow tune grass and the golden sun Ganoderma. He had already prepared all the other ingredients for the breaking sage pills alchemic recipe. He only lacked the 3 main ingredients before he could refine it. Xiao Chen looked at the 2 brocade boxes and thought for a long time. Ying Qiong had passed the appointed time and had not delivered the 3 main ingredients yet. There were only 2 reasons for this. First, something unexpected had happened. She had not collected the flaming sun fruit, the 3 holy masters' grass, and the heaven dragon flower. Second, she had already found another way to advance to martial sage and did not need the other core painting piece for the great rock spreading wings painting. Regardless of the reason, Xiao Chen had to plan ahead. He could not hang on to one tree. I'll wait for the last 2 months. If there is still no news by the time I return, I'll give up. After putting away the brocade boxes, Xiao Chen sat at the table and frowned heavily. Then, he took out the 2 inferior grade astral cores. The white astral cores contained a surging, horrifying energy. Astral cores could be used in all sorts of warships, formations, spirit weapons, secret treasures, and spirit weapons. They were very useful. However, Xiao Chen was thinking of another way to use them. He wanted to ignite them and cause an explosion. If they were caught off guard, they could kill a half-sage. If an inferior grade martial sage was severely injured, a peak inferior grade martial sage would only be injured. Xiao Chen toyed with the 2 astral cores in his hand for a while before casually placing them aside. Although they were powerful, they were not as effective as he wanted them to be. After searching the universe ring for a while, Xiao Chen took out a golden savage ox sculpture. When he saw the exquisite sculpture, he smiled faintly. Now, this sculpture was no longer useful. With a thought, Xiao Chen took out the sage-grade pagoda in his body and placed it on the table. Initially, the sage-grade pagoda had looked very powerful. However, now that he used it, he understood why those martial sages did not want this secret treasure. The sage-grade pagoda contained too few heavenly sage laws, and its defenses were not very strong. Xiao Chen thought for a while and felt that he could modify this sage-grade pagoda, so he placed it beside the astral core. After some thought, a palm sword burning with a lightning-attributed flame flew out. Xiao Chen revealed an expression of regret. However, he still placed it beside the golden savage ox sculpture. He hadn't used it much after he cultivated it, and when he really thought about it, he realized that the grade of it wasn't high enough. Xiao Chen, what are you doing? Ao Jiao asked curiously when she saw Xiao Chen's actions. Xiao Chen continued searching the universe ring. He replied casually, I am looking for some things. I want to see if there are any trump cards that I can use when the time comes. Xiao Chen took out a small. After that, Xiao, and to say. Xiao had Chen was to say. Then, Xiao Chen said, I keep feeling that Elder Peng did not tell us everything. The evil king's final resting place is not that simple. Perhaps. Xiao Chen nodded and said, perhaps. However, no matter what, I have to make a trip because of the evil king's name. It does not matter if I cannot obtain anything. I must obtain the secret of the 7 thrones. Xiao Chen nodded and said, perhaps. However, no matter what, I have to make a trip just because of the words evil king. It does not matter if I cannot obtain anything. I must obtain the secret of the 7 thrones. However, if he truly merged them, he would be in big trouble. Against a will of primal chaos that was close to the truth of the great Tao, Xiao Chen would not be a match for it. However, if he truly merged them, he would be in big trouble. Against a will of primal chaos that was close to the truth of the great Tao, Xiao Chen would not be a match for it. Although Xiao Chen knew that it would not be easy for the other party to merge the will of light and the will of darkness, even if he succeeded, he would be nothing before Chu Chaoyun. Hope for the best and plan for the worst. This was how Xiao Chen had always been. Hence, he had to try the state of cycle formed by the merging of the 7 thrones in the future. Otherwise, he would not be able to pass on the will of another will to resist the will of primal chaos. After fiddling around for a long time, Xiao Chen was somewhat disappointed to discover that there were practically no external items that could be used as a trump card. Hey! Suddenly, Xiao Chen was stunned. He found a simple and unadorned metal bow in a corner of the universe ring. The words Soul Slayer were carved on the handle. Xiao Chen's expression changed, revealing an expression of joy. He could not wait to grab the bow and rush out excitedly. Xiao Chen casually found an arrow and knocked it. All the energy in his body surged like a gushing river. Then, he slowly pulled the bowstring back. Unexpectedly, the strenuous feeling from many years ago was still present. With a casual punch, Xiao Chen could exert 1,600,000 kilograms of force. He could not immediately pull the bowstring back into the shape of a full moon. It looked like the saying, the greater the strength, the greater the might, was true. Xiao Chen used half his strength. Then, he let go, and the arrow flew out. Whoosh! The speed of the arrow was so fast that it did not leave a shadow. It was even faster than the saber chi that Xiao Chen sent out. However, it only traveled half the distance. The material of the arrow was too poor. It could not withstand the force and exploded in the air. The shock waves from the explosion spread out, and the dense forest in front instantly turned to dust. An empty space appeared before Xiao Chen. A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he put down the Soul Slayer bow. He muttered to himself, I finally found a pretty good trump card. However, I have to ask First Senior Sister for some arrows. Otherwise, I will not be able to use them. After returning to the room in the courtyard, Xiao Chen could not find anything else. Then, he thought of something. His arm flashed, and a void projection painting appeared in his palm. There was a blood-red lotus flower in the painting. It looked tender and beautiful, exuding a strong fiendish aura. This was a magic treasure with the ancient ferocious flame, the scarlet blood frost flame. Of course, it was a copy and not the original. Ling Yu had spent a lot of effort on this magic treasure. Xiao Chen had always been reluctant to use it. If he could avoid using it this time, Xiao Chen would do his best not to. As Xiao Chen looked at this painting, he could not help but think of Ling Yu's face. He wondered where this Eros demon, who was full of secrets, was now. Back then, without Ling Yu's charm techniques, Xiao Chen could not have truly grasped the state of massacre. Then, Xiao Chen looked at the table and put away all the things around the golden savage ox statue. He had no use for them. Then, he slowly took stock of the other things. There were 2 inferior-grade astral cores. They were pretty strong, but they still needed to be refined. Their heavenly laws would not have any offensive power. Although the sage-grade pagoda was of little value, Xiaoqun could only rely on it for now. He would have to spend some astral coins to strengthen it. The puppet snake was not very valuable. However, it had the ability to drill into the ground. Perhaps it would have a miraculous effect. As for the 2 inferior-grade astral cores, Xiaoqun spent an entire night using the will talisman to baptize them in a soul-stirring manner. The Soul Slayer bow was an important treasure among important treasures. Once Xiaoqun obtained the corresponding arrows, it would be a trump card that could deter peak inferior-grade martial sages. The scarlet blood frost flame in the void projection painting was very powerful. However, it was too special and best not to use it. Otherwise, if it was exposed and others discovered that it was a magic treasure, he would be in big trouble. These were the trump cards that Xiaoqun could use on this trip. Some of them required a lot of money to refine. He could not be stingy with his astral coins for the next 2 days. He handed the sage-grade pagoda to the refining pavilion's pavilion master to upgrade it personally. As for the arrows for the Soul Slayer bow, Xiaoqun obtained the highest-ranked Star Scar arrow from his first senior sister. 10,000 astral coins could buy one. Xiaoqun spent 5 million astral coins, emptying out the sex stock that could be sold. On the last day, Xiaoqun managed to carve several things on a piece of spiritual wood that he bought. Finally, before Peng Dan, Xiaoqun felt more confident. "How is it? Little friend, have you thought it through?" Peng Dan asked with a smile on his face. A hard-to-detect look of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Xiaoqun did not show any joy or sorrow. He nodded and said, "I've thought it through. I've decided to take a gamble." Peng Dan stood up and said, "Good. Actually, this trip is quite dangerous. However, just follow behind us. You do not need to do anything along the way. You just need to come out when you run into that strange flame. I think you should be fine." Peng Dan took out rank 3 medicinal pills and said, "These 3 bottles of medicinal pills can be considered a greeting gift from this old man to little friend. They are all peak rank 9 medicinal pills. 1 bottle detoxifies poison, 1 bottle treats internal injuries, and 1 bottle treats external injuries. They all have markings on them." Xiaoqun cursed in his heart. If he did not agree, this old man would probably never give him a greeting gift again. However, these medicinal pills did have some value. After Xiaoqun received them, he thanked Peng Dan. Peng Dan waved his hand and said, "Let's go. We will meet up with our old friends first. At that time, if there are any strange people, little friend should try to keep your mouth shut. If there is anything to take note of, I will send you a voice projection to let you know." The place where the evil king died was not in the Tianwu domain. Instead, it was a desolate land between the primal chaos domain and the chaotic demonic sea. That place was rather famous in the Kunlun realm. The soil there was a dull yellow, not suitable for normal plants. Instead, it was filled with strange and dangerous plants. This place was known as the Yellow Soil Demonic Garden. Although it was called a demonic garden, it was astonishingly large, comparable to the savage battlefield in the Tianwu domain. However, there were no forbidden lands or immortal sect remnants in there. It was filled with plants that killed people. These plants all possessed intelligence. When some cultivated to great perfection, they could even rival the human race's Emperor Wu. Rumor had it that one of the 3 wondrous trees of the world, the Undying Tree, grew in the Yellow Soil Demonic Garden. However, it was hard to verify whether this was true or not. Some people claimed that they had seen the legendary Undying Tree with their own eyes. However, when everyone arrived at the location that they mentioned, they did not discover anything. Such things happened frequently. However, when they actually arrived, they did not discover anything. Even now, there was no conclusion. There were many other strange places in the Yellow Soil Demonic Garden. For example, its 4 seasons were very different from other places. The 4 seasons would cycle only once every 100 years. When autumn arrived, the fruits of several plants would ripen. This would attract many cultivators from the primal chaos domain and the merfolk living in the chaotic demonic sea to come ashore to search for them. Above the yellow soil demonic garden, there were storms that did not scatter all year round. If cultivators wanted to fly over, they would have to expend a lot of energy. It was practically impossible. They could only take some risks and fly over. However, this round trip would take at least half a year. Chapter 8:18. Of course, if one was as strong as Emperor Wu, one would not be here. One could just tear space apart and go wherever one wanted. Such a demonic garden became a natural barrier between the primal chaos domain and the chaotic demonic sea, preventing either side from invading the other. The merfolk of the chaotic demonic sea were famous for their ferocity. The primal chaos domain gathered all the evil cultivators and crazy people of the entire Tianwu domain. If not for this demonic garden, the 2 factions would definitely fight. Elder Peng brought Xiao Chen to the sex transportation formation to the central province. Then, he spent a large sum of money to use the transportation formation that connected the central province to the entire Kunlun realm to a city at the borders of the primal chaos domain. These 2 transportation formations covered tens of millions of kilometers. Without these transportation formations, one would not be able to reach this place without flying for 3 to 5 years. Before Xiao Chen could appreciate the scenery of the primal chaos domain, he mounted one of Peng Dan's spirit beasts and continued on his way, continuously flying through the clouds. After flying like this for 7 days, they left the primal chaos domain and stopped at a desolate mountain 50 kilometers away from the yellow soil demonic garden. After looking around for a while, Elder Peng took out a jade scroll. The small forest in front of him disappeared, and a cave appeared in front of him. Xiao Chen knew how to lay illusion formations as well. When he saw this scene, he did not find it strange. However, the illusion formation before him was somewhat exquisite, attracting a few more glances from Xiao Chen. "Let's go in." Elder Peng took the lead and entered. Xiao Chen maintained his cautiousness as he followed close behind. The cave twisted and turned, breaking several traps along the way. Finally, they arrived at a stone room. Xiao Chen could not help but think, the person in this cave is really cautious. There are illusion formations, tunnels, and traps. Now that they are in the stone room, there is no way to enter. After Elder Peng stated his identity, the stone door slowly opened. An old cultivator with a face full of wrinkles and a gloomy gaze walked out. This old cultivator nodded slightly to Elder Peng. Then, he sized up Xiao Chen and frowned. "Why did you bring a junior? Hey, you are not an ordinary half-sage. Your heavenly sage laws are thicker than those of several inferior-grade martial sages." Elder Peng raised his hand and said, "Let's talk inside." After entering the stone room, Elder Peng introduced them to each other. "Xiao Chen, this is the current sect master of the Heavenly Evil Sect, Senior Lu Weiping. He is also the one who initiated this operation." Xiao Chen didn't feel comfortable with this person's aura, so he just nodded lightly and didn't say anything. This person was a medial-grade martial sage. Furthermore, he was not an ordinary medial-grade martial sage. He should have been a medial-grade martial sage for a long time already, lingering in the middle or late stages. His cultivation was much higher than Elder Peng's. However, judging from how the 2 of them sat side by side on the main seats in the room, their relationship should be very close. Elder Peng then pointed at Xiao Chen and said, "This is a newly promoted genius disciple of the Haotian sect. He has a martial technique that is very effective in suppressing all kinds of special flames." However, Lu Weiping did not seem to care. He said, "After I returned, I searched the sect a few times and found a personal letter that the evil king left behind. There were some records of that kind of flame." Xiao Chen felt excited. A personal letter from the evil king? I wonder if there are any records of the 7 thrones? When Elder Peng heard this, he rejoiced. He asked, "How is it? Are there any results?" Lu Weiping's expression did not change. He said calmly, the evil king once searched the residence of an immortal cultivator and obtained a flame called a nascent flame. According to the description, it is the strange flame that we encountered. According to the records, I made some preparations this time. However, I am not completely confident. Let's see what my old friends are planning. After that, all they had to do was wait. No one spoke in the stone room. Xiaochen had nothing to do, so he closed his eyes and cultivated. Old fogey Lu, you are becoming more and more timid. To think that you have so many tricks up your sleeves at a meeting place. Xiaochen opened his eyes. The person who entered was a tall and stout man. When he spoke, his voice was frighteningly loud. Accompanying him was a middle-aged woman who looked rather charming. These two were peak late-stage inferior-grade martial sages. After Elder Peng introduced them, Xiaochen learned that they were like him, inner sect elders of one of the 9 ranks of the great families in the Tianwu domain. The heavenly evil gates. Lu Weiping sighed and said, "We have no choice but to be cautious. The next demonic god blood sacrifice will arrive in less than 10 years. Some of the big factions of the primal chaos domain are discussing how to take advantage of the situation. Everyone is starting to merge with the smaller factions. It is not possible for me to stay out of this." Elder Peng changed the topic and asked, "My 2 old friends, are you prepared this time?" The stout man rolled his eyes and smiled. "I prepared a high-quality sage-grade fire-warding cloak. I think it should not be a problem for me to protect myself." The pretty middle-aged woman said, "I found a pool pearl. It should not be a problem for me to protect myself." When Lu Weiping heard this, he revealed a cold smile on his face. They were all obedient people. They only talked about protecting themselves, not extinguishing the fire. Another person arrived later. This person also brought a secret treasure. However, he could only protect himself. Peng Dan and Lu Weiping exchanged glances. It seemed like they had expected this. Xiaochen observed for a while and discovered that Lu Weiping and Elder Peng seemed to be in cahoots with each other. The 3 people who arrived later formed a temporary alliance. Clearly, this was to prevent these 2 from kicking the donkey down the drain. Strange, why is the Heavenly Mystery Gate's brother Lu not here yet? After waiting for a long time, it seemed like the most important person they were waiting for had not arrived yet. Even Lu Weiping started to feel impatient. Haha. If your cave were not full of twists and turns, would this old man be so late? Laughter rang out. Before Lu Weiping could get up to open the door, the stone door that could not be opened from the outside. Footsteps resounded, and a spirited old man with white hair and a youthful complexion appeared before Xiaochen. "Lu Weiping, your mechanisms are still as lousy as before. This old man could not help but wander around your cave. When I found some traps, I could not help but break them, delaying me for some time. Sorry for that." Xiaochen glanced at this old man with the family name Lu. This person is interesting. However, the traps along the way were no ordinary trash. This old man should be a strange person. In Xiaochen's memory, the Heavenly Mystery Gate did not seem to be one of the 9 ranks of the great families. However, the entire sect was good at formations and all sorts of mechanisms. They were rather unique and famous. This was not Lu Weiping's first time dealing with this person, so he did not say anything. Elder Peng stood up at an appropriate time and introduced Xiaochen to the group. Then, they immediately prepared to depart. However, the reactions of the others were similar to Lu Weiping's. Xiaochen did not look like a simple member of the younger generation. However, they did not believe that a junior could solve this problem, that even these martial sages could not. Hurricanes lingered above the yellow soil demonic garden all year round. Some of the horrifying hurricanes could even tear Grandmaster-level martial sages to shreds. Naturally, Xiaochen's group would not take any risks. They all walked on the yellow soil obediently. The group's vision was dim yellow. At the end, they could see a dense forest. Once they reached that place, they would truly enter the yellow soil demonic garden. The vegetation inside looked exactly the same as the outside world. However, they were all mutated plants that could eat humans. Many legends pointed to the tree of immortality, which only existed in myths. The existence of the tree of immortality caused this land to mutate. Xiaochen did not have much in common with these old fellows, all of whom were at least 200 years old. Given their statuses, these people were not willing to take the initiative to talk to him. Xiaochen walked calmly at the back of the group. He listened to every word the old men revealed. According to what this group of people said, the evil king did not die a natural death. Instead, he went to a forbidden land of the sea beyond the chaotic demonic sea, the Mirage Immortal Palace, and died mysteriously. After the evil king died, the king's sect continued to decline. Now, it no longer showed any signs of improvement. It even faced the calamity of sect destruction. The chaotic demonic sea was already very large. After the chaotic demonic sea, most of the natives of the Kunlun realm only knew it as the Penglai Sea. Not many people truly understood it. However, the Mirage Immortal Palace was very famous in the primal chaos domain. Some people called it the Mirage Ghost Palace. Rumor had it that it was a high-level immortal sect remnant. Even the blue-robed emperor did not dare guarantee that he could return alive. The group moved quickly. Soon, they arrived at the sinister forest. There was a small path in the middle of the forest, opened by cultivators who often went there to adventure. Lu Weiping's old face did not change at all. He said, "With our cultivations, there is nothing to pay attention to at the periphery of this demonic garden. Let's not slow down." After saying that, Lu Weiping took the lead and walked in. The others did not hesitate to follow. Xiaochen remained silent. He did not say anything as he walked at the back. However, he extended out his spiritual sense, not withdrawing it. Pu Qi. Suddenly, a hole appeared in the ground in front, and a venomous snake as thick as an arm shot out. It opened its jaws and bit at Lu Weiping at lightning speed. This snake's body was ridiculously long. Its lower body was still buried deep in the ground, looking like it was bottomless. Lu Weiping smiled coldly and stretched out his hand. The snake head near him exploded. The snake was startled and retreated at lightning speed, trying to burrow back into the ground. Lu Weiping pulled back, and a formless suction came from his hand. Then, he grabbed the strange snake body that was trying to retreat. Xiaochen stretched out his hand and pulled. The ground split open with a loud rumble. Rocks burst out and spread to a huge tree about a kilometer in front. Then, the entire tree soared into the air. Its roots left the ground and kicked up a large amount of rocks. The entire ground caved in. Xiaochen's pupils constricted. He could clearly see that the venomous snake as thick as an arm earlier was just one of the thousands of roots of this tree. It was not a venomous snake at all. However, Lu Weiping had not expected to uproot it after probing it. The remaining roots opened their mouths and shot at Lu Weiping. Chapter 8:19. The scene looked very frightening. However, that Lu Weiping did not move at all. He infused his heavenly sage laws into his hand, and a clump of black light immediately came out from the root he held. The clump of black light instantly entered the tree. With a loud bang, this terrifying, strange plant exploded into wood shavings filling the air. The expressions of the others changed slightly. Although they did not care about this fiendish snake tree, it would be very difficult for them to destroy it as casually as Lu Weiping did. They did not know if Lu Weiping did this to show off his might or if he was really in a rush. The middle-aged man and the others all showed uncertain expressions. Who knew what they were thinking? Along the way, Lu Weiping swept through everything in his path. The entire group did not slow down at all. The group moved very quickly. In the blink of an eye, they had traveled more than 10 kilometers into the demonic garden. 3 days later, Lu Weiping led the group to a towering tree. He looked at the old man from the heavenly mystery gate and said, "Brother Lu, I'll leave this restriction to you. Could it be that the evil king's final resting place is in this towering tree?" Xiaochen entered deep thought. When Xiaochen looked carefully, he discovered that there were 3 layers of barriers around the towering tree. The old man with the family name Lu from the heavenly mystery gate glanced at them. He did not show much of a grave expression. He had already broken this restriction once. Breaking it again would be even easier. The old man took out a stack of small flags. Then, his figure flashed as he surrounded the towering tree and stabbed them into it. Xiaochen watched without blinking. He was rather interested in the formations of the Kunlun realm. After setting up everything, the old man with the family name Lu hovered in the air. He formed hand seals and sent out beams of light into his formation flags. After a while, a large formation flickered with light and descended from the sky. Then, it clashed intensely with the 3 layers of restrictions around the towering tree. Under the pressure of the old man's formation, the formless barrier started to crack bit by bit. Then, it shattered like a mirror. The people waiting anxiously heaved a sigh of relief. Elder Peng smiled and said, "Brother Lu's understanding of formations is probably the best in the Kunlun realm after Emperor Wu." The old man with the family name Lu put away the formation flags like they were treasures. He did not show much pride on his face. "This really has nothing to do with me. If I had not coincidentally obtained a set of universe flags, I really would not have been able to break the restriction that the evil king left behind." Lu Weiping ignored their compliments and walked straight in. With a wave of his hand, a token shot into one of the grooves on the middle-aged man's body. With a cracking sound, the towering tree strangely split into 2, revealing a path. Whoosh! With a flash, Lu Weiping flew in first. Elder Peng and the old man with the family name Lu hurriedly followed. Lu Weiping seemed to have obtained something this time, an incredible secret treasure. He was very confident of clearing the stage of the nascent flame. He forcefully destroyed all the traps along the way, leaving the rest far behind. As Elder Peng and the others chased after Lu Weiping, they saw the broken pieces of the traps on the ground. They exchanged glances. "It looks like this Lu Weiping only wants to use Brother Lu to break the restriction outside. He is very confident of clearing the nascent flame and is planning to monopolize it." The stout man smiled coldly when he saw that Lu Weiping was no longer in sight. The pretty middle-aged woman also showed some displeasure on her face. She said, "Previously, we met with strong demonic beasts along the way. We all contributed. Otherwise, how could this trip be so easy?" The Heavenly Mystery Gates cultivator with the family name Lu glanced at Elder Peng and said, "Elder Peng, you have the best relationship with this Lu Weiping. You can be considered half a promoter. Can you explain what is going on?" After breaking the restriction, Lu Weiping moved quickly, no longer showing any intention of traveling with the others. Clearly, some of the agreements were no longer effective. The other 3 looked at Elder Peng, wanting to demand an explanation from him. If there was no reasonable explanation, they might attack immediately. The atmosphere in the underground tunnel immediately turned somewhat tense. The 5 peak martial sages released their auras indistinctly. Elder Peng's expression turned sullen. He said, "He found a letter personally written by the evil king. He probably can clear the nascent flame. Furthermore, he is certain that we will not be able to clear it. That's why he is so confident. However, we should wait until we reach the nascent flame first. What can the few of you change with your attitude towards me? You had best not do anything stupid. This old man has not made a move for many years. My hands are indeed itching." When Xiao Chen, who was not far away, saw this scene, he revealed a playful smile. Before reaching the nascent flame, the group showed signs of splitting up. This was beyond his expectations. This was good as well. Since they were not united, it would be easier for Xiao Chen to execute some of his plans. No matter what, Xiao Chen had to figure out the secret of the 7 thrones. He had to figure out whether the 7 thrones could merge or not. After merging, would there be the state of cycle? Chu Chaoyun's understanding of the state of primal chaos was ahead of Xiao Chen's. Xiao Chen had to figure out the state of cycle. This was an excellent opportunity. Lu Weiping had already disappeared. The situation had clearly turned somewhat strange. The group increased their speed and flew quickly through the underground tunnel. Xiao Chen did not execute Thunder Dragon steps. He only used the blue dragon cloud soaring art and easily followed behind the group. The distance between them never widened. After about 15 minutes, Elder Peng stopped in front of a cave. He had a sullen expression, and his eyes looked very frightening. A clump of white flame burned fiercely at the entrance of the cave, blocking the entire entrance. When the group looked around, they did not see Lu Weiping. The expressions of the others were extremely unsightly. This time, Lu Weiping really intended to shake them off. The skinny old man who had remained silent all this time revealed an ambiguous smile and said, "This Lu Weiping really thinks that we won't be able to pass the trial of the nascent flame. Old friends, you should all be prepared this time, right?" The eyes of the Heavenly Mystery Gate's old man flickered. Even with his proud character, he became cautious when facing this mysterious nascent flame. Elder Peng's expression turned uncertain. He glanced at Xiao Qin, who was behind him, and then muttered to himself, "I'll do it. My flame-parting robe is a high-quality sage-grade secret treasure, after all. I don't believe that a clump of flame can block me." The stout man took out a black cloak and wore it. When he activated it, the cloak glowed with a cold light, forming a white light barrier. The others looked over. Since someone was willing to test it out, naturally, they were happy to watch. Whoosh! The stout man flashed into the cave entrance. When he was just one step away from the large clump of nascent flame, he stopped. It looked like while he spoke casually, he was not very confident in his heart. The stout man did not make everyone wait for long. In the end, he took a step forward and walked in. The Heavenly Mystery Gate's old man narrowed his eyes and looked carefully, not daring to relax for even a moment. Elder Peng and the others did the same, feeling extremely nervous. Xiao Qin crossed his arms and stared at the nascent flame. However, his state of mind was as calm as still water, without any fluctuations. Ah! The surroundings turned quiet. Just as everyone was extremely nervous, not even daring to breathe loudly, a miserable cry came from the nascent flame. A fiery light flashed, and the stout man, who had just stepped in, retreated in an extremely sorry state. His black cloak was nowhere to be seen. Most of the stout man's clothes were burned, and a large patch of his hair was charred yellow. Many burn marks were visible on his skin. This Feng is incompetent. This nascent flame will have to depend on my old friends. The burly man revealed an expression of lingering fear in his eyes. His earlier confidence was gone, and he walked over while cursing and cursing. The others remained silent. After a long time, the pretty middle-aged woman walked out. She took out a pearl and placed it in her mouth. Then, she silently walked into the clump of flame. There was no need to wait for long. After a while, the pretty middle-aged woman came out. She took out a pearl and placed it in her mouth. Then, she silently walked into the clump of flame. However, with the example of the stout man, this woman immediately retreated when she saw that something was wrong. Aside from her pale complexion, she did not suffer any injuries. Following that, Elder Peng and the skinny old man took out their fire-resistant secret treasures and tested them. In the end, they failed and even nearly drew the flames to themselves. The Heavenly Mystery Gate's old man smiled faintly and said, "It looks like it does not matter whether this old man tries or not. Even if I manage to get through by luck, I will not be a match for that old fogey Lu. I am really not resigned to this. The place where the evil king died has at least 4 or 5 king-grade secret treasures. Getting one is already worth it. After we get out, if this old man does not seek trouble with the Heavenly Evil Gate, my surname is no longer Feng." The stout man cursed and appeared extremely upset. The group gathered together and discussed how to get Lu Weiping to spit out something after they got out. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up like torches as he took in everyone's expressions. He discovered that everyone, including Elder Peng, was extremely furious. Only the Heavenly Mystery Gate's old man with the family name Lu showed a furious expression. However, his eyes clearly did not care much. Logically speaking, the Heavenly Mystery Gate's old man should have suffered the most. Without him breaking the restriction outside, even Lu Weiping would not have been able to enter. However, Xiaochen did not care what this person thought. His figure flashed, and he arrived before the hole. Then, he observed the clump of nascent flame at a close distance. When Elder Peng saw this scene, his eyes lit up. The group's successive failures nearly made him forget about their secret weapon, Xiaochen. He smiled and said, "Everyone, perhaps you are not that pessimistic. The martial technique that this disciple of my sect practices is very effective against all sorts of flames." The stout man snorted coldly and said unconcernedly, "Just him? He is just a junior who is not even a martial sage. Old man Peng, I think you are getting muddle-headed with age. Right now, we can only wait here for Lu Weiping to come out. If he leaves from another exit, we will go to the heavenly evil gate together to put pressure on him. I don't believe that he will not spit out what we deserve." The others approved of this plan as well. With the 5 of them working together, they would definitely be able to suppress Lu Weiping. They would not be afraid of him falling out with them.